In today's video, we're going to see this man go from this to this. Oh yeah, we're going to talk about the man who made dual wielding cool again. So what are we waiting for? Grab your snacks, relax, and let's explore the world of Sword Art Online. The first episode of Season 1 starts with the introduction of a newly released game, Sword Art Online, also called SAO. It's a virtual reality MMORPG set in the world of Aincrad. Sword Art Online can only be played by using something called a nerve gear, a specific VR headset that allows players to transmit their consciousness into the game's world in a process called full dive. While using the headset, the players are advised to be in a comfortable position, which usually shows them lying down in bed while playing. So, our protagonist Kirito logs into the game and gets spotted by another player called Klein. Klein tells Kirito that he called out to him after he saw Kirito running around the starting town, which gave him the idea that Kirito must know his way around the game. Klein asks Kirito if he was a part of the beta test, and Kirito admits that he was one of the 1,000 people who were lucky enough to get into it. Klein then asks Kirito if he could show him the ropes. Kirito agrees and gives Klein tips on how to fight outside of the virtual town. They also talk about how there are countless skills in the game, which include blacksmithing. After a short lesson from Kirito, Klein tells him that he needs to log out because his pizza delivery is about to arrive and that he's hella hungry. However, both of them quickly find out that the log out button isn't in the main menu, essentially trapping them inside the game. Uh-oh, that's some scary stuff. Shortly after, the two get forcefully teleported back into the town's plaza together, with every person logged in. Then, the creator of SAO, Akihiko Kaiba, appears above them and announces that the lack of the logout feature is not a bug. He also adds that nobody from the real world will be able to shut down or remove their nerve gear to forcefully log them out of the game. If someone tries to remove their headset, the nerve gear will fire a microwave signal to the wearer's skull and fry their brains. The same result will happen if they die in SAO, which means that if you die in-game, you die in real life too. Big yikes. Kaiba also shows the players that the media are now covering the whole situation to further convince them that this is all true. With everyone now in a panic, Kaiba tells the players that the only way for all of them to log out now is for them to clear the game. Everyone is currently on floor 1. Once a party defeats the boss on floor 100, they will clear the game and everyone will be logged out. Finally, Kaiba also transformed everyone into their real-life bodies, which is actually hilarious.
Son of a... You're a guy?
You're not 17!
After Kaiba's departure, panic starts, which is understandable. I mean, who wants to be trapped in a game where if you die, you actually die in real life? Anyway, Kirito takes advantage of the panic and drags Klein to a random alleyway. Kirito says that he's immediately heading straight to the next town. He explains that the zone outside of the town of beginnings, where they are currently in, will be filled with people trying to get as much experience and money as possible. So, heading over to the next town means that there will be less competition. Kirito invites Klein to join him, but Klein declines, saying that his friends are probably panicking in the plaza right now, and he can't just leave them. The two of them part ways, with Kirito going to the next town and Klein going back to his friends. And so, our adventure begins. In episode 2, Kirito attends a raid group meeting organized by the people who found the first floor's boss lair. Diavel, the leader of the raid group, asks everyone to group themselves into parties because they need a bunch of them to be able to defeat the first floor boss called ALfheim the Kobold Lord. Kirito, the ever-loner, finds himself without somebody to party with. Luckily, he spots a cloaked figure near him, and he approaches them to ask if they want to party together. In the party menu, he figures out that this person's name is Asuna. In the middle of the raid discussion, a feisty dude named Kibao interrupts Diavel and brings up the issue regarding the beta testers. Kibao blames the beta testers for the deaths of nearly 2,000 people because they failed to help the new players, and instead vanished to secure themselves the best grinding spots, essentially leaving the new players to fend for themselves. However, Agil, this jacked up dude, mentions that the beta testers were the people behind the guidebook. It's a small pocket notebook that contains information for new players to be familiar with the virtual world. This stops the argument and refocuses everyone on the problem at hand, the first floor boss. A few days later, the raid finally happens. Everything goes well until the boss is down to its final HP bar. As the whole raid party tries to finish the boss off, Diavel suddenly rushes forward in an attempt to get the last attacking bonus. Kirito immediately notices that something is wrong and tells everyone to move out of its way. Kirito remembers that the guidebook mentioned that the boss's final weapon would be a talwar, but instead it brought out a nodachi, a different sword but with greater reach. This catches Diavel off guard, which results in his death. Kirito and Asuna take his position as the main attackers of the raid. After a hard-fought battle, the raid group kills the boss. Amidst the celebration, Kibao accuses Kirito of being a cheater since he knew something was wrong when the boss pulled out a nodachi instead of a talwar. Kirito admits that he was a beta tester and tells Kibao that he was the person who reached the highest floor during beta testing. Kirito also wears the new armor he got from defeating the boss, called the Coat of Midnight. Yo, it's his iconic black coat! The raid group, except for Agil and Asuna, turn against Kirito and brands him a beater, a combination of the words cheater and beta tester. Before heading to the second floor, Kirito disbands his party with Asuna and tells her that there's only so much a solo player can do. He advises her to accept a guild invite when it comes from someone that she can trust. In episode 3, Kirito finds himself joining a guild called the Moonlit Black Cats. In here, he meets a girl named Sachi. Kirito basically mentors the guild on how to fight, teaching them proper teamwork and all that stuff. It's also important to note that Kirito is hiding his level from them, and the guild is under the impression that he's just around their level, when in fact, he's past level 40 by now. After going out to grind some experience points solo, Kirito receives a message from the Moonlit Black Cat's guildmaster, Keita. He tells him that Sachi is missing. Kirito, having a skill that allows him to track someone's footsteps, activates it and finds Sachi hiding under a bridge. She tells him that she's scared of everything that's happening in this game, but ultimately, she's afraid of dying. Kirito reassures her that she will be fine, saying that they are on a relatively safe floor and he will protect her. Kirito's worst nightmare then comes to life after Keita leaves to buy a guild house, and the rest of them head over to a dungeon. After falling into a trap, the whole guild gets surrounded by monsters and eventually gets wiped out, except for Kirito. Keita finds out about the wipeout after and simply offs himself right after accusing Kirito of being a beater. Kirito, heartbroken at this point, follows a rumor saying there's an item in the game that allows players to revive those who have died. This item is dropped by a game boss called Nicholas the Renegade. Kirito is able to track the monster down, and as he's about to enter the boss zone, Klein and his guild pop up and try to talk him out of it, since trying to solo a boss is essentially a death sentence. In the middle of their conversation, another guild pops up, wanting to get their hands on the revival item. Seeing that he can't really convince Kirito, Klein tells him to go on and fight the boss, as his guild handles the other guild that just popped up. Kirito retrieves the revival item and goes back to Klein, who is now resting with his guildmates. Kirito tosses him the revival item after finding out that it can only be used within 10 seconds after the person has died. Kirito arrives back at his inn room when a notification pops up. It's a gift box from Sachi that has a recorded message for him. The first thing that she mentions is that if he receives this gift box, she's probably dead. She tells him she never really wanted to leave the town of beginnings and that she hated fighting. She also mentions that she knew just how strong Kirito is, but never understood why he hid his level from them. Despite that, she felt very safe with Kirito due to his strength. She also tells him not to blame himself if she dies, and that he should continue living. Recognizing that she still has time left before the recording ends, she hums to the tune of Rudolph the Red-Nosed Reindeer before thanking him and bidding him farewell one last time. Damn! Who's cutting those onions? Stop it! In episode 4, Silica, a beast tamer, is fighting monsters after leaving their previous party. However, she finds herself in a disadvantageous position after she gets surrounded. Her dragon sacrifices itself to buy time for her, but it isn't enough. As the monsters slowly approach Silica, Kirito appears out of nowhere and saves her. Seeing Silica's grief, Kirito tells her that there's a possibility of reviving her dragon if they go to the Hill of Memories, so he accompanies her there. On their way home, Kirito talks a little about his personal life. You see, the main reason he saved Silica is that she's kinda similar to his sister. Well, cousin. It's complicated. They were just raised together since they were little, which makes Kirito feel like she's more of a sister. Anyway, Kirito adds that he owes a lot to her because she saved him from his grandfather after he stopped going to their kendo dojo to train. His sister told their grandfather that she's going to train hard for both of them. This has always made Kirito feel guilty because she could have been doing something else instead of training inside a dojo. So, by saving Silica and accompanying her, in a weird way, he's also alleviating some of that guilt. Bro? You do know that that's called projecting, right? Anyway, so the two of them retrieve the revival item, but on their way home, a former member of Silica's previous party stops them. Now, this girl is a certified Silica hater. She demands that Silica hand over the revival item, but Kirito sees through all of it and calls her a leader of an orange guild. Basically, a guild that commits crimes against other players, including murder. Kirito reveals that he was actually using Silica as bait to lure out this guild so he can send them all to prison. After hearing all of this, the guild members figure out that he might be the so-called Black Swordsman due to his black attire. Because of this, they also figure out that he's a member of the Frontlines, a group of players spearheading the clearing of SAO. The guild leader reasons that a member of the Frontlines wouldn't be on this floor and convinces her guild members to launch an all-out assault. However, Kirito is just too high a level for them to even make a dent. He sends all of them to prison and accompanies Silica back to her room to revive her dragon, subpoena. Episode 5 opens with Asuna, now the second in command of the Knights of the Blood Oath, spotting Kirito outside napping after the guild wraps up a strategic meeting to plan their next boss raid. For context, Knights of the Blood Oath is one of SAO's top guilds and a member of the Frontlines. They're straight up badasses. Asuna tells Kirito to pick himself up and do some work, but Kirito declines and tells her that it's the best time to take a nap because Aincrad's weather is at a perfect temperature. Kirito then invites Asuna to take a nap with him, and boy did Asuna nap. As thanks for guarding her while she was asleep, Asuna treats Kirito to an all-you-can-eat buffet. However, before they even get to eating, they hear a scream outside, prompting the two to rush to the source of the sound. There, they find a person hanging on a noose with a spear impaled in him. Since the town is a safe zone, nobody should be able to die while inside it, unless it was a duel between two players. After the player dies, Kirito asks everyone to look for a victory or a winner icon that might indicate who the player was dueling against before he died, but nobody is able to spot one. Seeing that this is a mystery and a matter of importance, Kirito and Asuna team up once again to solve the puzzle. Kirito and Asuna find a witness by the name of Yoko, who tells them that the person who died was someone named Heinz, and that they were in a guild back then. The two were supposed to meet up in the town until the incident happened. After finding out about this, Kirito and Asuna head over to Agil's store to get the murder weapon identified. Agil mentions that it's a weapon named Guilty Thorn, and it was made by someone named Grimlock. The next day, Kirito and Asuna meet up with Yoko once more, and she mentions that she thinks the murders are happening due to a rare item that the guild got after defeating a boss. Back then, the guild decided to sell the loot after a voting process. Because of that, the leader of their guild, Griselda, went to the front lines to try to sell it. However, she didn't come back after a long period of time. The other guild members found out that she was dead, murdered even, by some of the people who were in the guild with them before. Yoko also mentions someone named Schmidt, a name that both Asuna and Kirito know, as he's part of the front lines. The next day, Kirito, Asuna, Yoko, and Schmidt meet up at an inn, and Yoko tells Schmidt everything that happened. She also throws out the theory that she, Heinz, and Schmidt are being hunted because they were the three people who voted for the item to be kept by the guild back then. Now, Yoko believes that the killer is the vengeful spirit of Griselda because no normal player can kill another player in a safe area, but a ghost might be able to. As she explains this, Yoko gets hit by a dagger on her back and dies. Yeesh, now we're on to some creepy stuff. Episode 6 follows the events of the previous episode closely. Kirito figures out that maybe Heinz and Yoko are not dead after all. He tells Asuna that the sparks and disappearing pixels they saw when they watched Heinz and Yoko die were not them actually passing away. It's their gear breaking as they used teleport crystals at the perfect moment to fake their deaths. While the two are talking about how Heinz and Yoko faked their deaths, Schmidt goes straight to Griselda's grave to ask for forgiveness. As he talks to Griselda's gravestone, two figures pop up out of nowhere. He assumes that they are Griselda and Grimlock and confesses that he was the one who left Griselda's room open, which led to her murder. After hearing Schmidt's confession, the two figures reveal themselves as Heinz and Yoko, and they tell him that they have his confession recorded. But this is not the sweet reunion they were expecting. Their meeting is interrupted by an attack from a red guild called the Laughing Coffin. That is a guild whose sole purpose is to murder players. Luckily, Kirito saves the three of them after he had a hunch that there might be something fishy with Grimlock. And it turns out he was right. Grimlock was behind the murder of Griselda and was planning to finish Heinz, Yoko, and Schmidt to bury the rare loot controversy. His motive? Well, according to Grimlock, Griselda changed into a much more confident person inside SAO compared to her more relaxed and submissive wife personality in real life. Yeah, they were married IRL, and he just couldn't handle that kind of change in her. What a loser! Insecure much? Anyway, after this whole debacle, Asuna asks Kirito what he would feel if he suddenly discovered a new side of his partner, to which Kirito replies he would feel lucky. Asuna, satisfied by this answer, tells him to add her as a friend because it's convenient. Girl, we know what you're doing. Episode 7 starts with Asuna getting her weapon maintained by a blacksmith named Lizbeth. She doesn't stay too long though, because apparently she's got a date with someone. As Asuna leaves, Lizbeth wonders when she'll find someone special too. A few days later, Kirito arrives at Lizbeth's shop and asks her to make a custom-made sword for him. His requirements are simple. It should be something stronger, or equally as strong as his Elucidator, one of the best swords in Sword Art Online. Lizbeth presents her masterpiece, but when Kirito tests its durability by quite literally smashing it against its sword, it breaks. Poor Liz. After a series of events, the two end up hunting a dragon boss that holds rare crystals Lizbeth needs to forge a superior weapon. A single mistake causes both of them to fall into a deep hole with no obvious way out. Kirito tries to climb up, but the walls are too steep and slippery, so they decide to make camp for the night. Before sleeping, Lizbeth asks Kirito why he saved her. Kirito answers that he believes it's better to die together than let someone die alone, and they fall asleep holding hands. The next day, Kirito finds the crystal they were looking for and realizes the hole is actually the dragon's nest. With quick thinking and acrobatics, Kirito gets them out safely. Back at the shop, Lizbeth forges the Dark Repulsor, a one-of-a-kind sword made with all of her heart. See, during the journey, Lizbeth actually falls really badly for Kirito, and now she's asking him to be his private blacksmith, basically confessing her feelings. Asuna suddenly interrupts this solemn moment, and Lizbeth instantly realizes that Kirito is Asuna's special someone. Heartbroken, she cooks up an excuse and runs off, but Kirito later consoles her. It kinda works, but Lizbeth admits that moving on will take time. And that right there is the best girl. You cannot change my mind. In episode 8, both Kirito and Asuna hang out at Asuna's place after Kirito hunted down a rabbit earlier and got his hands on an S-class ingredient he once cooked. After eating, Asuna and Kirito are talking about how the numbers in the front lines are dwindling and how a lot of people just kinda stopped caring about getting back to the real world and just want to stay there. Not just that, but the higher the floor, the more dangerous it gets. It's also important to keep in mind that it's been 2 years since the start of this whole thing. Anyway, Asuna invites Kirito to team up again, and after some threatening, Kirito reluctantly agrees. The next day, Kirito and Asuna meet up, but she's being followed by her bodyguard, Kuradil. Kuradil tells her that he doesn't believe that Kirito will be able to guarantee her safety. Well, that ends up badly for Kuradil after Kirito kicks his ass in a duel. With Kuradil gone, the two go on to grind levels. However, as they head deep into the dungeon, they accidentally accidentally find the door to the boss room. They open it and catch a glimpse of Floor 74's boss, the Gleam Eyes. Episode 9 follows the events of the last episode closely. After encountering the boss, Kirito and Asuna run away to safety. As they rest, Klein and his guild pop up. Klein starts teasing Kirito about being with the girl despite being a solo player. Man, shut up, Klein. Come back when you're a main character. As they're catching up, another guild called the Einkrad Liberation Army approaches them. A man named Korvats demands that Kirito give them the map of the whole dungeon and the boss room. Kirito gives them the map and the army goes on its way. Kirito, however, is worried about the condition of the troops as he saw them completely tired from the journey alone. As such, Kirito, Asuna, Klein, and his guild follow them to the boss room. On their way there, they hear a scream coming from the boss room. Kirito, Asuna, and Klein rush towards it, only to find Korvats killed and the army in the process of being wiped out. Seeing that there's no other choice if he wants to save them, Kirito finally unveils that he can actually use 2 swords in battle. Kirito kills the boss with the help of Asuna and Klein, using his soon-to-be signature move, Starburst Stream. After the fight, Kirito collapses due to fatigue. Kirito wakes up to a crying Asuna, and as soon as he sits up, Asuna hugs him tightly. Klein asks Kirito what kind of skill he used during the fight, and Kirito reveals that it's a unique skill called dual wielding. It's pretty self-explanatory. It allows him to fight using 2 swords. After Klein and the others leave Kirito and Asuna alone, Asuna tells Kirito that she doesn't know what she would have done if Kirito had died. After that, Asuna tells him that she's going to take a leave of absence from her guild to partner up with him. The next day, news of Kirito's unique skill is all the rage, which causes him to hide at Egil's place. Lizbeth, again, the best girl, teases him that it was supposed to be their little secret, and it was his fault everyone found out about it. Then, Asuna bursts into the room, telling Kirito that they have a problem. The two of them find themselves in front of the Knights of the Blood Oath guild leader, Heathcliff. He tells Kirito that he doesn't appreciate him poaching his second-in-command and one of their best players. Then, he challenges Kirito to a duel. If Kirito wins, Asuna gets to have her leave of absence, but if Kirito loses, he's gonna have to join the guild. In episode 10, Heathcliff and Kirito's duel has become quite the spectacle, with a coliseum full of players watching the two duke it out. Before the battle, Asuna reveals that Heathcliff also has a special skill called the Divine Blade, which allows the player to max out either his defense or attack, making him borderline overpowered. In the duel, Kirito gets past Heathcliff's defense, and as he is about to land the decisive blow, Heathcliff is able to block with his shield and counter with a simple stab. Kirito loses the duel and becomes a part of the Knights of the Blood Oath. The next day, Kirito finds himself in a training assessment with Kuradil and an officer from the guild. What was supposed to be a simple dungeon clear turns into a disaster after Kuradil poisons the officer and Kirito, preventing them from moving. Kuradil then starts killing this poor officer and goes straight to Kirito right after. Before Kirito's HP drops to 0, Asuna arrives just in time to save him. Asuna fights Kuradil, and Kirito finishes him off after Asuna falls for Kuradil's begging trap. Asuna, now in pain, tells Kirito that she should stay away from him starting from now because she only brings him problems. Kirito replies with his lips, quite literally. Mwah. Kirito tells Asuna that his life now belongs to her. Not wanting to leave Asuna's side, Kirito asks if he could stay the night at Asuna's place, and she happily agrees. After a meal, Asuna starts stripping down because she thought that Kirito meant it that way when he said that he wanted to stay the night. Kirito clears up the misunderstanding, and Asuna replies with a solid punch to the face. Anyway, after that, the next scene shows Kirito sitting on Asuna's bed and Asuna sleeping peacefully, with no clothes on. Kirito wakes Asuna up after poking her. Asuna tells him that she's happy because her time with him wasn't all just a dream. Asuna tells Kirito that she's planning to take time off from the front lines, and Kirito brings up a small village on the 22nd floor where they can potentially settle down together and get married. Asuna happily accepts Kirito's proposal. Episode 11 starts the much more slice of life part of SAO. In this episode, Kirito and Asuna finally get married and buy the house that Kirito was talking about in the last episode. Then, the two of them head over to the forest to explore and have a little bit of fun. As they head deeper, Kirito tells Asuna a rumor about a ghost who shows herself in the woods at times. As he tells this story, Asuna spots a girl and quickly notifies Kirito. The two observe the girl in disbelief until Kirito figures out that it's not a ghost, but a player. The girl faints, and the two bring her back to their house. The next day, Kirito and Asuna talk to the girl and find out that her name is Yui, and it seems that she has no memories. Also, since she can't pronounce Kirito and Asuna's names, she simply settles with Daddy and Mommy. Very cute. I love it. Anyway, the day after that, the three of them head to the town of beginnings to look for Yui's guardian or parents because they believe that a little girl like her should have been with a guardian when she logged on to SAO. Instead, Kirito and Asuna encounter a group of people from the Aincrad Liberation Army, demanding taxes from kids and another person called Sasha. Asuna steps in and fights the leader to stop the bullying. After that, Yui raises her hand, talking about everyone's hearts, and mentions that she was never from the first floor, and that she was always alone. Then, a glitch happens before Yui faints. In episode 12, Yui completely recovers from whatever the heck happened earlier after a good night's sleep. Then, Sasha tells them that she never saw someone like Yui in the town of beginnings. She explains that she goes out every day to look for kids who are trapped in SAO and provides them with food and shelter, hence why all of them are in a church right now. As Kirito and Asuna talk with Sasha, a person called Wielder knocks on the door of the church and tracks down Asuna and Kirito. Long story short, she reveals that there are two factions in the Aincrad Liberation Army, Kibao's faction and Thinker's faction. Remember Kibao, the dude from the boss raid? He's up to no good now. In fact, he was the one who ordered Kobats and his troops' assault on the floor boss, where Kobats died. Now, he's lured Thinker into a trap. Wielder asks for their help. The two of them were hesitant at first because this might be a trap. However, Yui tells Kirito and Asuna that what she's saying is true. She doesn't know how she knows, but she knows she knows. Hell yeah, Yui logic. So, Kirito, Asuna, Wielder, and Yui head to the dungeon to save Thinker. Yeah, Yui is coming because she doesn't want to be left alone. As they approach Thinker's location, Wielder rushes over to him, but Thinker tells her that the corridor she's walking on is rigged. Kirito notices a boss monster hiding in the shadows and saves Wielder just in time. Asuna tells Wielder to take Yui to the safe zone and joins Kirito for the fight. However, just one swing from the boss brings Asuna and Kirito's health to half. Seeing this, Yui steps out of the safe zone and quite literally deletes the boss monster with a swing of a sword she summoned out of nowhere. Surprised, Kirito and Asuna are at a loss for words. Then, Yui reveals that she has finally recovered her memories. She tells them that she's actually a program created by the Cardinal System, a system that regulates everything in SAO from top to bottom. To be more specific, Yui is a mental health counseling program. A program specifically tasked with making players around her feel at ease. Then, she tells them that the Cardinal System prevented her from interacting with the players after it turned into a death game. That is, until she saw both Kirito and Asuna, as they both had drastically different emotions from the mostly terrified players. So, she does her best to try to get close to the two, which is why she was in the woods. After that, she explains that she used the Game Master console, which was in the safe area, to delete the monster that threatened Kirito and Asuna's lives. Because of this, the Cardinal System now believes Yui is a foreign object and is about to delete her. Asuna and Kirito are both devastated as Yui is explaining all of this, as they both treated her as their child. Yui disappears, despite the two trying to cling to her as hard as possible. Kirito then hops onto the Game Master console to do something about it. In the end, Kirito is able to preserve Yui by turning her into a game object and gives her to Asuna. He names it Yui's heart. On their way home, Kirito tells Asuna, who's now wearing Yui's heart as a necklace, that he will try his best to recreate Yui after all of this is over. In episode 13, Kirito and Asuna continue their vacation, and they meet a fisherman called Nishida. After Asuna serves him some cooked fish, because he never knew that you can actually get soy sauce in the game, Nishida invites Kirito to an event tomorrow where he will try to catch the King of the Lakes. The next day, the two catch and defeat the fish, but Kirito receives a message from Heathcliff asking them to return to the front lines. The next day, Nishida sees the two off and shares his sentiment on whether he would be able to return to his old life even after he survives SAO, and that he believes his life as a fisherman in SAO suits him better. Asuna tells him that she used to think the same way until she met Kirito, who just seemed to be living his life to the fullest, despite the circumstances. This convinces Nishida to rethink his life in the real world. In the Knights of the Blood Oath headquarters, Heathcliff tells Asuna and Kirito that the recon team has been wiped out by the boss monster of floor 75. Heathcliff requests their cooperation as he assembles the largest raid group he can to deal with the boss. After the short meeting, Kirito gets honest with Asuna, telling her not to join the battle and to just stay safe. Asuna tells him that if he died in the battle without her being around, she would probably follow suit. Kirito replies that if he's being honest, he just wants to live in SAO together with Asuna and not go to the real world anymore. While Asuna likes the suggestion, she brings up the fact that their bodies in the real world are probably in hospitals now, and that there's a time limit to just how long their bodies could survive being hooked up to machines keeping them alive. As such, all of them are working on a deadline. The next day, the raid finally happens, and the group starts the fight with the boss, the Skull Reaper. Episode 14 starts with the fight with the Skull Reaper about to end. After the raid group kills the boss monster, Kirito announces that the raid resulted in 14 casualties. As everyone rests after a hard-fought win, Kirito notices that Heathcliff doesn't seem to be exhausted at all. He becomes suspicious about Heathcliff's HP and his calm demeanor after the boss fight. Kirito picks up his elucidator and launches a surprise attack on Heathcliff. Kirito's attack bounces off because apparently Heathcliff is an immortal object. It basically means an object that cannot be destroyed or killed. This puzzles the raid group, and Kirito reveals his suspicion that Heathcliff is actually Akihiko Kaiba, the creator of both SAO and the Nerve Gear. Heathcliff admits that he is indeed Kaiba, and that he is the final boss of the game. He asks Kirito how he figured it out, and Kirito replied that there was something that bugged him about their duel because of the way Heathcliff parried Kirito's decisive blow. Kirito says it was too fast. Heathcliff tells Kirito that he always believed Kirito would be the one fighting him at the top of Aincrad. He also explains that the dual-wielding skill is only given to the player with the fastest reaction time. Heathcliff then paralyzes everyone in the raid group except for Kirito, and tells Kirito that he's giving him a chance to clear the game right now by defeating him in a duel. Asuna tells Kirito to end it all right here and right now, and Kirito bids farewell to Egil and Klein, who were in the raid group. The duel between him and Heathcliff commences. Kirito tries his best to defeat him without using the system, as Kaiba himself programmed everything, which means that he knows everyone's moves. However, Kirito's Dark Repulsor breaks after Kaiba blocks a flurry of moves from Kirito. Kirito's hope shatters with his sword, and as Kaiba is about to land the decisive blow on Kirito, Asuna gets in the way and gets hit instead, killing her. Damn, that's so sad. Despite having just lost his wife and being obviously depressed as hell, Kirito picks up Asuna's sword and tries to kill Heathcliff, but it's futile. Heathcliff stabs Kirito, but as his HP drops to 0, Kirito's willpower to stay alive manages to keep him in the game, and Kirito does this. Thus, SAO has been cleared. Kirito opens his eyes to find himself at a place in SAO looking over Aincrad. Behind him, he hears Asuna's voice, and the two spend some time together before Kaiba appears beside them. Kirito asks him why he made SAO, and Kaiba says that it was so long ago that he doesn't remember anymore. Kaiba adds that he had a desire to create a castle that surpassed all laws and restrictions. Okay, wait, so let me get this straight. This dude just kind of forgot his reason for trapping 10,000 people in a death game, with 4,000 of those people dying. He did all of this just to answer with, I don't know. Alright, whatever. Anyway, Kaiba disappears, and Kirito spends his final moments in SAO with Asuna. Asuna asks Kirito for his real name, and he reveals it to be Kirigaya Kazuto. Asuna tells him that her real name is Asuna Yuuki, before the two of them disappear together with SAO. Then, Kirito wakes up in the real world and finds himself in a hospital. He remembers Asuna, and despite being in bed for more than 2 years, Kirito stands up to look for Asuna in the hospital. Episode 15 marks the end of the Aincrad arc and the start of a new one. The episode starts with Kirito having a nightmare regarding SAO. I mean, being stuck in a death game for 2 years will surely mess you up. Anyway, we finally meet Kirito's sister, or cousin. Man, this is confusing. Kirito tosses her a bottle of water after he sees her swinging a bamboo sword outside their house. It's training usually done by kendo practitioners. Kirito calls her Sugu, but her real name is Suguha. Kirito challenges her to a kendo match, and Suguha wins, considering that she's actually a pretty strong kendo athlete. After her win, Suguha asks Kirito whether he's going somewhere today, and Kirito tells her that he's going to the hospital to visit Asuna. As he's on his way to the hospital, Kirito reveals that it's been 2 months since SAO was cleared and that there are a few people who still haven't woken up, Asuna included. Upon arriving at Asuna's hospital room, Asuna's dad and a dude named Sugo Nobuyuki enter the room. There, it was revealed that Asuna and Sugo are set to be married next week. After Asuna's dad leaves, Sugo abandons the kind-hearted act and tells Kirito that he is the sole reason Asuna and the other people who still haven't woken up from the SAO incident are still alive. See, this dude is the head of the R&D department of the company that ran the SAO servers after the game's original company, Argus, declared bankruptcy. Sugo tells Kirito that Asuna hates his guts, and that if she were conscious, his proposal would no doubt be denied by her. So he's just taking advantage of the situation. He adds that Kirito is not welcome to visit Asuna anymore. This dude's hella creepy. After that, Kirito comes back to his house, and Suguha, who already knows that he's her cousin, not brother, calls out to him and finds that he's sulking in his room. Suguha asks what's wrong, and Kirito explains everything. Suguha consoles him and tucks him into bed and decides to sleep beside him. Okay, it's worth noting that Suguha obviously has feelings for Kirito. The next day, Kirito receives an email from Agil showing a picture of a girl in a cage who looks a lot like Asuna. In episode 16, Kirito heads over to Agil's bar to talk about the picture that he sent him. According to Agil, it was taken from a game called ALfheim Online, also known as ALO for the Amusphere. The Amusphere is another VR machine that's much safer than the Nerve Gear. ALfheim Online is another VR MMORPG, same as SAO, but it doesn't have a level system, and the main goal is to reach the top of the world tree, a massive tree in the middle of the game's world map. Players are divided into 9 races and competing to see who reaches the top first. Oh, and the best thing yet, players can fly. And PvP, or player versus player, is a huge thing in this game. To top it all off, you don't die in real life when you die in game. The picture Agil sent to Kirito was taken by players who tried to reach the top of the tree by lining up and flying to the top of the world tree. Kirito wonders why Asuna would be in the game until he spots that the creator is the one Sugo is working for. Kirito borrows the game from Agil and fires up his Nerve Gear once more, after Agil tells him that it can be played using it. In the character creation screen, Kirito chooses the race called Spriggan. After that, the game is supposed to take him to the Spriggan starting area, but a glitch happens and he gets teleported to a neutral area. He opens his character screen and notices that his stats and items are sort of corrupted. He quickly searches for something in his inventory and is able to retrieve Yui's heart and summon her in ALfheim. After some catching up, Yui tells Kirito that the world of ALfheim was copied from SAO, and that's why his current character is the same one as he used in SAO. He also advises Kirito to delete his items before the security system detects them. As Yui teaches Kirito how to fly in the game, 2 players named Lifa and Rekken are being chased by 3 other players. Lifa decides to fight their chasers, which results in Rekken dying, and her being cornered by the 3 players. Don't worry, if they die here, they just die in-game, not in real life. As Lifa readies herself to fight the 3 players, Kirito crashes down near them and interrupts the fight before obliterating one of the players. In episode 17, Kirito wipes out the party that attacked Lifa, and Lifa agrees to buy Kirito a drink as repayment. The two land in a city under Sylph territory called Sylvain. Sylphs are one of the races in ALO, and they look like your typical wind elves in other games. Kirito and Lifa meet up with Lifa's real-life friend Reckon. Yeah, the same dude from earlier. He tells her that their party leader is waiting for her, but Lifa declines, honoring her deal with Kirito. As they eat, Kirito asks Lifa about the world tree and how to get to the top, which she believes is impossible to beat. Kirito reveals that he needs to get to the top as soon as possible because he's looking for someone. As he's about to leave, Lifa stops him and tells Kirito that she's coming with him. Lifa tells Kirito to log in tomorrow, and she will take him to the world tree before logging out. The next scene takes us back to the real world, where it's finally revealed that Lifa is actually Kirito's cousin Suguha. Wow. Back in ALfheim, the fairy king Oberon, who is Tsugo in the real world, talks to Titania. Our suspicions are correct, as Titania reveals herself to be Asuna, and Tsugo is purposefully keeping her and the other SO players who haven't woken up yet. Tsugo tells her that he is using them as test subjects for research that would allow people to alter human memories, emotions, and senses. After some inappropriate Asuna touching, Tsugo punches out some code to open the gate and leaves Asuna wishing that Kirito would save her. Seriously, what the heck was that about? In episode 18, Kirito's journey to the world tree finally starts. But before that, Lifa leaves her party, which results in the leader, Sigurd, getting angry. Another party member diffuses the situation, telling Sigurd that it would look bad for the image of the party if they ganged up on a Spriggan who can't fight. See, in ALfheim Online, each race has its own territories. If a player from a different race, say a Spriggan, goes to a different race's territory, let's say the Sylphs would be able to fight the Spriggan, but the Spriggan won't be able to retaliate. Before leaving, Rickon catches up to the two and tells Lifa that he wants to be with them, but he wants to check on a couple of things first, so he's staying with Sigurd for now. Reckon tries to tell Kirito that Lifa is his, which leads to Kirito and Yui teasing Lifa about the two's relationship in real life, because it's obvious that Reckon likes Lifa. I mean, the worst she can say is no, right?
Do you feel the same way about him? I don't know, jeez!
Oh. As Lifa and Kirito travel to the world tree, Asuna is being inappropriately caressed by Tsugo again. Like, why? What is happening here? Tsugo tells Asuna about his encounter with Kirito in her hospital room, and how the colors in his face drained after Tsugo mentioned that he's marrying Asuna the next week. Now that Asuna knows Kirito is alive, she gets filled with hope. As Tsugo leaves, Asuna finally finds out the code that will lead to her freedom. Back to Lifa and Kirito, Kirito tells her that he feels like they're being watched, and before the episode ends, a group of salamanders, the same race that attacked Lifa a few days ago, is shown tracking them down. In episode 19, Lifa and Kirito make significant progress on their journey to the world tree. However, Lifa receives a message from Reckon telling them to take care. Then, Yui tells Kirito and Lifa that she's detecting a bunch of players heading their way. The two of them escape to a nearby city, but are blocked by their pursuers, a party of salamanders. A fight breaks out where Kirito has to transform into a monster resembling the Gleam Eyes just to defeat the whole party. Lifa supports him throughout the battle, and as Kirito is about to kill another player, Lifa asks him to leave him alive. Kirito transforms back to a Spriggan and asks for the rando's cooperation in exchange for all the items and gold Kirito earned for killing his playmates. Kirito and Leafa find out that the attack was ordered by the salamanders because they believe that Kirito and Leafa are a threat to the race's plans. The rando also tells them that the salamanders are on their way north of their territory, and Leafa believes that they are planning to take on the World Tree. But the rando tells her that it's going to be impossible, as the army would need ancient level gear, the best kinds of gear in ALfheim Online, to even attempt it. After the rando tells everything that he knows, Kirito gives him the loot. After that, Kirito and Leafa head to the city. Upon reaching the city, Kirito reminds Leafa about the message she received from Reckon. Leafa logs out to check if she has messages on her phone from him, and Reckon calls her the moment she picks up her phone. Reckon tells her that Sigurd has been collaborating with salamanders, and the salamanders are heading over to a neutral territory to interrupt an alliance pact signing between the leaders of the Sylphs, Sakuya, and the leader of the Katsi, Alicia Rue. The two of them head over to the event to stop the salamanders' attack. In episode 20, Leafa and Kirito arrive at the Alliance Summit just as the salamanders launch their attack. Kirito introduces himself as the representative of the Undine Spriggan Alliance, which is obviously not true. However, he keeps up this bluff and tells them that if they attack the summit, the salamanders will essentially wage war against the Sylphs, Katsi, Undines, and the Spriggans. He asks to talk to the commander of the salamanders, and this dude called Eugene pops out. He doesn't believe that Kirito is a representative of anything because of how ass his equipment is. So Eugene tells Kirito that if he survives for 30 seconds in their fight, he'll believe him. Now, Eugene, according to Sakuya, is the strongest player in the game. Not just that, but he also wields the demonic sword Gram, which can phase through swords and shields, making it unblockable. Kirito and Eugene duke it out, and once 30 seconds have passed, Eugene decides to continue his onslaught on Kirito, unable to stop the relentless Eugene. Kirito casts a spell that produces a black smoke that blinds everyone. Kirito then steals Leafa's sword and uses his dual-wielding skill to defeat Eugene. After the duel, Sakuya revives Eugene. Kirito once again asks him to respectfully retreat with his army, and after a quick convincing from Kagemune, the party leader of the group that attacked Leafa and Reckon, Eugene and his army fly away. Once the salamanders are out of sight, Leafa tells Sakuya about Sigurd's betrayal. Sakuya banishes Sigurd, branding him a renegade. Renegades are players in ALfheim Online who were banished by their own race. Players can also be renegades if they cast away their own race. Kirito admits that there never was an Undine Spriggan alliance and that he made it all up on the spot. Sakuya and Alicia both laugh and try to recruit Kirito to their side. Kirito tells them that he can't join them because he's in a rush to go to the top of the World Tree. Leafa invites the two leaders, but they tell her that they'd need a couple of days to gear up their raiding group. Kirito leaves them with a bunch of money, which speeds up the process, and the two leaders promise that they will help Kirito end this World Tree journey. At the same time, in Asuna's cage, Asuna enters the code she saw Sugo use, and the cage finally opens. Episode 21 starts with Asuna finding the experimentation room where Sugo and his small team experiment with the people he kidnapped from the SAO project. As she's about to log them all off and save them from the torment the experiments are giving them, she gets caught by two of Sugo's team members, which results in probably one of anime's most distasteful parts. Ew. Anyway, Asuna is escorted back to her cage, but she's able to grab a card she saw from the experiment room's console. While all of this happens, Suguha and Kirito visit Asuna in the hospital. Suguha feels conflicted about the visit due to her feelings for Kirito. Then, Suguha and Kirito log into ALfheim Online, where Suguha, Now Leafa tells Kirito that her heart has just been broken, not knowing that Kirito is her real-life cousin. Kirito, also oblivious of this fact, consoles her until she stops crying. He tells her that she can log out if she's not feeling it today, but Leafa declines, telling him that she's already here, so she's going with him all the way. As Kirito and Leafa approach the World Tree, Yui tells them that she feels Asuna's presence directly above them, confirming Kirito's suspicion that Asuna is really at the top of the World Tree. Episode 22 rolls in with Kirito trying to break the barrier that the game masters put so that players can't fly to the lowest branch of the World Tree. As he attempts to break through, Yui tries to contact Asuna using the warning mode of the game. Asuna hears her calls and proceeds to drop the keycard she swiped from the experiment room. Kirito catches the card, which confirms that Asuna is really at the top of the World Tree. Fueled by his yearning to see Asuna again, he asks Leafa where the entrance to the World Tree is. Leafa hesitates, but seeing that Kirito looks like he can't be stopped, gives in and points it out. Kirito tells Leafa that he'll be fine alone and thanks her for her help before he leaves. Upon arriving in the World Tree, Kirito takes on the hundreds of guardians that protect it. However, they're too strong even for him, and before he reaches the top, he gets impaled by swords that ultimately kill him. While waiting for his resurrection timer to go down to 0, Kirito reflects on his life regarding VR MMORPGs. He realizes that his strength in games means nothing aside from skills and status. While reflecting, Leafa busts in and retrieves Kirito's Remain Light, a fire that remains where the player died and allows them to be resurrected. After taking Kirito's Remain Light outside the World Tree, Leafa resurrects Kirito with an item called the World Tree Dewdrop. Kirito thanks her, but tells her that he needs to go back and clear it. Leafa stops him, telling him that he means so much to her and that he should just go back to being his normal self. However, Kirito tells her that he needs to meet Asuna at the top of the World Tree. Upon hearing the name Asuna, Leafa realizes that Kirito is actually her cousin Kazuto and calls out to him. Kirito, surprised that Leafa knows his name, realizes it's Suguha. Leafa logs out of ALfheim Online and Kirito follows suit. Kirito knocks on Suguha's door, and there, Suguha finally reveals that she's had feelings for Kirito for quite some time now. Suguha tells him that she was ready to forget her feelings for Kazuto by falling in love with Kirito. But, well, we're in this situation now. Kirito attempts to tell her that they're siblings, but Suguha interrupts him, telling him that she knew all along that they were cousins instead. Kazuto, speechless, can only apologize to Suguha. Yeesh, I would not want to be in Kirito's position right now. Ugh. Episode 23 follows the events of the previous episode closely. It starts with a flashback on how Kirito figured out that he wasn't really a part of the family he's in when he was 10 years old. Since then, he put some distance between himself and Suguha and used VR MMORPGs as escapism, saying that it might be where he truly belongs. However, after the SAO incident, he understood that the virtual world and the real world are the same. Upon his return from SAO, seeing Suguha's worried face in the hospital, Kirito decided that he was going to try to get much closer to Suguha. Back in the present, Kirito tells Suguha to meet him in ALfheim Online. Leafa logs on to see Rekken in front of her and tells him that he's not going to see Kirito again because she said some stupid words and now they're fighting. Rekken, seeing that his beloved Leafa is crying, confesses to her. Bro, really? Timing? Well, he does get this as an answer.
No, what are you doing?
The worst she could say is no. Anyway, learning from Rekken's guts, Leafa heads over to where Kirito is waiting and challenges him to a duel. Their battle quickly takes to the skies, and as they both get ready to deal their decisive blows, they both release their swords. Kirito catches Leafa and tells her that he wanted to apologize but just didn't know how. Because of that, he planned to throw the duel. Leafa apologizes for her behavior, and the two finally make up. Kirito reveals that for him, he feels like he still hasn't come back from SAO, not until Asuna wakes up in the real world. This is also why he still doesn't know what to feel about Leafa. Kirito asks Leafa to wait until he's fully back in the real world with them, and Leafa tells him that she's going to wait for him. But until then, she's going to help Kirito in his quest in ALfheim Online. The two reunite with Rekken in front of the base of the World Tree and plan for their assault. Yui tells them that the Guardians' stats are low, but the main problem is their sheer numbers. Yui suggests that Kirito's speed might be able to blast through, but he's going to need help. Kirito asks Rekken and Leafa to focus on healing him as he deals with the Guardians himself. Kirito, Leafa, and Rekken enter the base of the World Tree once more and attempt to clear it. However, it doesn't go as planned, as the sheer number of Guardians makes it look impossible. Rekken even sacrifices himself by using a self-destruct spell that clears the way to the door. However, as Kirito approaches the door, the Guardians get back to formation just in time to defend it. Just as things look bleak, the Katsi and Sylph forces arrive to assist Kirito in this conquest. The Alliance opens up a path for Kirito, allowing him to reach the door at the top of the World Tree. Finally! Episode 24 starts with Yui leading Kirito to where Asuna is being held hostage. The three of them finally reunite after Yui opens the door of Asuna's cage, and the three of them get to spend a brief moment of respite to get— no. Just as they are reunited, they are suddenly forced to the ground by gravity magic, a new type of magic that will only be available in the next patch of ALfheim Online. Yui also disappears, and their surroundings turn pitch black. Out of nowhere, Sugo pops up and kicks Kirito to the ground. Sugo tells Kirito that ALfheim Online's real purpose is to assist him and his team in developing technology that would be able to control human thoughts and emotions. Both Kirito and Asuna swear they will take Sugo down. Then, Sugo summons a pair of chains in front of Asuna and holds her up with them. Kirito, enraged, tries to stand up, but Sugo once again kicks him and impales Kirito with his own sword before lowering the system's pain absorption level from 10 to 8, so Kirito can really feel the stabbing pain. Then, like a maniac, he starts, Asuna in front of Kirito. Like, bro, if you're doing this to make us hate you, you're doing a great job. But also, is this really necessary?
I'll kill you! You're here!
As Kirito falls into despair, Kaiba appears in front of him and tells Kirito that he's shown him that human will is more powerful than a game's system. Kaiba then encourages Kirito to stand up. Kirito actually does so, to Sugo's surprise. Then, Kirito blocks a punch from Sugo and logs in using Heathcliff's credentials, essentially giving him master game permissions. He revokes Sugo's administrator privileges, essentially making Kirito the game master of ALfheim Online. Sugo tries to summon Excalibur, a legendary weapon, but nothing happens. Kirito does the same, but this time, it works. Kirito tosses Excalibur to Sugo and initiates a duel with him after setting the pain absorption level to 0. Of course, this ends up badly for Sugo. You're quite literally up against the hero. After Kirito slays Sugo, he breaks the chain holding Asuna up. The two finally have the reunion that they deserve before Kirito logs Asuna out of the game. After that, Kaiba pops up once more and gives Kirito the seed. Kaiba explains that the seed is the beginning of a world and that Kaiba wishes for for it to grow. However, Kirito can do anything he wants with it, including throwing it away. Kaiba leaves the seed in Kirito's hands before saying his farewell and hoping that they would meet again in the future. After that, Kirito is transported back to the cage. He calls out to Yui, asking if she's safe, and she pops up, saying that she hid herself in Kirito's nerve gear memory. Kirito tells Yui that Asuna is finally back in the real world before giving her a kiss and logging out of ALfheim Online. In the real world, Suguha is waiting for Kirito to wake up in his room. He tells her that Asuna is finally back, and Suguha tells Kirito to head immediately to Asuna's hospital room, which he does. Episode 25 continues from the events of the previous episode, with Kirito cycling his way to Asuna's hospital. However, upon arriving at the parking lot, he's met by Sugo, who slashes Kirito's face, wounding him. Sugo tells Kirito that since he foiled his plans, he's simply gonna kill him in real life instead. Kirito is able to turn the tables around after dodging Sugo's killing blow. Then he bashes Sugo's head into a nearby parked vehicle and puts the knife against Sugo's throat. Ultimately, Kirito doesn't kill Sugo, but it's enough to make Sugo pass out. Kirito continues on his way to Asuna's room, where the two finally meet and have their real-life reunion. The next scene shows a school where Asuna and Kirito are studying. Apparently, everyone studying here is a survivor of the SAO incident. Kirito and Asuna meet up in the courtyard for lunch and talk about the outcomes of the recent incidents. To give you a quick rundown, Sugo was arrested, Asuna's dad retired as the CEO of the company running ALfheim Online, and Kaiba is dead. The Kaiba that spoke to Kirito previously was him uploading his consciousness into the internet. ALfheim Online was also shut down, and with the bad press that VR MMORPGs have gotten throughout the years, the genre's not looking so good. Then, Asuna reminds Kirito that there's an upcoming reunion at Agil's bar for the friends that they made in SAO. Upon entering the bar with Asuna and Suguha, Lizbeth leads Kirito to the middle of the bar, and they all celebrate his achievement of clearing SAO. Heck, even Thinker and Yuuki are there, and they're even married now in real life. And remember the seed? Well, apparently, it's a program that runs a VR MMO creation and management package, essentially allowing people to create their own VR MMORPGs. This was the push the genre needed to survive, and Kirito asked Agil previously to upload it online for free. Because of that, the VR MMORPG industry survives. ALfheim Online's data was also transferred to another company, allowing players to continue playing the game. Kirito then asks Agil if the afterparty is still happening, and Agil tells him that it is, and they are gathering at Yggdrasil City, just like planned. The scene then switches over to ALfheim Online, where Leafa and Kirito reunite in the skies. The two of them dance before Leafa tells Kirito that she just couldn't catch up to everyone, including Kirito. Kirito reassures her that it isn't true before pointing at the moon in ALfheim Online. Then, a flying structure closely resembling Aincrad slides into view. Kirito tells Leafa that he reset all of his stats and he's starting from 0, but he'll try to conquer all the floors of Aincrad from 0 to 100. He then asks Leafa to help him, and she agrees. After that, players that we've seen in both games head towards Aincrad, with Kirito, Asuna, Leafa, and Yui following them. And that's how Sword Art Online's first season ends. The first episode of SAO's second season starts with a bunch of dudes at a bar in Gun Online, also called GGO, watching an interview. Gun Online is a new VR MMORPG where guns reign supreme and stat builds matter. Heck, even the dude in the interview is taunting players who built their characters wrong. During the interview, a cloaked player stands in front of the monitor and shoots his gun at the blue-haired dude being interviewed, named Zexceed, while talking about real power and judgment, prompting laughter from the players in the bar. However, the atmosphere quickly shifts after Zexceed's face morphs into despair and disconnects from the game. The cloaked player introduces himself as Death Gun. Back in the real world, Kirito and Asuna are having a date and are talking about their plans for the future. Kirito says that he wants to create technology that will replace the full dive system, while Asuna doesn't really have plans yet and just wants to stay with Kirito, even after graduation. The two of them also talk about how they could make Yui exist in the real world, with Asuna pushing Kirito to create the technology to make it possible. Then, a flashback plays, and we see Kirito entering a restaurant with someone waiting for him. This person is Seijiro Kikuoka, a member of the Tech Bureau of the Ministry of Internal Affairs and Communications, also known as the Virtual Reality section. Kikuoka starts talking about two incidents that happened in Gun Gale Online. It's basically about death guns seemingly killing people in-game, but somehow the players are also killed in real life. Kikuoka manages to convince Kirito to try to make contact with Death Gun in Gun Gale Online. However, two of them still believe that the deaths were just coincidences, and a gun from the virtual world can't be used to kill people in real life. Anyway, the flashback ends and we see Kirito and Asuna continuing their date, with Asuna saying that they should invite Lizbeth and the others next time they go there. Then, the scene switches over to Gun Gale Online, and we're introduced to a blue-haired sniper called Sinon, and she's aiming at a squad in the distance, waiting for the right time to shoot. Episode 2 continues from where we left off. We see Sinon taking aim at the previously mentioned squad. Her squad leader, Dine, tells the whole team that they're simply chumps that they can kill. However, something's wrong with the info provided to them. There's an additional person in the squad they're aiming at, which is a cloaked dude in the back. Sinon tells the squad leader that she's picking up some bad vibes from the person, but he tells her to stick to the plan and aim for the person with the machine gun first. When it's time to attack, Sinon perfectly does her job and takes down the machine gun user before shooting the cloaked dude. However, the best sniper in GGO, according to her squad, misses. Sinon's bad hunch comes true as the cloaked dude removes his cloak and reveals a minigun, which immediately turns the tables around. Sinon runs down to where the rest of the squad are and formulates a plan to take down the minigun user called Behemoth. Her plan doesn't work out smoothly because Behemoth properly predicts everything. As a sniper, this makes things hard for Sinon because she needs to hit him from his blind spot. Seeing that there's no other way but a head-to-head matchup, Sinon sacrifices her leg to be able to land a shot in close range and finish the fight. Sinon logs out and we finally get a glimpse of what she looks like in real life. Meanwhile, in ALfheim Online, Kirito can't seem to take his mind away from the death gun incidents. Episode 3 rolls out with Sinon finishing her classes and doing some grocery shopping on the way home. However, a group of classmates stops her and tries to bully her into giving them money. Sinon declines, but the ringleader pulls out a finger gun. Yeah, like what kids do to imitate a gun with their hands. And Sinon gets visibly distressed. She gets saved by her friend Shinkawa Kyoji, and we finally find out that Sinon's full name is Asada Shino. The two of them spend some time at a nearby cafe until Sinon fully calms down. Shinkawa even offers to walk her home every day, but Sinon declines. Bro, you're not slick like that. At home, Sinon opens her drawer, revealing a model gun that looks a little futuristic. She holds it, and we finally see a little bit of her backstory. Apparently, when she was a kid, she shot a robber with the dude's own pistol at a post office robbery gone wrong. She might have saved her mother, but she also killed the robber, who now lives rent-free in her head. This is the main cause of her trauma with guns. Well, at least in the real world. While all of this is happening, Kirito heads over to a hospital where he'll do a full dive and finally check out the world of Gun Gale Online. There, he meets the same nurse responsible for his rehabilitation after the SAO incident, Nurse Aki, or should I say the best girl. Kirito puts on the Amusphere before the scene switches over to another person's monitor, presumably death guns. And it's not looking good for Sinon, as she seems to be Death Gun's next target. In episode 4, we finally see Kirito log in to Gun Gale Online for the first time. By the way, he's using a converted avatar from ALfheim, which means that all his skills and stats were carried over to Gun Gale Online. You see, because of Kaiba's The Seed, games in the SAO universe are all connected in some way or another. So moving on, Kirito gets lost and approaches a player to ask for directions. This player just so happens to be Sinon, but of course, Kirito doesn't know that just yet. Since Kirito's avatar looks like a girl in GGO, he pretends to be one while he asks Sinon for directions so she wouldn't think that he's hitting on her. Kirito asks Sinon for the direction to the governor's office and a cheap place to buy guns. As Sinon happily leads Kirito to the gun shop, Sinon asks him why he wants to go to the governor's office. Kirito replies that he needs to go there to register for the upcoming Bullet of Bullets, a player versus player tournament. Upon arriving at the gun shop, Sinon suggests guns that Kirito can buy. However, they both find out that he actually doesn't have any credits to buy them. Kirito asks if there are things that he can do to earn some quick bucks, and Sinon tells him that there's this mini-game called Untouchable. Basically, the players just need to reach the shooter from the other end of the corridor, and they will get the jackpot money. See, in GGO, there's a mechanic called the bullet line. It's basically a prediction of where the bullets coming from an enemy are going to hit. Sinon notes that except for a sniper's first shot, every gun in the game has a bullet line. After seeing another person miserably fail at the minigame, Kirito tries his hand at it and clears it using his superior reflexes. After claiming the jackpot, Sinon explains to Kirito that he can basically buy any gun that he wants. She also explains the different kinds of guns, but as they're walking around, Kirito's interest is piqued by an item we're all familiar with. And honestly, at this point, it is synonymous with Kirito, a sword. Well, in GGO, it's called a photon blade. At first, Sinon tells him that it's gonna be hard to use because he needs to be close to the opponent for it to do any damage. But Kirito being Kirito, he just buys it anyway. Sinon tells him that he will still need a sidearm to keep the opponent occupied while he closes the distance, and suggests the 5.7, a pistol. After Kirito buys the gun, the two of them head over to the range to try it out. Kirito fires his first shot, and it misses, prompting him to tell Sinon that shooting a gun is not as easy as he thought it would be. After a while, the two of them leave the gun shop and head over to the governor's office. Sinon notices that they only have a few minutes before the registration for Bullet of Bullets closes, so Kirito grabs Sinon and rents a buggy so they can register before their time is up. Episode 5 starts with Kirito and Sinon being able to register just in time before the Bullet of Bullets registration deadline comes around. In the waiting area, Sinon comments that the people showing off their guns are stupid because it'll allow their opponents to be able to create counter strategies to fight them. Upon reaching the dressing room, Sinon undresses and urges Kirito to do the same so he can change into his battle gear. Kirito finally reveals to Sinon that he's actually a dude and not a girl, and let's just say that he got what he deserved. deserved. Kirito keeps following Sinon around, but since she's mad, she tells him to go away. Kirito tells her that he doesn't know anybody from around here and doesn't know what Bullet of Bullets is about. Sinon explains the format of the tournament. During the preliminaries, players will fight one-on-one at a randomly generated arena. Those who win progress through the tournament, and those who reach the finals are qualified for the Battle Royale segment of the tournament. As the two talk, another player approaches Sinon. This dude's name is Spiegel. Spiegel tells Sinon that he was looking for her all over the place, but just couldn't find her. Sinon tells him that she got caught up with a chore and looks at Kirito. Kirito banters with Sinon, which makes Spiegel jealous, before being transported back to his first match. In his first match, Kirito gets matched up with a person who utilizes his surroundings as camouflage, making it harder for Kirito to detect him. His opponent starts shooting, forcing Kirito to hide behind a pillar. Kirito, not one to back down, launches an attack at his opponent. Realizing that there are bullet prediction lines in GGO, he uses the mechanics to his own advantage by deflecting the bullets using his photon sword. Kirito wins after getting close enough to stab his opponent. After winning, Kirito gets transported back to the waiting area, where he meets Death Gun. However, since he doesn't have any idea what he's supposed to look like, he has no idea that he's already looking at the person he's supposed to investigate. Death Gun asks him if he's the real deal, which leads Kirito to believe that this person is an SAO survivor. Not just that, but he also sees a laughing coffin tattoo on Death Gun's arm, the Murder Guild from SAO. Episode 6 treats us to a flashback from Kirito during his time in SAO. See, there was a raid on Laughing Coffin's base back then, where the members of the front lines had to fight the Murder Guild to round them up. During that time, Kirito killed 2 players, something that still weighs heavily on his conscience today. Seeing Death Gun's tattoo causes Kirito to spiral into guilt, trying to figure out the person behind Death Gun's avatar. As he spirals, Sinon taps his shoulder. Kirito looks at Sinon with a distressed look. Sinon even tells him that he can't go to the finals if he looks like that after his first match. As Sinon leaves, Kirito holds her hand, which makes Sinon think that there might be something else wrong. Before Kirito can get a word out, he gets transported to his next match. Kirito and Sinon play their matches until they meet in the finals of the preliminary round. Their match starts with Sinon looking for a place where she can shoot Kirito without him figuring out where she's hiding. You know, the whole one shot, one kill. However, Kirito just appears in front of her with no intention to fight. This aggravates Sinon because she can't control her heartbeat. Her shots keep missing. Finally, Sinon rushes Kirito and asks him what the heck he's doing. Kirito realizes that he broke his promise to give Sinon an actual match in the final, which was something they talked about after they both registered for Bullet of Bullets. Kirito tries to make amends and strikes a deal with Sinon. Kirito tells her that they'll be 10 meters apart, and after the bullet he tosses in the air falls to the ground, their match will start. Sinon tells him that she's not going to miss at that range, and Kirito doesn't mind. After the bullet falls to the ground, Sinon fires her shot, and Kirito reacts instantly by slashing it. Sinon, surprised by how he did that, reaches for her sidearm. However, Kirito is quicker. He holds her close while pointing his sword at her. Sinon asks him how he knew where she was going to shoot, and Kirito tells her that he saw Sinon's eye through her scope. Sinon wonders why Kirito was so scared earlier in the waiting area if he's this strong, but Kirito refutes it, saying that it's all skill, not strength. Sinon doesn't believe this and asks Kirito how he got this strong, but Kirito answers with another question, asking Sinon if she would be able to kill if it meant saving herself or her loved ones. This makes Sinon think that maybe they have the same kind of circumstances. Kirito then asks Sinon if she could resign because he doesn't really enjoy slashing girls. Sinon agrees, but tells him that she will take the win next time. Episode 7 hits the ground running with Suguha figuring out that Kirito is currently in GGO. At first, Kirito avoids the question and says that it's just the same name, but Suguha reveals that she actually talked to Asuna about it, and that's where she figured it out. Despite that, Suguha doesn't ask the reason why he's there, but she knows he'll get a massive paycheck out of it. Girl knows her priorities. Over at Asuna's side, she's hanging out with Shinkawa again, and she's talking about how she's so pissed off at Kirito. This worries Shinkawa, who tells her that she has changed and that she never talked about someone like this before. Shinkawa holds both Asuna's hands and hugs her, while telling her that he'll do anything for her. However, Asuna pushes him and tells him she's not ready to be anyone's girlfriend just yet. She asks him if he could wait until the tournament is over before she gives him an answer. Back at Kirito's side of things, he's on his way back to the hospital to play GGO once more. Upon arriving at his room, he starts thinking about the laughing coffin raid again. Nurse Aki sees this and asks Kirito what's wrong. Kirito opens up and talks about the raid and how he doesn't even remember the names and faces of those he killed. Nurse Aki hugs him after Kirito shows a pained face, telling him that he did all of that because he had people to protect. Nurse Aki also tells Kirito that when the time comes, he'll remember them, because if it were meant to be forgotten, then he wouldn't be hurting like this. See? Best girl material, I am telling you guys! After this, Kirito dives into Gun Gale Online. Over at ALfheim Online, Asuna is visibly worried about the whole thing Kirito found himself in. However, Klein, Lifa, Silica, Lizbeth, and Yui are all there to cheer her up before going to a bar to watch the Bullet of Bullets tournament. Over at Sinon's side of things, Spiegel, who is Shinkawa in real life, asks her in GGO if what she told him earlier was real, if he and Sinon would date after the tournament is over. Sinon dismisses him, telling him that she doesn't have any time for distractions if she wants to actually win the tournament. Episode 8 starts with Kirito scanning the participant list of Bullet of Bullets. According to him, if Death Gun wants to stage a murder, the Bullet of Bullets arena would be the best time to do so. However, like a smart criminal, Death Gun is just an alias. Kirito approaches Sinon as the two were registering for the final stage of Bullet of Bullets, which is a battle royale. Kirito asks Sinon whether there are names in the participant list that she doesn't recognize. Sinon takes note of 3 names: Pale Rider, Jushi X, and Sturben. Sinon asks Kirito why he's interested, and Kirito reveals that it's related to his reaction back in the preliminaries when Sinon tapped his shoulder. Kirito explains that the person he met before Sinon came around was someone he encountered in a different game, a game where they tried to kill each other. Kirito tells her that while he was forced to kill him, he has been avoiding responsibility for his actions. However, he can't run from it now. Sinon asks Kirito what game he met this person in, but Kirito stays silent. Sinon changes the topic and tells him that they need to go to the waiting lobby. In the tournament, while Sinon is lining up a shot at Dine, who is currently fighting Pale Rider on the bridge, Kirito restrains her. Sinon, annoyed, tells him that one of them is going to die right now, because this is a battle royale, and he promised her an actual fight before they went into the battle royale map. Kirito asks her not to fire a shot, because he wants to see what would happen on the bridge. Sinon agrees, but she tells him that the moment one of them dies, she's gonna shoot the other one. Kirito agrees, and the two of them spectate the battle. Pale Rider makes quick work of Dine using his acrobatic skills, but gets hit by a stun bullet right after. Sinon finds this weird because there's no gunshot, prompting Sinon to believe that it might be a shot from a gun with a silencer. Then, Death Gun appears beside the stunned Pale Rider. Sinon, not knowing who Death Gun is, spots his firearm and identifies it as a silent assassin. assassin, a very rare sniper rifle. As Deathgun approaches his victim, he pulls out his sidearm, which puzzles Sinon. Kirito, seeing this, panics and tells Sinon to take the shot and not let Deathgun fire his sidearm. In episode 9, the Deathgun situation is still ongoing. Kirito's friends in ALO watch it all unfold in real time. Upon seeing Deathgun's avatar and demeanor, Klein and Asuna both recognize him. They both knew he was from Laughing Coffin, but he was not their leader. He's most likely the right-hand man. Back in GGO, Kirito tells Sinon about Deathgun and the murders. At first, Sinon doesn't buy it, but Kirito's persistence manages to budge Sinon's skepticism. As Kirito bids farewell to Sinon to continue his mission to track down Deathgun, Sinon tells him to wait and that she's coming with him. Kirito tells her not to because it's too dangerous, but Sinon argues that it's going to be dangerous even if they're moving separately or together. As they talk, a random player shoots at them. Kirito blocks his bullets and tells Sinon to get ready to shoot the dude. The two of them eliminate the player and move on to track down Deathgun. In ALfheim Online, Asuna tells the gang that she's logging off to contact Kikuoka regarding Kirito's true assignment. Before she logs off, she asks Yui to find out everything she can about GGO. Back in the tournament, Sinon and Kirito can't seem to find Deathgun. The two of them, via process of elimination, determine that Deathgun is probably Jushi X and not Sturban. It's obviously not Pale Rider, the dude just died. Anyway, their argument is that in Japanese, Ju means gun and Shi means death, making his name quite literally mean gun death. Sinon and Kirito track Jushi X down with the help of the Battle Royale's scanner that everyone can use. Kirito tells her that she should set up shop at a different spot while he confronts Jushi X face to face. However, the moment Kirito makes his move, Sinon gets shot by a stun bullet. This puzzles Sinon because Jushi X is supposed to be deeper north of them, not anywhere near them. Then, Deathgun appears near her and aims a sidearm at her before calling out to Kirito. Sinon notices that the sidearm Deathgun is using is the same one she used back then, the same one that gave her trauma with guns in real life. This causes Sinon to panic. Deathgun mentions that if he kills Sinon and Kirito fights him with the same rage and fury he did back then, he'll figure out whether the Kirito in GGO is the real deal or not. Then, the scene fades to black and a gunshot rings out. Episode 10 rolls in with Kirito actually being the source of the gunshot in the previous episode. Kirito hits Deathgun, which forces him to find cover. Then, Kirito throws a smoke grenade before picking up the still stunned Sinon. Kirito heads over to a place that allows players to rent buggies. Kirito rents one and places Sinon in the back seat. Before they move on, Kirito asks Sinon to shoot the mechanical horse mount, which is faster than the normal buggy but harder to handle according to Sinon. However, the shock from seeing Deathgun's pistol was too much for her, making her unable to pull the trigger. Kirito drives away, but Deathgun is in hot pursuit, riding the mechanical horse. Kirito asks Sinon once more to shoot her sniper rifle, but Sinon is too busy panicking and thinking why Kirito is so calm and strong during situations like this. Then, she finally figures it out. It's because whenever Kirito fights, he gives it his all. Kirito aims at Deathgun as their buggy launches into the air through a ramp and fires her sniper rifle with Kirito's help, also known as holding her hand. How is that any help to somebody trying to steady their aim? The world may never know. Anyway, the bullet entirely misses Deathgun, but hits a nearby vehicle's fuel tank, causing it to blow up. Kirito and Sinon run away from the scene and Death Gun. Kirito and Sinon hide in a cave in a desert part of the map. Sinon asks Kirito how he was able to figure out that Jushi X isn't Death Gun. Kirito tells her that Jushi X is a girl and not a dude like Death Gun, and after he eliminated her, Kirito saw Sinon lying on the ground, so Kirito picked up Jushi X's gun and shot Death Gun. After that, he threw a smoke grenade and saved Sinon. After complaining about being caught unaware by Death Gun, whom they now figured out to be Sturben, Kirito tells Sinon that he's going alone to fight Death Gun. Sinon suggests just waiting here for other players to eliminate themselves so that they can off themselves once there are 3 people left and avoid Death Gun. Kirito tells her that it's not a really wise move, as Death Gun might kill other people while they sit down and wait. Episode 11 starts with both Kirito and Sinon figuring out how Death Gun is killing his victims. Kirito realizes that the only way to do this is to also make preparations regarding the murder in real life. He notes that Death Gun was shooting at him using his sniper rifle, but Death Gun was using his sidearm while shooting at Sinon, the weapon he uses to kill his victims. Sinon argues that to be able to make the preparations, one would need someone's real name and address in the real world. Kirito remembers that before you sign up for Bullet of Bullets, you actually have to enter your real-world name and address if you want to claim the prize. See, in GGO, people can actually earn money, making it very hardcore. So there's definitely a good incentive to commit murder. But one question remains unanswered. How is Death Gun able to kill people in the real world while also being in-game himself? Then, Kirito reaches the conclusion that there are actually 2 people. One who's doing the preparation for the murder in the real world, and one who's piloting the Death Gun account in GGO. Remember when Kirito said that when Death Gun was shooting at him, he was using the sniper rifle, but when he was shooting at Sinon, it was the sidearm? Well, according to Kirito, this is because Sinon is their next target, and that as we speak, Death Gun's other half might be inside her apartment, waiting for the time to strike. Sinon panics upon hearing this, but Kirito calms her down, telling her that there's nothing Death Gun's accomplice can do as long as Death Gun hasn't shot her with his pistol. Back to ALO with Asuna and friends. A new player called Chrisheit, who is Kikuoka in real life, logs in after Asuna called him earlier. He is forced to explain why Kirito is logged in on GGO. He tries to dodge the question, but Yui reveals the Death Gun incidents to everyone. Kikuoka finally explains the reason, which gets everyone worried. Kikuoka tells them that the people did not die from the Amusphere, but from heart failure, which soothes everyone. Asuna asks Kikuoka where Kirito is, and after a little posturing from Asuna, Kikuoka finally reveals where Kirito is diving from. Back to GGO, Kirito and Sinon formulate a plan, which basically boils down to Kirito acting as a decoy and Sinon being the person to shoot Death Gun down. Episode 12 starts with Kirito doing a scan to see where all the other enemies are. However, he spots something wrong. Including him and Sinon, there's supposed to be 6 of them left. Yamikaze, the last Bullet of Bullets runner-up, and Death Gun makes 4. Pale Rider makes 5, but there's another person unaccounted for. Kirito tells Sinon about this and reaches the conclusion that Death Gun might not be working with just one person. If he killed the other unknown, then he must be working with a group of people. Sinon and Kirito then revise their plans, with Yamikaze fast approaching. Sinon thinks that he might be a handful even for Kirito. Not just that, but if Death Gun kills Yamikaze, then he's going to die in real life too. With that being said, the two agree that Sinon's first bullet will be for Yamikaze to save him from being killed by Death Gun. Yamikaze closes in on Kirito, but he is too fast for Sinon to land a clear shot, shot, Sinon decides to wait because Yamikaze would still need to steady himself before shooting Kirito, and that would be her chance to attack. Deathgun also arrives at the same time and fires his sniper rifle at Kirito at a distance. Since there are no bullet lines, Kirito is able to dodge them by quite literally a hair. The bullet hits the building behind Kirito, which startles Yamikaze. Yamikaze hides behind cover, but Sinon spots a gap and fires her rifle, eliminating him. Deathgun, on the other hand, keeps firing at Kirito, and with the help of the bullet lines, Kirito deflects his bullets. Sinon gets an opening and fires a shot at Deathgun, but Deathgun also notices her bullet line, prompting him to aim at her too. Deathgun's bullet shatters Sinon's scope, but Sinon's bullet breaks Deathgun's sniper rifle. Kirito closes in on Deathgun, but Deathgun pulls out a thin sword called an isekai and stabs Kirito. Back in the real world, Asuna arrives at Kirito's hospital room to see him sweating. Nurse Aki says that Kirito is fine despite his appearance right now. Yui connects the room's TV to the ongoing live stream of Bullet of Bullets for Nurse Aki and Asuna to watch what is happening to Kirito in GGO. Speaking of GGO, Kirito and Deathgun are exchanging words. Kirito tells him that he's figured out his scheme and that he should surrender himself to the police, but it's only a matter of time before the authorities discover his personal information, and then he'll get arrested. However, Deathgun tells Kirito that they will never be able to find that because Kirito doesn't know his online handle in the first place. He reveals that back in SAO, Deathgun attempted to tell Kirito his name, but Kirito refused, saying that they would never meet in real life anyway. After saying all of that, Deathgun starts his onslaught on Kirito. Episode 13 continues the fight between Deathgun and Kirito. Sinon's sniper rifle just lost its scope, but she's looking for a way to help Kirito. As Kirito and Deathgun duke it out with a sword in a game full of guns, I guess it's called Sword Art Online for a reason, right? Kirito recalls something from the briefing back from the Laughing Coffin raid. He remembers spotting someone with a red eye, someone named Red-Eyed Zaza. Kirito calls him by this name, which causes Deathgun to miss his attack. Then, Sinon aims at Deathgun, which shows a bullet line from her rifle. This is a bluff, because Sinon can't shoot accurately from that far. However, it's enough to startle Deathgun and put him at a disadvantage. Kirito takes advantage of the situation and deals the decisive blow to Deathgun. With Kirito and Sinon left, Kirito tells her that she's probably fine now since Deathgun's accomplice probably won't do anything to her body, seeing that Kirito was able to stop him. Kirito tells Sinon to call the cops after she logs out just to be safe, but Sinon asks him what the heck does she even tell them, which is fair. Kirito offers to go to her house instead, but she gets all shy and declines the offer. Yeah, sure. Get all shy when the good guy wants to come over because a bad guy might be in your house. Anyway, Kirito, the ever-persistent man, tells her that the person he works for actually works under the government, so he can just ask him to send the cops over to her place. The two of them exchange contact information for Sinon's safety. Then, Kirito asks her if she still wants to have the duel he promised. Sinon declines, noting that he's all banged up. Instead, she gives him a grenade, hugs him tight, and they both die at the same time, making the two of them the winners of this iteration of Bullet of Bullets. After winning the Bullet of Bullets, Sinon logs out of GGO and checks her apartment. All seems fine until someone knocks at her door. At first, she gets spooked by the sudden knocking, but Shinkawa speaks from the other side of the door, which soothes Sinon's nerves. Apparently, Shinkawa wants to celebrate Sinon's win, and he brought her some pastries. However, things start to get weird after Shinkawa brings up his confession yet again, saying that since the tournament is over, Asada is now his. Shinkawa forcefully hugs Asada again, but Asada resists his advances. Then, Shinkawa pulls out a syringe and explains that if he injects that thing in her, she's going to die. Asada figures out that he is Death Gun's accomplice and panics. She is about to accept her death until her strong Sinon personality urges her to fight, not just for herself, but also for Kirito, whose life is going to be in danger if he actually goes to her home. Asada manages to break free and makes a run for the door. Just as she's about to reach it and call for help, Shinkawa lunges forward and grabs her ankle. The sudden force yanks her off balance, and the two of them crash hard onto the floor. Shinkawa mounts Asada, but Kirito arrives just in time to save her. Episode 14 continues the scramble between Shinkawa and Kirito. Somehow, Shinkawa is able to get on top of Kirito. As Shinkawa punches Kirito, he remembers that he has the syringe in his pocket. Shinkawa pulls out the syringe and injects Kirito with the lethal drug, prompting Asada to knock Shinkawa out using a nearby radio. Asada rushes to Kirito's aid, and as she looks for the spot where Shinkawa injected the drug, she sees a solid black circle on Kirito's chest. Luckily, this is where the drug was injected, which ended up saving Kirito. The next day, Asada finally conquers her fear of guns after she calls out the bullies who tried to take advantage of her gun trauma in real life earlier. See, the main reason Asada wants to be strong in GGO is that she believes that if she becomes the best player in GGO, she will also be strong enough in the real world to overcome her gun trauma. Well, that works out great for her. While all of that was happening, Kirito waited for Asada outside, which caused a little bit of commotion. Anyway, the two head over to meet Kikuoka, where everything is unraveled. To make things quick, Death Gun is a collaboration between Shinkawa and his older brother, Red-Eyed Zaza. Death Gun was able to kill another person aside from Pale Rider with the help of another person aside from Shinkawa. It's also confirmed that Shinkawa's older brother was from Laughing Coffin, the same as the other dude that they recruited. According to Kikuoka, Shinkawa's older brother told his little brother all about the murders and the gruesome things he did back in SAO, and his little brother idolized him for it. Finally, Red-Eyed Zaza left a message to Kirito, telling him that the incidents aren't over just yet. After Kikuoka leaves, Kirito takes Asada to Agil's bar to meet Lizbeth and Asuna. The four of them talk for a bit before Kirito admits that he told them about what happened to Asada when she was young. Asada feels betrayed by this, but Kirito asks her to stay for a while and hear them out. Asuna tells Asada that they went to her hometown where the incident happened and found someone who wants to talk to her. Then, a mother and child enter the bar from the back rooms. The mother reveals herself to be one of the workers at that post office. She tells Asada that if she weren't there at that time, she would have died, together with the child that she was carrying that day, the daughter that she brought along. After that, the kid gives Sinon a sketch dedicated to her and thanks her for saving her and her mom's lives. Kirito tells Asada that while it's normal to blame herself for what happened, she also needs to remember that she saved lives that day. Man, damn. Dude, more onions? Really? And that concludes the GGO arc of SAO Season 2, also called the Phantom Bullet arc. Episode 15 marks the start of, well, it's not really an arc per se, so let's call it a side quest. While eating breakfast, Suguha hands over her tablet to Kirito, which has a news article open. Kirito reads it and freaks out because it's about the legendary sword Excalibur. Apparently, someone had already found it, which is a bummer for Kirito because he was planning on returning to ALO to get it for himself. Suguha tells him to calm down because it's just been discovered and not nabbed by anyone else. Kirito does calm down and assembles a party for the Excalibur's retrieval. A little backstory here. Kirito already knew where Excalibur was located because he and Lifa got caught up in a quest a few months ago that led them to Jotunheim. After saving a weird creepy monster whom Lifa named Tonki. Basically, the monster showed them a dungeon where the sword was located. Okay, now back to the current time. The raid group in ALO has been assembled. Kirito, Asuna, Lizbeth, Lifa, Silica, Klein, and a new addition to the party, Sinon. Yup, Sinon now plays ALO with the gang. Upon Asuna, Lifa, and Yui's return, they reveal that they were actually looking for information regarding the Excalibur Quest. What they got was contradictory to what Kirito and Lifa encountered before. People are saying that it's a kill quest instead of a fetch quest. With that in mind, the party descends to Jotunheim to retrieve Excalibur. Upon arriving at Jotunheim, Lifa calls Tonki over to provide transport going to the dungeon. On their way there, they watch as monsters of Tonki's type get slaughtered by players, the kill quest that they heard about. After that, a tall woman appears behind them called Wielder. She explains to Kirito and the party that the massacre they're seeing before them was ordered by the king of the frost giants, Thrimmer, who was the main reason why Excalibur is where it's at right now, at the bottom of the world tree. Wielder explains that back then, Jotunheim was just like ALfheim, full of greenery and life. However, Excalibur was plunged deep into the Well of Erd, a massive lake in Jotunheim. This act severed the roots of the world tree, which made Jotunheim the freezing landscape that it is right now. Wielder also reveals that the kill quest they heard about is most likely from Thrimmer himself, trying to trick players into killing Tonki's kin. If they succeed in the kill quest, Thrimmer will give the players Caliburn, a sword that looks very similar to Excalibur. Wielder will also lose her power once Tonki's kin are eradicated. Then, Wielder gives the party an amulet that will tell them whether Tonki's kin are all eliminated, because if she loses her powers, Thrimmer will be able to infiltrate ALfheim and turn it into an icy wasteland just like what he did to Jotunheim. With all the exposition done, Kirito and the others accept the quest, and Tonki drops them at the dungeon to start their mission. Episode 16 continues the side quest turned serious quest that Kirito and the party picked up. See, before entering the dungeon, Yui tells them that this quest might be more serious than it sounds. She reveals that the Cardinal system, the system that ran SAO, has the ability to generate countless quests that have actual consequences. Since ALO is copied from SAO, ALfheim Online also has that ability. With that being said, if they fail, ALfheim will really turn into an ice ball. With stakes higher, the party enters the dungeon. After a while, the gang encounters two Minotaurs, one with high physical damage resistance and one with high magical resistance. While they initially had problems with the physical damage resistance Minotaur, they eventually just slice and dice recklessly until it works. The party proceeds down the dungeon until they're stopped by an NPC named Freya. Well, she's locked up and asking for help. Kirito and the others flag her as a trap, but Klein ignores them and frees her, all in the name of being a samurai, I guess. So, they bring Freya along to the boss room and finally meet Thrimmer. Apparently, Freya was supposed to marry Thrimmer, but she was caught snooping around Thrimmer's treasures, and that's why she got locked up. Freya talks about returning the treasure Thrimmer stole from her, and the fight finally starts. Episode 17 hits the ground running with an extended fight against Thrimmer. After whittling down Thrimmer's first HP bar, he has 3 of those by the way, Freya approaches Kirito and tells him that their current pace isn't gonna be enough to kill him. She asks Kirito to look for a golden hammer in Thrimmer's treasures that might help them kill him faster. Kirito locates the hammer after using a lightning sword skill and tosses it over to Freya. Then Freya turns into a dude. Turns out she was actually a dude the whole time. He's freaking Thor! Anyway, the two of them duke it out while Kirito's party also does some damage. After some time, they are able to defeat Thrimmer. Since Klein was the one who freed Freya, Thor gifts Mjolnir to him, a legendary hammer weapon, which sucks because Klein doesn't actually have any hammer skills. Oops. Anyway, the whole palace starts breaking down, and they all figure out that the side quest isn't over yet. Kirito recalls that the final part of the quest was to actually remove Excalibur from where it's lodged, so that the roots of the world tree can provide life for Jotunheim once more. So, they do just that. After pulling Excalibur, the room they're in totally collapses and starts falling. Luckily, Tonki is around to grab them all. Kirito, thinking that Excalibur is still too heavy for him, tosses it away so he can jump on Tonki's back. Sinon sees this and grabs Excalibur for Kirito with a magic arrow, telling him that she'll only give him Excalibur if he promises to think about her whenever he draws it. Kirito accepts the deal. As Tonki escorts them to safety, life in Jotunheim comes back. The greenery, birds, and fountains are all back to normal. Urder appears before the party together with her sisters, Verdandi and Skuld, to thank them. Urder officially gifts Excalibur to Kirito, and they all celebrate their win. Back in the real world, Kirito develops a machine that would allow Yui to come with them to the real world. Right now, it's just a camera with a mic that allows her to see her surroundings and hear things. After that, they celebrate the end of the year with a bang. Cheers to the end of this side quest. Episode 18 is a respite in all the chaos and drama that's happening in the world of Sword Art Online. It starts with the girls, Lizbeth, Silica, Asuna, and Leafa, hanging out with Kirito in Asuna and Kirito's cabin back in Aincrad. Well, how did they get the house? Apparently, a new ALO update unlocked new Aincrad's floors 21 to 30, and their cabin's located on floor 22, so they simply killed the boss and purchased it again. As they chill out in the cabin, Lizbeth brings up the name Zekken, because apparently this person has been looking for strong people to duel against, and no one has beaten him yet. Silica mentions that the player who beats Zekken will receive an 11-hit original sword skill. Lizbeth, Leafa, and Kirito tried to fight him one-on-one, but all of them lost. However, Leafa notes that while Kirito was fighting, he asked Zekken a question. Asuna, intrigued by all of this, decides to challenge the player. However, it's already evening. Before logging out, Asuna asks Lizbeth if Zekken might be a former SAO player. Lizbeth shakes her head and says that that's unlikely. Lizbeth adds that according to Kirito, if Zekken had been an SAO, they would have been the one to receive the unique dual wield skill, not him. In episode 19, we finally get to catch a glimpse of Asuna's home life, and well, it's complicated. See, Asuna and her mother don't see eye to eye. Her mother is rushing her to finish her studies and stop Asuna from playing with her friends using the Amusphere. It's come to a point where Asuna's mother is arranging potential marriage partners to meet Asuna. However, Asuna wants to take things slow and spend time with her friends while discovering what she really wants to do in life. Upon finding out that her mother had Kirito investigated, Asuna stands up and leaves the dining room. Back in her bedroom, Asuna reflects on just how powerless she is in the real world, unlike the lightning flash that used to fight on the front lines in SAO. The next day, Asuna is back in ALO. Before her match with Zekken, she meets up with Kirito to spend some time. Kirito tells her to be careful against Zekken. Asuna brought up the thing Leafa told her yesterday about Kirito asking Zekken a question mid-match. Kirito tells Asuna that he asked Zekken whether they were full-time in the world of ALO. Translation: if they spend more time in ALO than in the real world. Zekken didn't answer with words, but with a sword, which led to Kirito's defeat. After a little bit of talking, Asuna heads to the dueling grounds where Zekken is. Upon arriving, Asuna gets surprised because nobody told her that Zekken Talken is actually a girl, and her name is Yuuki. Look, I'm surprised too. The match between them happens shortly afterwards. Both players are pushing each other to the utmost limit with different sword skills and combat gymnastics. Just as Yuuki is about to deliver the finishing blow, she suddenly stops and tells Asuna that she is the one she has chosen. Caught off guard, Asuna can only stare at her in confusion. Yuuki gently reaches out her hand, and after a brief hesitation, Asuna takes it. After flying for some time, Yuuki turns to Asuna to ask for her help. Episode 20 starts with Yuuki introducing Asuna to her guild, the Sleeping Knights. There are 6 members in this guild: the red-haired Jun, the confident Nori, the calm Siune, the shy Talken, and the dude, Techi. Remember that Yuuki asked for help from Asuna earlier, right? Turns out they want to beat the floor boss with just one party. The main reason is that they want to immortalize their names in the Monument of Swordsmen, a big slab of stone that lists down the names of the players who defeat a floor boss. However, if the players are part of a big raiding party, only the party leaders' names are written on it. This is why they're persuading Asuna to help them kill the boss with just the 7 of them. Asuna argues that taking on the boss with just the 7 of them might be impossible, but the guild tells her that they have the ability to do it. They explain that they tried fighting floor bosses before and were close to figuring it out, only to find out that a large number of raiders went to the boss room to kill it after they died. The guild also seems to be in a rush, as Siune explains that they will be busy doing other things come next spring. Asuna finally agrees and tells them to meet up with her tomorrow. As Asuna walks around the plaza, her ammusphere shuts down, forcing her to go back to the real world. The first thing she sees is her mother holding the cable of the ammusphere. Apparently, she's late for dinner again, and her mom, Kyoko, is not having any of it. Just like last episode, her mom talks about real-world commitments and being delayed for 2 years. Like, damn, man, your daughter is trying to live her life here and hello? Anyway, Asuna tells her mom that she's not hungry and heads out to a nearby park to cool off. The next day, Asuna and the Sleeping Knights start their raid attempts. On their way to the boss room, they spot a group of people waiting in front of them. The group mentions that they're just there to wait for their friends so they can attempt the boss themselves, so Asuna and the gang head straight to the boss room with no worries. And well, the party gets wiped out. They return to the city, and Asuna pulls them all aside to tell them that the people they met earlier were actually scouts. During the fight, Asuna spotted a lizard inside the room, which is most likely from one of the magic users they met earlier. She adds that the reason why large parties were able to defeat the boss first is because of the same technique. Basically, they wait for small parties to enter the boss's room, send a familiar, and take notes of all the boss's moves. After that, the large party comes in with all the information, which makes it a lot easier for them. Asuna tells them that they still have time now because it'll take them about 2 hours to assemble their raid party. So they head back to the boss room. Once there, they see a huge crowd forming in front of the boss room. Asuna asks them politely if they can have one go with the boss while they're waiting for their friends, but the person tells them that the boss room is off limits for now. Yuuki steps up and challenges the group in a duel, telling Asuna that sometimes one needs to fight to get their point across. As a fight breaks out, another group of players starts arriving, putting the Sleeping Knights and Asuna between 2 raiding groups. Then, from behind the incoming party, Kirito rushes forward and stops them from reaching Asuna and the others. Episode 21 continues from where we left off. Klein joins Kirito in holding back the large number of people behind Asuna and the others. Asuna tells the Sleeping Knights to focus on the enemies in front of them and rush to the boss room once they clear them out. The Sleeping Knights make quick work of the people blocking their way, and they enter the boss room. The boss raid starts standard, with tanks in front and healers at the back. The damagers are somewhere in the middle, and as As the fight goes on, Asuna notices that the boss monster is trying to protect a specific part of its body, a jewel that sits just under the twin-headed golem's neck. She tells Yuuki to go all out and aim for it, but it is too high. Asuna suggests using Techi as a springboard so she could launch herself towards the torso of the monster where the jewel is. So, after taking a hit from the boss, Techi kneels down and lets Yuuki use him as a launch pad. Yuuki uses a sword skill and stabs the jewel, which instantly kills the boss. To celebrate, Asuna offers her home as a venue. There's a slight hesitation from both Sione and Yuuki, but they agree to hold it there. As they celebrate, Sione realizes that they spent the money they got from the boss, which was supposed to be their reward for Asuna. Asuna tells them that it's fine and just asks for a favor instead. She asks Yuuki if she could join the Sleeping Knights, which puts Yuuki on the spot. Unfortunately, Yuuki tells Asuna that she can't join the guild because it's just a temporary thing and that they will soon not have the time to dive anyway. Asuna backs off and apologizes for putting Yuuki on the spot like that. Then, she suggests that all of them go to the memorial to check out their names written upon the stone. When they arrive, they take a picture of the memorial. Yuuki thanks Asuna once again, but mistakenly calls her Big Sister. After Asuna points this out, Yuuki starts crying and then logs off immediately. In the next episode, Asuna meets Sione at the inn where they first met to ask about Yuuki. Sione tells her that the whole guild is not able to contact her either. Asuna says that she always felt that something was wrong, that maybe the guild members didn't want to get close to her. Sione assures her that that's not true, but she logs out before Asuna can even say a word back. The next day, Kirito calls Asuna to their school's rooftop and asks her if she still wants to meet Yuuki. Asuna nods, and Kirito gives her a slip of paper containing the address of a hospital. Asuna heads over to the hospital's reception and asks for someone named Yuuki. One of the receptionists tells Asuna that they would need a full name at least, but another one interrupts the conversation and asks for Asuna's name instead. Upon hearing her name, she calls for a doctor who talks to Asuna about Yuuki. Turns out, Yuuki is testing something called the Medicuboid. We're about to get a little bit nerdy here, so apologies. See, the nerve gear had some kind of body-numbing capabilities, and the Medicuboid is a new full dive technology that wants to take advantage of that. In the future, they want it to be a substitute for general anesthesia for people undergoing surgery. However, right now, they're using it for patients in terminal care. Yeah, you heard that right. The doctor says that Yuuki is in a lot of pain right now due to the medications that they are giving to her to treat her acquired immunodeficiency syndrome, or more commonly known as AIDS. While it's treatable, Yuuki's strain in particular is a strong one, eventually leading to her current state. Yuuki can't move or be away from the Medicube. Asuna gets distraught and cries upon hearing this. Yuuki has been listening all this time and tells Asuna not to cry. Yuuki asks her doctor if Asuna can use the Amusphere in the room next door so they can meet an ALO again. The two meet up and Yuuki reveals that it's not just her in terminal care. All of the Sleeping Knights are. Asuna asks Yuuki if there's something she can do for her, and Yuuki shyly tells her that she wants to go to school. Asuna takes a few seconds to think and tells Yuuki that it may be possible, much to Yuuki's surprise. Episode 23 starts with Asuna carrying Yuuki around the school using Kirito's project for Yui. You know, the camera thing. Anyway, Asuna attends class with Yuuki on her shoulder. She blends perfectly with Asuna's classmates, with the teacher even asking her to read something for a class. It's a great success. After school, Asuna asks Yuuki if there's something else she wants to see, and Yuuki tells her the direction to her old house. Upon reaching it, Yuuki reminisces about her life back when she was still able to move and wasn't hooked up to the Metacube. After Yuuki reminisces, Asuna shares her problems with her mom, notably the part where they just can't see eye to eye. Asuna asks Yuuki what made her strong, and Yuuki denies being strong at all. She tells her that she's just being honest because she has no time to waste due to her condition. Yuuki advises Asuna to talk with her mom and try to get her feelings across. The next day, Asuna takes her mom, Kyoko, to ALO by giving her an Amusphere and letting her use the other account. Asuna leads her to a specific point in their cabin and opens the window, which leads to a snowy scenery outside. Her mom takes a look at this and instantly knows what Asuna is trying to talk about. Asuna talks about when she was a child, when her whole family was planning to go somewhere together. Instead of joining them, she chose to stay at her grandparents' house on her mother's side. The view outside is similar to the view outside of that home. Asuna starts talking about how proud her grandparents are of Kyoko and how Kyoko was their treasure. Asuna's grandparents also mention that they will make sure to protect their house in the mountains to make sure that Kyoko has something to come home to if she ever gets tired of her busy life. Asuna finishes her talk by telling Kyoko that she wants to live a life that will make everyone happy around her, a life where she can be there for the people she loves. As Asuna is explaining this, Kyoko starts crying, and Asuna consoles her. The next day, Kyoko meets Asuna at the dining area for breakfast. Kyoko tells her that if she wants to live the selfless life mentioned in ALO, she will need to work hard. She needs to have better grades, and whether she transfers to another school will entirely be up to her performance. All's well that ends well. The last episode of Season 2 starts with Asuna receiving a message from Yuki's doctor asking her to come over quickly. Upon arriving in Yuki's room, the doctor says that her condition has been touch and go the last few months, and the medical team is actually surprised at how long she was able to hold on, despite the state of her body. Yuuki starts to gain consciousness as they're talking, and the doctor asks Asuna to hold her hand. However, Asuna asks the doctor to use the Metacube on Yuuki, as she knows she would like to spend her remaining time in ALO instead of the real world. Asuna and Yuuki meet up at the small island where the two first met and had their duel. Right after Asuna lands, Yuuki records her unique 11-hit original sword skill, and then Yuuki collapses to the ground. Asuna rushes towards her and holds her in her arms. Yuuki gives the scroll, which contains the skill, to Asuna. At first, Asuna declines, but Yuuki tells her that she wants her to have it. The sword skill is called Mother's Rosario. Asuna promises Yuuki that when the time comes, when she leaves the world of ALO, she will pass it to someone else to make sure her legacy continues. As the two talk, the Sleeping Knights, Kirito, and the gang, and a huge number of players who respect Yuuki, the best swordsman in ALfheim Online, gather near her as Yuuki draws her last breath. A few weeks later, a funeral is held for Yuuki. Many people attend, including Sinon, who approaches Asuna and tells her that the doctor dismissed her a few weeks ago. According to her, the doctor told her that she's entered remission. As a member of the Sleeping Knights, she was also in a terminal state, but the medication for her sickness, which turned out to be acute lymphoblastic leukemia, has worked, and now she's out of the hospital. According to her, Jun is also doing well. While the two catch up, Kirito and Yuki's doctor come around to talk to them. The doctor tells everyone that the Metacuboid's trial was a success due to the data they gathered from Yuuki. The doctor also mentions that the design of the Metacuboid came from someone named Kojiro Rinko. Kirito recognizes this name and tells everyone that she was the person who looked after Kaiba during his dive in SAO, which led them to believe that the Metacuboid's design is actually from Kaiba himself. Sometime later, the whole gang, including Yui, who's now gone back to the camera after Yuuki used it for some time, is having a picnic. The episode ends with Kirito, Asuna, and Yui getting called over for a group photo. And that seals SAO SAO Season 2. Now, we get to the movie. It's Ordinal Scale, baby! Anyway, a new device called the Ogma has been introduced, and a lot of people are raving about one game called Ordinal Scale. Imagine an MMORPG, but in augmented reality. Yeah, Ogma is an augmented reality device, not virtual reality. In Ordinal Scale, there are player ranks. The more you play, the higher your rank. Not just that, but business partners of the Ordinal Scale also give players incentives for just playing the game, like a free beef bowl or even a ticket for the super popular AI idol Yuna's upcoming concert. So, Asuna, Kirito, Liz, and Silica hear a rumor that bosses from SAO appear in Ordinal Scale and want to check it out. Kirito isn't really a big fan of augmented reality, saying that he prefers virtual reality. However, Asuna forces him to play Ordinal Scale just to check out if the rumors were true. In the next scene, they fight the Floor 10 SAO boss, Kagachi the Samurai, proving the rumors are true. Klein and his buddies start preparing to fight together with Asuna and Kirito. The super popular Yuna is also there, providing buffs to the players using her songs. The fight ends after the second-ranked player, IG, shows up and turns the battle around. Asuna delivers the fatal blow, and everyone who participated receives a reward. After the fight, one of Klein's friends spots an ore mining spot. However, IG has been waiting in the shadows, and when Klein's buddy notices him, a duel starts. In the next fight, Asuna arrives at the location and sees Klein and his buddies. She says that they're missing one guy, and the group tells her that the missing dude isn't answering. Asuna heads further inside the venue after saying her goodbyes with the group. Later on, the boss fight finally starts, and the missing dude is still nowhere to be found. Klein and the others start getting worried about missing out on the points, but another boss spawns right behind them. A fight breaks out, but IG interrupts them and attacks Klein and his friends, leaving them unconscious. Asuna leaves the area with an ambulance siren blaring in the background. Uh-oh. The next day, while waiting for Asuna for their date, Kirito encounters a female ghostly figure with a white hoodie. He approaches her, but she vanishes after pointing in a certain direction. Asuna arrives a little while later and reveals that IG might have been part of the Knights of the Blood Oath in SAO. Their date gets interrupted by Yui, who calls everyone to ALO and reveals that each of the SAO boss night events at Ordinal Scale happens at a certain place similar to its boss location in Aincrad. She overlays a map of Aincrad on Japan and predicts where the next Ordinal Scale boss event is going to be. Kirito starts smelling something off with the game and notices that Klein isn't around in the ALO meeting. After logging off, he calls Klein, but he doesn't answer. Later that day, Kirito receives a call from Agil telling him that Klein is in the hospital with a busted arm. Fast forward to the boss event. Liz, Silica, and Asuna are already waiting at the location thanks to Yui. The fight starts and chaos erupts. Asuna approaches IG and confirms that he was indeed a part of the Knights of the Blood Oath in SAO. However, back then, he went by the handle Nautilus. Kirito makes his way to the boss battle. One thing leads to another, and Asuna dies in-game while protecting Silica, who IG pushed away. Kirito tries to fight IG, but IG is just much stronger than him in augmented reality. IG escapes the location, leaving the others to take care of Asuna. IG's such an a-hole. Later that night, Asuna calls Kirito to tell him that she's been forgetting her memories of SAO. The next day, the two visit a hospital to get Asuna checked up. The doctor reveals that it's not just her who's lost her memories using the Ogma, and that every single one of them has played SAO. Kirito visits Klein after that, and Klein reveals that he's also forgotten his memories about SAO. As night came around, Kirito heads over to a nearby boss to investigate whether SAO survivors losing their memories was part of Ogma's design or not. Sinon shows up at the location to Kirito's surprise. He tries to tell Sinon to go back, but Sinon argues that she's not an SAO survivor, so she should be safe. And if he's worried about her safety, he should just protect her. God, Sinon's the best. So, the boss fight happens, and one SAO survivor suffers critical damage during the encounter. Yui notices a gold pebble being sucked into a nearby drone and follows it, but she gets blocked by a firewall. These drones, by the way, are responsible for turning the area into augmented reality and work hand in hand with the Ogma. After the battle, Kirito spots the hooded girl once again and realizes that she might be Yuna. It's a different girl from Yuna, but they look hella similar. He tries to approach her, but she fades away right as he gets close, leaving Kirito frustrated. Then he remembers that Yuna always points at a location every time they meet and asks Yui to locate where that is. The next day, Kirito attends a lecture by Shigemura Tetsuhiro, the creator of Ogma, about the advantages of AR versus the full dive system. Shigemura takes Kirito into his office after the lecture, and Kirito starts blasting him with questions regarding the safety of the Ogma. Shigemura feigns ignorance and even says that maybe SAO survivors losing their memories is much better for them. After their discussion, Kirito spots a portrait of a girl. Kirito calls Kikuoka to ask if Shigemura has a daughter, and Kikuoka confirms it. He mentions that he had a daughter. She died after she was killed in SAO. Later on, Kirito heads over to Asuna's place and accidentally finds out about her diary. He picks it up, reads the latest entry, and realizes just how much Asuna treasures her memories with him in SAO. This overwhelms Kirito with emotion, and he hugs Asuna as he vows to return her memories. Aww. Later that same night, Kirito encounters Yuna again. She tells Kirito that if he wants to retrieve Asuna's memories, he's gonna have to rank up in Ordinal Scale. So, Kirito starts grinding the game and eventually gets to rank 9. Yuna's concert happens the same day, with Sinon, Agil, Asuna, Liz, Silica, and Kirito in attendance. However, Kirito separates from them, saying that he has to use the toilet. That's a lie though, because he's really just there to fight Eiji in an attempt to return Asuna's memories. As Kirito fights Eiji, the scene shifts over to Shigemura talking to a digitized version of Kaiba. Shigemura reveals that he's trying to resurrect Yuna as an AI by gathering all the memories of the SAO survivors. This is why SAO survivors are specifically being targeted by Eiji. So anyway, Kirito beats Eiji, and Eiji tells him that the point of the concert is to gather all SAO survivors and steal their SAO memories. Not just that, but if Shigemura activates the Ogma's high-frequency scan, it might result in death. Oh shh. After finding the real reason for the concert, Kirito heads back to the concert hall only to find that several SAO bosses are already summoned, and the players are already fighting them.
But I need you to get everyone to take off their Ogmas.
Kirito starts helping, but Yuna steps in to tell him that the only way to stop what's happening is for him to defeat the floor 100 boss of SAO. Yuna tells the gang that she can activate the full dive function of the Ogma, cause apparently the Ogma is just a version of the nerve gear but with certain limitations. The gang defeats the floor 100 boss with the help of a revitalized Asuna, Suguha, and their friends from ALO and GGO. After its defeat, Kirito receives a sword and gets transported back to the real world just in time to save Yuna from getting hit by a boss. Oh yeah, baby! After saving Yuna, Kirito defeats all the monsters and saves the day as always. After the battle, Yuna gives Asuna's memories back and reveals that her body was based on the resource data of the Floor 100 boss. Since it's dead now, her body also has to go. Yuna says her farewell to the gang before disappearing. Shigemaru also gets arrested by Kikuoka after Kirito reveals the real capabilities of the Ogma. Fast forward a few days, and Kirito and Asuna are on a date to watch the meteor shower. Kirito gifts Asuna a ring, and he puts it on her ring finger. Damn, about time, dude! Finally, after the credits, Kikuoka drops all the charges against Shigemata and takes him to Wrath's base to help with his next project. The first episode of Season 3 marks the start of the Alicization arc. In the opening scene, we see this cute little blondie called Eugeo hacking at a tree called the Gigas Cedar, with a young Kirito nearby keeping count of how many chops Eugeo is at. In Alicization, each person has their own calling, essentially their life duty. Eugeo and Kirito's calling is to chop this tree down until it falls. As the two fool around wrestling, a blonde and confident girl by the name of Alice Zuberg arrives with their lunch basket on her arms. As the three of them eat their lunch, Kirito wonders why food has to spoil quickly during the summer. Kirito then recalls a tale in their village about a hero who killed a dragon in a nearby cave. The tale mentions something along the lines of the cave being cold and having icicles. Kirito tells them that if they have ice, the village will be able to preserve its food for much longer in the summer. With this in mind, the three start their journey to the cave. The kids find the icicles they were looking for inside the cave beside a slain dragon, proving the tales they heard from the village to be true. They even spot the sword that was used to kill it, the Blue Rose Sword. While Kirito wants to take it home, its sheer weight is a huge deterrent. Alice also says that taking away the treasures of the dragon feels like they're grave robbing. So they go ahead with their original plan of just taking the icicles they need for their scheme. As they prepare to leave, they forget the path they took to reach the dragon's den. So they choose whichever is the closest. This ends up in disaster, as they end up on the other side of the cave, the one that leads to the Dark Territory, a place where monsters live. As they exit, they see two knights fighting in the skies, riding their own dragons. One from the Dark Territory, and the other an Integrity Knight, a knight from the Human Empire. The Integrity Knight fires an arrow, and the other knight gets hit in the chest and starts barreling down. After the Dark Territory Knight falls to the ground, he reaches out to Alice and the kids, prompting Alice to walk over absent-mindedly. Kirito and Eugeo stop Alice, but it's too late. Alice trips, and her fingers land on the line that separates the Human Empire and the Dark Territory, which is a violation of the Taboo Index. The Taboo Index is the ultimate law of the Human Empire. The moment Alice's fingers land on the Dark Territory, a humanoid figure pops up, recording the incident. After Alice recovers, the three of them rush home. The next day, Kirito and Eugeo are at the tree once more, chopping it down, when they see an Integrity Knight heading over to their village. The two of them rush home to check on their friend Alice. Upon arriving at the village, Kirito tells Alice to run before the Integrity Knight spots her. Alice stays and sees her father walk up to the knight. The knight tells him that his daughter has violated the Taboo Index, and the violation is punishable by execution. As Alice is being tied up to the Integrity Knight's dragon, Kirito tries to argue with him. When this doesn't work, Kirito charges towards the Integrity Knight, axe in hand. The knight blasts Kirito with a weak shockwave, causing Kirito to fall. Kirito tells Eugeo to help Alice, but Eugeo is paralyzed with shock. When he finally dares to step forward, his left eye turns red and shows an error code, stifling his advances yet again. The Integrity Knight takes Alice away, and Kirito wakes up in the real world with tears in his eyes. A few days later, Kirito and the others are playing GGO. They encounter a mysterious squad that Sinon has always wanted to beat because of their reputation for wiping out enemies but not taking any of the loot. Well, during their encounter, the mysterious squad retreats, with the leaders stating that Kirito's squad is too erratic to fight, which wouldn't give them proper training. As the group retreats, one person seems to know who Kirito is, saying to himself that he'll meet Kirito next time. As Kirito and the others log out, Sinon pulls Asuna and an asleep Kirito aside, asking them to meet in real life. Asuna suggests meeting at Egil's bar, and Sinon happily accepts. The next day, Kirito and Sinon are talking at Egil's bar. Sinon points out that Kirito is getting thinner before explaining the real reason why she's inviting Asuna and Kirito out in the real world. She wants them to participate in the next Bullet of Bullets so she can beat Subtleizer, using Kirito's chaotic fighting style. Asuna arrives soon after to tell Sinon that she's participating with her. Funny enough, Asuna also notes that Kirito is getting thinner. Then she pulls out a totally obsessed girlfriend move, a heart rate monitoring app on her phone. Kirito explains that this new part-time job has him hooked up on electrodes quite a bit, so they just put an implant in his chest for easier access. Then, Kirito makes an app for Asuna's smartphone utilizing the chest implant. Ta-da! Heart rate and body temperature monitoring app. I mean, I think Sinon says it best here.
That's both cute and kinda creepy.
Their conversation somehow steers to Kirito's current side gig, and he explains that he's currently testing something called the Soul Translator, or STL for short. It's a new full dive system. Asuna and Sinon ask him what the game world looks like, but Kirito replies that he can't remember anything. He says that it's one of the ways the company keeps confidentiality. Kirito talks to them about something called the Fluctlight, what the company Wrath believes to be the person's soul. Don't worry, we will be learning about Wrath pretty soon. Anyway, Fluctlights are those little lights within the brain's microtubules. The Soul Translator tinkers with these Fluctlights to produce sensory information, making it more realistic than what the nerve gear or the Amusphere could do. In Kirito's case, the Soul Translator fires short-term memories to his Fluctlight, which is the reason why he can't remember the dives that he's doing for the company. Kirito also mentions that, just like in dreams, the time you spend in the virtual world can be much longer than the time you're lying down doing the full dive. Finally, Kirito mentions that the name of the virtual world is Underworld. Asuna mentions that it's the world in Alice in Wonderland, and upon hearing the word Alice, Kirito starts spacing out, saying that he feels like there's something he needs to do. On the way home, Kirito tells Asuna that he's planning to go to America, where everything is next gen, and that he feels like a new world is going to be born there, making him want to be there when that happens. He asks Asuna to come with him, saying he can't do it without her, and Asuna happily accepts. Later, a random dude asks them for directions to the nearest train station. Kirito senses something wrong and pulls Asuna behind him. His intuition was correct because the random dude reveals himself to be the final member of the Laughing Coffin and the other accomplice of Death Gun, Johnny Black. Johnny Black attacks Kirito and injects the same drug from the Death Gun incidents into him, leaving Kirito unconscious. In the next episode, a grown-up Kirito wakes up in the underworld. At first, he doesn't remember the place, but as time goes on, his memory starts coming back to him. This includes his memories from the real world. Sensing that something is wrong, he asks Kikuoka to stop the dive because he's not supposed to remember things from the real world. However, nothing happens. Kirito starts exploring and runs into Yu-Gi-Oh, but they don't recognize each other. Kirito asks about their whereabouts, which leads Yu-Gi-Oh to believe that Kirito might have lost his memories and calls him a lost child of Vecta. According to the legends, the evil god Vecta tends to play with humans, erasing their memories and transporting them to a location far away from their hometown. Yu-Gi-Oh offers to help Kirito by taking him to his village, Rulid. Kirito accepts his offer, and Yu-Gi-Oh introduces himself to Kirito. The two have some idle chatter, including the fact that Yu-Gi-Oh used to have someone deliver him lunches, his childhood friend named Alice. Hearing this name, Kirito feels like she's someone familiar. Yu-Gi-Oh recounts what happened to Alice a few years ago when she was taken by an integrity knight to be executed in Centauria. Despite that, Yu-Gi-Oh fully believes that Alice is still alive, so Kirito suggests that Yu-Gi-Oh look for Alice in Centauria, but Yu-Gi-Oh tells him that his calling won't allow for such a thing, as tossing away your calling is a violation of the Taboo Index. Kirito asks Yu-Gi-Oh what his calling is, and Yu-Gi-Oh shows him that it's technically a woodcutter, but he's cutting a tree called a gigas cedar. The villagers call it the demon tree, because it's sucking up the nutrients around it. Feeling indebted, Kirito asks Yu-Gi-Oh if he can help him with his calling, and Yu-Gi-Oh allows him to. After a few hours, the two of them head to the village, where the village guard trainee Zinc stops them. Yu-Gi-Oh introduces Kirito as a lost child of Vecta. Zinc asks Kirito whether he remembers his calling, but he says no. Zinc mentions that if he can't remember it, then it's probably something lame anyway. Then, he teases Yu-Gi-Oh about how useless Yu-Gi-Oh's calling is. See, the gigas cedar was already being cut for more than 100 years, and Yu-Gi-Oh is the 7th generation woodcutter. Hearing his new friend getting belittled by this dude, Kirito tells Zinc that his previous calling was a swordsman. Zinc, calling his bluff, gives Kirito a sword and tells him to swing it at a dummy. Kirito swings the sword and manages to activate a sword skill, revealing that there are sword skills in the underworld. The two leave Zinc speechless. Yu-Gi-Oh leads Kirito to the church where they can provide food and lodging for Kirito. He gets briefed by Silica, an apprentice of Sister Azalea, the person who runs the church. Kirito reflects on everything that happened that day and arrives at a conclusion that everyone he met today is an artificial Fluctlight. Essentially, copies of newborn Fluctlights that were erased in the underworld. He then resolves to head to Centauria, determined to find a way to contact Kikuoka and the others. In the next episode, Kirito figures out that he needs a partner if he wants to go to Centauria. However, Yu-Gi-Oh can only come with him after he finishes his calling. So, Kirito tries to formulate ways to speed up the chopping of the gigas cedar. At some point, Yu-Gi-Oh brings out the blue rose sword and lends it to Kirito. It takes almost all of Kirito's strength, but he swings and actually does some damage to the tree. While the sword did hit the tree though, it hit the wrong spot. Kirito then tells Yu-Gi-Oh that since he's a woodcutter, he might be more precise than him. With Kirito's instructions, Yu-Gi-Oh swings the sword, and also hits the wrong part of the tree. Later, Kirito checks his status and the status of the sword, and finds out that the blue rose sword outranks his object control authority, a number that determines whether a person can use an object. Basically, you have to have a higher object control authority than the item to be able to use it efficiently. Back at the church, Kirito starts thinking about whether Yu-Gi-Oh and the others are actually artificial Fluctlights, because if that's the case, then they wouldn't be able to go against the Taboo Index. But then, he remembers Alice and how she was in the dark territory of her own volition. While Kirito is in the bath, Silica calls out to check if someone is inside, and Kirito answers. Kirito asks her if he could ask her some questions later. Kirito enters Silica's room sometime later and asks about her older sister, Alice. Yeah, Silica is Alice's younger sister. Silica doesn't really tell him anything new that we don't already know, but she does know everyone in the village is reminded of Alice whenever they see her. Before Silica leaves for the evening prayer, she asks why Alice was taken away by an integrity knight, because nobody else would tell her. Kirito explains that Alice went to the End Mountains and violated the Taboo Index by crossing the line to the Dark Territory. The next day, Silica goes missing. Kirito asks Eugeo if he's seen Silica, but he says that they haven't talked in ages. Kirito then recalls that he spoke about the End Mountains to Silica, and Eugeo tells him that's most likely where she went. Before entering the cave, Eugeo does this.
System call. Eugeo, what'd you do?
When Kirito asks him what that was, Eugeo says that it's just a simple spell that everyone knows. However, Kirito gets hung up on the fact that Eugeo said system call, which is a command, not a magic spell. Upon reaching deeper into the cave, the two find Silica tied up to a cart behind a group of goblins. Eugeo calls out to her, which notifies the whole goblin squad. In episode 4, Kirito and Eugeo fight the goblins holding Silica hostage. Kirito takes on the big goblin, while Eugeo handles the small ones. Once the fight starts, Kirito is immediately in his element, using sword skills right after another and fighting the big boss. However, things start to get messy after the big boss lands a hit on Kirito's arm. Kirito, surprised by the pain, lies on the ground trying to pick himself up. Eugeo takes the boss's aggro and starts fighting it, but he's way too inexperienced and gets slashed by the boss across the stomach. Kirito rushes into his side, and Eugeo tells him that he remembers a promise the three of them made when they were young. We will protect each other. Kirito, hearing these words, remembers his time back then with Alice and Eugeo. Eugeo faints due to blood loss, and Kirito fights the boss in anger. He makes quick work of the boss and frees Silica from her binds, then brings her over to Eugeo. Silica heals Eugeo by transferring some of her and Kirito's health to him. As Silica does the healing, Kirito hears Alice telling him that she will be waiting for him and Eugeo at the top of Central Cathedral in Centauria. The next day, Eugeo and Kirito come back to their daily lives of trying to cut the Gigas Cedar down, but instead of the axe, Kirito attempts to wield the Blue Rose sword once more to strike it down. The fight with the goblins increased his object control authority, which means that he can now wield the sword. One slice and a large chunk of the tree gets shaved. Kirito hands the sword to Eugeo and tells him that he can probably do the same. Eugeo asks Kirito to teach him everything he knows about swordsmanship. Finally, Eugeo asks Kirito what his sword style is, and Kirito says it's the Aincrad style. Oh, that's so cool! Kirito trains Eugeo in a span of a few days while also keeping up with chopping. The day finally comes when Eugeo can use sword skills, and he cuts the tree using one. The village celebrates the felling of the Gigas Cedar and calls Eugeo over. See, people who have finished their calling have the chance to decide their next one. So, for his new calling, Eugeo decides to be a swordsman and journey to Centauria. The next day, Eugeo tells Silica that the actual reason he's going to Centauria is to find Alice and bring her back with Kirito. Silica wishes the two of them safety before Kirito and Eugeo leave the village for Centauria. Episode 5 is kind of a flashback, and it happens right after Kirito gets stabbed by the syringe. Asuna transports him to a nearby hospital where he gets operated on. Suguha and her mother come, and soon after, the doctor emerges from the operating room, telling the three that Kirito is now stable. However, his heart has stopped for quite some time, and because of this, he might have sustained some brain or physical damage. Worse, he might not wake up anymore. Kikuoka approaches the three and offers to transport Kirito to a much more advanced facility where there's a much higher chance that Kirito recovers. The three of them agree, but this might have been a mistake. The next day, Asuna and Suguha visit Kirito in the new facility, the National Defense Medical College Hospital. However, after the receptionist finds out who they were visiting, she denies them access. The next day, Asuna and Suguha log in on ALO and start talking about what happened. All of them become suspicious about the whole thing and start looking up the last location of Kirito with the help of Yui. Yui finds out that Kirito's last place was at the Shinagawa Wharf. Later that day, Klein takes Suguha and Asuna to the location, while Lizbeth, Sinon, and Silica are over at Wrath's supposed location on their website. Asuna finds out that the location was a helipad and that Kirito was most likely transported somewhere outside Japan using a helicopter. Asuna asks Suguha whether Kirito told her something about Wrath or anything, and Suguha recalls that Kirito told her before that the Soul Translator was based on the Metacuboid. Upon hearing this, Asuna searches for its designer, Kojiro Rinko. A short time later, in California, Kojiro receives an email from Asuna. The next day, Kojiro and her assistant, Mayumi Reynolds, arrive on the Ocean Turtle, Wrath's secret base located in the middle of the ocean. The two get scanned for security purposes until they're led to a control room where Kikuoka is. Kikuoka expresses his joy that Kojiro is finally with them, telling them that he has finally assembled the three people needed to run the project: Kikuoka, Higa Takeru, and an unknown person. Mayumi Reynolds removes her wig and sunglasses to reveal herself as Asuna and tells Kikuoka to show them where Kirito is. The third person in question, Kikuoka, unsure of what's happening, looks at Kojiro. Kojiro explains that she received an email from Asuna explaining Kirito's disappearance, and since she and Asuna were acquaintances, they decided to infiltrate the Ocean Turtle. In the next episode, Kikuoka explains that Kirito is safe and that the attack from Johnny Black has damaged his brain significantly. Only the Ocean Turtle has the facilities for Kirito to make a complete recovery because of the Soul Translator's ability to generate a new neural network in his brain. Kojiro asks about the details of Kikuoka's secret project, and he finally reveals its actual purpose: to develop AI that can be used in warfare. To keep things concise, Wrath is basically developing an AI from the bottom up. They've scanned the souls of newborn infants and put them into a virtual world they created using the seed to raise them. Fast forward 3 weeks in Earth days, but 300 years in the Underworld, the artificial Fluchtlights have developed their own society with laws and all. However, there's one thing that's preventing Kikuoka from achieving his main goal: the artificial Fluchtlights' obedience to the Taboo Index. This is why they needed Kirito in this project. They scanned Kirito's Fluchtlights and turned him into a kid in the Underworld to see if there's a chance a person that's not an artificial Fluchtlight can violate the Taboo Index. People not being able to murder one another in the Underworld is a huge hindrance to Kikuoka's goal of creating AI for warfare. A little while later, Asuna explains everything to the other girls. She tells them that during his time in the Underworld, he has grown close to 2 people, a boy and a girl. The girl, Alice, violated the Taboo Index, but before Kikuoka and the others noticed it, the Axiom Church had already retrieved Alice and modified her Fluchtlights. By the way, the Axiom Church acts as a governing body of the human empire. After some time, Asuna excuses herself as she was just cleared to go visit Kirito. Asuna and Kojiro visit Kirito, but they can't see his face because of the STL. Then, Nurse Aki, the best girl, of course, pops up behind them. Asuna gets confused because she knows that she's only a normal nurse, but Aki admits that she's actually Aki Natsuki, Sergeant First Class, who graduated from a nursing school affiliated with the Tokyo Self-Defense Force. After that, Kojiro asks Asuna if they can talk one-on-one, and Asuna accepts her invitation. In Kojiro's room, she apologizes for the SAO incident. She explains that Kaiba implanted a bomb inside her chest so that she can be absolved of any crimes due to being forced to work with him. However, she knew that the bomb would not explode. Kojiro even tried to kill Kaiba during the incident, but she just couldn't because they were dating and she loved him. Asuna consoles her by saying that while the incident is a crime, she wouldn't trade the days she spent with Kirito and SAO. Asuna tells her that those were the happiest days of her life. In episode 7, 2 years have already passed in the Underworld. Kirito and Eugeo are now studying in the Swordcraft Academy in Centauria, trying to become Integrity Knights. On their day of rest, Kirito and Eugeo head over to town to hang out. As they roam around, they meet Kirito's mentor, Sortilina Serlut. In the Swordcraft Academy, there's a hierarchy consisting of pages and mentors. First-year students are considered pages, and those older are considered mentors. Sortilina doesn't stay that long, leaving the two boys on their own after just a short chat. After the two return to their dorm room, Kirito reflects on the years he spent in the Underworld. During that time, he learned that the world is governed by strict rules. Aside from the Object Control Authority, which determines the level of weapons a person can wield, and the System Control Authority, which limits the sacred arts that they can perform, there's also another factor that influences what people are capable of doing. Kirito discovers that the strength of a mental image a person can create can influence their stats. This means that if a person has a lot of confidence, they can quite literally change the Underworld. A few days later, Kirito and Sortilina are sparring. Sortilina beats Kirito, but she says that she knows Kirito is still hiding the potential of the Aincrad style from her. Sortilina adds that she chose Kirito as her page because she felt that they were similar. Kirito promises that he'll show her the potential of his sword style. Later that day, Eugeo and Kirito are eating dinner, while these two haters start talking about how pages have it hard and how hard it must be to be the page of a lower-class noble. Sarcastically, of course. Eugeo tells Kirito to ignore them and asks about the state of Kirito's garden. The two go outside to check on it, and upon seeing how the flowers are closer to blooming, Eugeo starts to think that Kirito might be regaining his memories. However, Kirito reassures him that even if he does, he's not going to leave him. The next day, Kirito goes to a blacksmith by the name of Sadore, who seems to be an acquaintance of the village chief over at Rulid. Sadore made Kirito's sword using the top part of the Gigas cedar, a material Eugeo and Kirito brought on their journey. Now, the time has finally come for Kirito to get the sword. Sadore tells him he will give the sword for free if Kirito just swings it around. So, Kirito picks up the sword and does some practice swings, which satisfies Sadore's condition, so he gives the sword away. On the way home, Kirito parts ways with Eugeo and starts practicing with the sword just outside the dorm. Kirito mentions that the wooden sword they use in sparring can't handle more than 2-hit sword skills, so he tries it out with the new sword. He manages to reach the 4-hit sword skill before he stumbles trying to hit the 5-hit variation. As Kirito stumbles, he manages to send mud flying toward Volo Levantine, the first seat swordsman, which means he's the strongest in the academy. For context, Sortilina Serlut is only the second seat, and she has never beaten him in a match. Levantine tells Kirito that it's forbidden to practice swordsmanship during the day of rest. Still, he's willing to overlook it, seeing that both of them are always looking for a reason to practice. However, he's not going to overlook the fact that he stained his uniform. The next day, Kirito finds himself in the arena facing Volo in a duel using real swords as punishment. In the next episode, Sortilina talks to Kirito right before the match starts. She tells him that Volo's sword style comes from generations of refining, and that Volo has been fighting real swordsmen with real swords even before getting to the academy. Volo's family believes that wetting their swords with the blood of the strong makes them stronger. However, Sortilina believes that Kirito can win against Volo, and this duel is the best way to show her just what the Aincrad style is capable of. After listening to Sortilina's pep talk, Kirito agrees to start the duel. After hearing this, Volo starts the match by holding his sword on top of his head, preparing for an explosive vertical slash. Kirito recognizes the technique and says that dodging is not a choice. So, he prepares a 4-hit sword skill to block Volo. The duel starts, and Volo's sword starts descending at a rapid rate. Kirito's sword meets it and performs a 3-hit combo, stopping Volo's sword at the 3rd. Now locking swords, Kirito sees that Volo's confidence and power of imagination are amplifying his strength. About to be overpowered, Kirito uses his own power of imagination, recalling the people he wants to come back to in real life, especially Asuna. Kirito overpowers Volo, crushing Volo's stance and allowing him to swing. However, his sword only grazes Volo's uniform, causing a minor tear. The two are about to hit each other again, but the dorm supervisor, Azurica, stops the match. Kirito and Volo stop their swords just before any of them get hit. Volo says that if Azurica tells them to call the duel, they should call it. Kirito wonders why, and Volo reveals that Azurica was the first swordsman representative of the North Norlangarth Empire during the 4-Empire Unification Tournament 7 years ago. Basically, a badass swordswoman who will probably mess them up if they continue. Kirito and Sortilina celebrate the outcome of the duel together with Eugeo and his mentor, Galgoroso Balto, at Sortilina's house. Sortilina shares the history of the Serlut style, one that was derived from the High Norkian style after her predecessor angered an emperor, which resulted in the family being banished. She also shares that she feels like the main reason she couldn't beat Volo is that she feels like she's using an inferior sword style to him. Seeing Kirito's own style and the way he fought just confirms her theory. Kirito consoles her, telling her that since he has already shown her that she can block that starting move, she should be able to learn from it. Later that day, Kirito is on his way to visit his garden. See, the main reason Kirito started this garden is that he plans to give the flowers as a graduation gift to Sortilina. However, he sees the two haters from earlier walk out of the garden and hand him a bud they cut from it. Worried, Kirito rushes over to his pot and sees it completely trampled. Kirito loses hope, but a voice tells him to listen to the prayers of the flowers he cultivated, and that the flowers in the garden want to help their friends. Kirito concentrates, and the whole garden starts glowing, sharing its life force with Kirito. Kirito then heads over to his pot and revives them. A few days later, Sortilina finally beats Volo in an official match and takes the first seat from him. They graduate soon after, which means that Eugeo and Kirito are now elite disciples. Then, the scene shifts to Eugeo thanking his page Tise for finishing her cleaning duties. Ronie, Kirito's page, stands beside her waiting for Kirito to come back. Eugeo tells her that she's going to have a long year if she stays under Kirito, but Ronie assures him that it's fine. Kirito arrives soon after, and Ronie finishes her report. Kirito hands out the bread he purchased while he was away and tells the two to share it with their dormmates. Episode 9 starts with Eugeo training on his own with the two haters watching. Yes, they're back. Anyway, the blonde hater, Rayos, criticizes Yu-Gi-Oh's form and barbaric fighting style. The black-haired hater, Umber, tells Yu-Gi-Oh that if he wants to, Rayos can give him some pointers. Yu-Gi-Oh, remembering Kirito's words about mental image and confidence increasing the power of your swordplay, agrees to a sparring match. Yu-Gi-Oh says to himself that he wants to figure out just how far their hater egos can take him, because apparently, having a huge ego makes you powerful in the underworld. So, Umber and Yu-Gi-Oh duel, and Yu-Gi-Oh finally sees just how powerful Umber's ego is. Well, it's not powerful enough to beat him as the duel ends in a draw. After a few days, Kirito and Yu-Gi-Oh, along with their pages, Tisei and Ronie, are having a picnic. Kirito and Yu-Gi-Oh find out that their page's friend, Frenica, is being mistreated by Umber, which the two believe to be Umber's reaction to having a draw with Yu-Gi-Oh. Kirito and Yu-Gi-Oh proceed to take the matter into their own hands and confront Umber about it. However, their confrontation doesn't really do anything. It's only met with sarcasm and ridicule from both Rayos and Umber, who argue that Umber has not technically violated any laws. Yu-Gi-Oh fires back, saying that while there are no laws violated, there is still something called honor and human decency. Yu-Gi-Oh leaves the room enraged, while Kirito is behind him keeping calm. Later, Tisei reports to Yu-Gi-Oh and he apologizes to her, saying that he's most likely the reason why Frenica is being treated like this. He asks Tisei if she could set up a meeting between him and Frenica so he can apologize to her directly. Tisei agrees, but she also has something in mind. She shares that after her graduation, she's probably gonna be forced to marry another noble with the same status or higher than her. She's afraid that she might end up marrying somebody like Umber. Tisei tries to ask Yu-Gi-Oh if he could be her husband instead, because she heard that if someone wins the 4 Empire Unification Tournament, they can become a noble. Yu-Gi-Oh tells her not to worry, and that they'll talk more about it after the tournament. Episode 10 starts with Kirito and Yu-Gi-Oh getting worried about Tisei and Ronie being late for their daily reports. Kirito says that he has a bad feeling about this and goes out to search for them. Yu-Gi-Oh, on the other hand, stays and waits for them in the room. Shortly after, somebody knocks at the door. Yu-Gi-Oh opens the door and finds Frenica standing there, completely drenched. Panicked, she begs for help, saying that Tisei and Ronie are in danger after the two confronted Rayos and Umber after Umber requested that Frenica do a service for him that she is, quote, too embarrassed to repeat, end quote. Yu-Gi-Oh heads straight to Umber and Rayos' room, where Yu-Gi-Oh finds out that the two tied up Tisei and Ronie as part of their punishment for accusing the two of mistreating Frenica. After Rayos talks about how his noble rank takes priority over some school rules and how it's in his right as a noble to punish them how he sees fit, Umber and Rayos jump on top of the two and start... I'm starting to think that the author has some type of fetish. Anywho, Yu-Gi-Oh sees this and tries to stop it, but the Taboo Index prevents him from interrupting the punishment. However, Yu-Gi-Oh resists to the point where his right eye starts showing the error codes once more, similar to the time when he tried to save Alice from the Integrity Knight taking her away. This time, Yu-Gi-Oh refuses to be tied down by the Taboo Index and defies it, causing his right eye to explode. He swings his sword at Umber and cuts his left arm, causing a literal bloodbath. With Yu-Gi-Oh defying the Taboo Index, Rayos takes this moment to execute him, as it's also part of his noble duties to kill criminals. Before Rayos' sword lands on Yu-Gi-Oh's neck, Kirito arrives just in time to block it. Rayos and Kirito cross swords, which ends with Kirito having the upper hand. Literally, because he cuts off Rayos' hands. After the incident, Kirito and Yu-Gi-Oh get locked up somewhere in the academy for the night. The next day, Azurika picks them up and heals Yujio's right eye. She tells Yujio that breaking the seal of the right eye was not something she was able to do, and because of that, she believes Yujio can go to places where she couldn't. She then turns to Kirito and tells him she has never found out who he was, but she believes that after their departure, things in the academy will change. After that, Kirito and Yujio are led to the place where their escort is waiting, who turns out to be Alice. Episode 11 starts with Tisei and Ronie saying their farewells to Kirito and Yujio before being taken away by Alice to the central cathedral prison. Over in the real world, Asuna finds out that Higa and Kojiro are working on a robot called Ichieman. According to the two of them, it's a prototype of something that Kikuoka asked them to create. Basically, it's a robot that can be used by artificial floodlights to exist in the real world, allowing them to interact with the objects around it. After some nerdy talk between Higa and Kojiro, Kojiro asks Asuna to eat breakfast with her in the cafeteria, which Asuna happily accepts. Before leaving the control room, Asuna looks at the monitor showing the underworld and says she'll be back later. Speaking of the underworld, Yujio and Kirito are now inside a cell in the underground. The two of them are determined to find out just what the heck happened to Alice and why she calls herself Alice Synthesis 30 now. Kirito concludes that Alice must be under some form of mind control, which explains why she no longer recognizes Yujio. Believing this to be the case, the two decide to attempt a prison break. Their first obstacle is the chains binding them. Kirito comes up with a clever idea. If they strike each other's chains with their own restraints at the same time, the impact might be enough to break them. Well, that works. Next, the two head over to some kind of flower garden located in the central cathedral. The two of them reflect on their journey once more, saying that it's probably best to arrive in the central cathedral as a criminal rather than an integrity knight, because their memories might be wiped, just like what happened to Alice. After a short conversation, the two start exploring the garden until they run into Eldrie Synthesis 31, an integrity knight that Alice stationed in the garden. In the next episode, it's Kirito and Yujio up against Eldrie. The two, while giving a good fight, get overpowered by Eldrie through sheer strength. However, in the middle of the fight, Yujio remembers who Eldrie actually is. Yujio tells him that he's Eldrie Woolsburg, and that he was the champion of this year's Four Empires Unification Tournament. This triggers Eldrie's latent memories, causing him to break down. Yujio starts telling him more about his past life, causing Eldrie to half eject a purple prism from his forehead. Yujio tells Eldrie more about himself in an attempt to get the prism out of him, but a red-armored integrity knight fires an arrow at them, causing them to flee. As they run away from the other integrity knight, a magical doorway opens, and a hand calls for them to enter. Kirito and Yujio rush inside and meet a small sage who calls herself Cardinal. Cardinal tells them that she used to be in charge of this world, but now she's just the curator of everything in it. After freeing the two from their chains, Cardinal notices that Yujio is sopping wet and tells him the direction of the restroom. Once Yujio leaves, Cardinal starts speaking frankly to Kirito. Cardinal tells Kirito that she knows he's not of this world, and that the myths the people in the underworld believe are all propaganda made by the church to keep them under control. Kirito figures out that Cardinal is actually the Cardinal system. Yeah, the one from SAO, ALO, and everything that uses the seed to run it. Cardinal explains how the underworld came to be to Kirito. It's pretty long, but to give you a rundown, hundreds of years ago, 4 people were transported to the underworld from the real world. They had offspring and taught the kids basic stuff like moral compasses and farming. However, one of those 4 people was actually a devious person. All offspring coming from them had developed a thirst for power and conquest. One of those children is named Queenella, who now acts as the Pontifex of the Axiom Church. You know, the literal pope. She wanted absolute control of the underworld and made sure nobody was her equal. She made the Taboo Index just for that purpose. She even viewed the cardinal system as a threat to her power. As such, she fused her soul with the cardinal system, seizing Cardinal's authority level and becoming the most powerful being in the underworld, the Administrator. Episode 13 continues Cardinal's flashback. 70 years after Queenella became the Administrator, she noticed something was wrong with her. Her Fluctlights had reached their memory capacity. Because of that, she devised a new ritual called the Synthesis Ritual, a fusing of the soul and memory. This allowed her to take control of another person's Fluctlight. Queenella elected an unnamed kid to undergo this. However, she forgot something very important. See, the Cardinal system has 2 programs. A main program that runs everything, and a sub-program that runs error checks in the main program. In the middle of the synthesis ritual, the young girl received the sub-program instructions instead, obligating her to correct the mistakes of Queenella, and that is how Cardinal was born. Right after the ritual, Cardinal tried to kill Queenella, but failed. The failure forced Cardinal to run away to one of the places where the Administrator doesn't have access, the Great Library. Since then, Queenella formed the Integrity Knights as a defense system against Cardinal, while Cardinal sat there lying in wait for people she can trust to help her. Cardinal also talks about Wrath and the Underworld's purpose. A long time ago, she found out that Wrath wants to stress the people in the underworld so they can observe how the people will react under extreme duress. Cardinal knew about this because the invasion of the Dark Territory could not be stopped, even with the help of the Integrity Knights. Kirito interrupts her, asking why Cardinal would bother taking the Administrator down if the underworld would simply fall under the attack of the Dark Territory. Kirito follows this up by asking her if she cares about what would happen to the world after defeating the Administrator, and Cardinal reveals that perhaps she doesn't. She also tells him that she does not acknowledge a god like Wrath, who pre-programmed the bloodshed. Cardinal tells him that after she defeats the Administrator, she's going to delete every single Fluctlight in the world. Cardinal offers a bargain to Kirito. If he helps her defeat the Administrator, she will save 10 Fluctlights so that Kirito can have access to them in the real world. Kirito agrees, but tells Cardinal that he will find a much better plan than what she has in store. After their short discussion, Cardinal and Kirito find Yu-Gi-Oh in the library reading a book. Kirito vaguely explains who Cardinal is, trying to omit the fact that she's not from the underworld and that she knows all about the system and Wrath and stuff. Yu-Gi-Oh asks about Alice, and Cardinal apologizes, saying that she only knows of the Integrity Knight, but not the person Alice once was. However, she tells him that she knows how to turn an Integrity Knight into its former self. They need to pull the prism from their forehead and put their memory fragment inside the knight. Cardinal tells them that Queenella most likely keeps a close eye on them, which means that it's probably in her quarters on the 100th floor of the central cathedral. Cardinal also hands out 2 daggers, one for Alice and one for Queenella. Whoever is hit by the dagger will be put into a deep sleep and will be susceptible to any sacred arts Cardinal does. Cardinal also grants Kirito and Yu-Gi-Oh the ability to use perfect weapon control, allowing them to match the Integrity Knights in battle. Finally, she opens a doorway to the armory, where the two can retrieve their swords. In episode 14, Kirito and Yuuki finally reunite with their swords, but not even 2 minutes later, they're attacked by the same Integrity Knight from their encounter with Eldrie. Kirito and Yuuki prepare for battle, as the red-armored Integrity Knight, also known as the Crimson Knight, casts Enhance Armament, a power-up. The Crimson Knight gets engulfed in a flaming aura and starts aiming his powered-up bow at Kirito. Kirito tells Yuuki that he's going to try to block the shot, and after he does, he needs him to go for the offensive. The Crimson Knight fires his arrow, and Kirito blocks it using ice shields. After the successful block, Yuuki takes advantage of the steam from the contact between the knight's flaming arrow and the ice shield as cover to ambush the knight with his sword. As Yuuki swings, he recalls Kirito's words when he asked what he was swinging his sword for. Yuuki finally finds his purpose, and that is to free Alice. With renewed commitment to taking Alice home, Yuuki's Blue Rose sword beats the Crimson Knight's bow and freezes it, dispelling the Crimson Knight's flaming aura and knocking him back. Defeated, the Crimson Knight talks to Kirito and Yuuki, revealing that the Integrity Knights are gathering on the 50th floor, and they have orders to kill them. Kirito asks him why he's sharing this kind of information, and the knight tells Kirito that the administrator will most likely freeze him for eternity because he failed to catch them both. As such, he wants to have an honorable death instead. Finally, he introduces himself as Deus Olbert Synthesis 7. Yuuki recognizes him as the knight who took Alice away when they were kids. Enraged, Yuuki attempts to swing his sword to kill him, but he can't bring himself to do so. Kirito tells Yuuki that Deus Olbert probably can't even remember taking Alice away because the administrator most likely sealed his memories regarding it. Kirito talks to Deus Olbert, trying to get him to remember his past life. After some time, Deus Olbert remembers something. A dream he always had about waking up next to a girl wearing a silver ring similar to his. This leaves Deus Olbert stunned. Kirito tells him he has 2 choices, either heal himself and go after Yuuki and him, or turn himself into the administrator. As the two climb up the stairs, they meet 2 little girls. In episode 15, well, let's just say Kirito and Yuuki let their guards down. Turns out, those little kids are actually Integrity Knights Linal and Fiesel. After stabbing the two with daggers coated in paralyzing poison, the 2 adorable kids bring Kirito and Yuuki to the 50th floor. Upon reaching the floor, the vice commander of the Integrity Knights, Fanatio, and 4 knights called the 4 Whirling Blades greet them. Here, we find out that Linal and Fiesel seem to have some kind of beef with the Integrity Knights. See, while they are Integrity Knights in name, Linal and Fiesel aren't fully fledged Integrity Knights. They don't have their divine weapon and can't use the perfect weapon control arts. While they're thinking of ways to quicken their ascent to becoming actual Integrity Knights, they heard about Kirito and Yuuki infiltrating the central cathedral. So, they took advantage of the situation, and here we are. Fanatio tells the 2 that since they're still apprentices, they should have been hiding in their quarters. However, Fiesel and Linal fire back, saying that 2 Integrity Knights have been defeated by Kirito and Yuuki. Fiesel and Linal argue that the Integrity Knight's reputation is already sullied because 2 knights have already been defeated. So, to save their reputation, they will simply execute them, and they want Fanatio as their witness. As they turn to Kirito and Yuuki to execute them, Kirito steals their daggers and lightly wounds them, paralyzing the 2. Kirito then grabs an antidote and gives it to Yuuki, telling him to use his perfect weapon control after the antidote takes effect. Kirito wants it to be a surprise, so he asks him to make sure to do the reciting quietly. Then, Kirito explains that he was able to smell something wrong the moment Linal and Fiesel met them at the stairs, so he cast a poison-resistant sacred art just to make sure. It took quite a while to take effect, but it finally did just before they were about to be executed. Bang up job, Sherlock! With the poison now neutralized, it's showtime! Kirito charges Fanatio, but the whirling blades try to stop him. Kirito easily parries them, not letting them get in the way. Wasting no time, Fanatio activates Enhance Armament. Not to be outdone, Kirito begins charging a sword skill of his own. He rushes at Fanatio, but they counter by firing beams of light from the tip of their sword. Kirito manages to slice off a portion of Fanatio's helmet, but in exchange, he takes a direct hit to his stomach. Realizing he's at a disadvantage, he quickly retreats and begins running around, doing his best to dodge the beams of light. However, Fanatio is way too accurate with these beams. A beam hits Kirito's foot, stopping him from moving. Eugeo cries out to Kirito, but then he realizes that he can finally move. He makes the hard decision of simply trusting Kirito's plans and starts chanting his perfect weapon control sacred arts. As Eugeo starts casting quietly at the side, Fanatio explains that their sword is actually made out of mirrors. The beams that it shoots are just the sun's rays being reflected by the sword and amplified for more damage. After explaining how their sword came to be, Fanatio charges up a beam that would definitely kill Kirito. However, Kirito casts a sacred art that conjures a mirror to reflect the beam to Fanatio. The reflected beam manages to blast off Fanatio's helmet, revealing Fanatio to be a woman all along. After losing her helmet, Fanatio's whole demeanor changes. She tells Kirito not to look at her with disdainful eyes and demands that he fight her in a real battle. Fanatio starts swinging wildly, and Kirito meets her every swing. As they cross swords, Kirito reveals that the surprise on his face after her helmet flew away was not because she was a woman, but because her composure was thrown out the window the moment it was lost. Fanatio, enraged, increases the intensity of her attacks, but Kirito keeps up with her. The two of them reach a standstill soon after, where Fanatio tells Kirito that he's not like the other men who fought her. She tells him that his attacks have conviction and are not like the other knights who underestimated her after seeing her detestable face. Her words, not mine, don't come at me. Kirito fires back, saying if her face was detestable, why does she wear lipstick and comb her hair? Kirito goes on to say that he knows she's in love with another knight, but they can't be together because of the rules of the church. Lucky for her, Kirito's here to break the church down and free everyone from its shackles. Hearing this, Fanatio determines Kirito to be a danger to the church, not just with his sword, but with his words too. Fanatio decides to end the battle quickly and uses Release Recollection, a divine weapon's final skill. She raises her sword and points towards the roof. Then, all of a sudden, her sword starts firing light beams randomly across the room, hitting not just Kirito, but also herself. Seeing this, Kirito charges in to stop Fanatio from eventual suicide. The moment Kirito's sword hits Fanatio's, Eugeo unleashes his Enhance Armament Sacred Arts and freezes the whole room. The four Whirlwind Knights get caught by the Sacred Arts, but Fanatio is able to jump out just in time. However, Kirito is already one step ahead and stops Fanatio's momentum by stomping on her armor, sending her crashing back down to the ground for Eugeo's Enhance Armament to freeze. Despite being held down by Eugeo's skill, Fanatio fights back by charging a beam aimed directly at Eugeo and Kirito. Episode 16 starts with Kirito countering Fanatio's attack using his own Enhance Armament arts. A black beam of light comes out of the tip of Kirito's sword, meeting Fanatio's light beam halfway, causing a struggle between the two. Fanatio is the first to break down, allowing Kirito's black beam attack to defeat her. After the long fight, Kirito collapses, and Eugeo rushes to his side to heal him. Kirito regains his consciousness after Eugeo shares some of his life force with him. After lecturing Eugeo that the knights are still human at heart and merely carrying out their duties, Kirito walks straight toward the unconscious Fanatio lying on the floor. Seeing her critical condition, Kirito starts healing her, but the bleeding just doesn't stop. Eugeo even steps in to help, but it just isn't enough. Kirito, running out of options, uses one of the knives that Cardinal gave them. The knife's intended use was for the administrator, but Kirito says that he's not going to let Fanatio, a person who loved her commander for 100 years, die here. Kirito gently places the tip of the knife on Fanatio's arm, and it connects her body to the Cardinal, who takes her back to the Great Library for treatment. Then, Cardinal mentions that the administrator is still asleep right now, and that if they reach her room before she wakes up, they might be able to defeat her without the use of the knife. Finally, Cardinal leaves 2 potions that will restore them to full health. After Cardinal leaves, Eugeo and Kirito start climbing the stairs once again. Along the way, they meet another person called Operator, who operates a floating platform. Kirito asks her if she can take them as high as possible, and Operator obliges, carrying them up to the 80th floor. There, they finally meet Alice, who is waiting for them under an osmanthus tree. Kirito tells Eugeo that the best time to attack is now, because they want to take her by surprise. The plan is that Kirito will pin Alice down, and Eugeo will come in and stab her with the dagger from Cardinal. However, the plan slowly crumbles after Kirito finds out that Alice's sword was the tree all along, and that it was already in perfect weapon control mode. Alice swings her sword, which now materializes as a swarm of razor-sharp osmanthus petals, and knocks the 2 to the ground. Kirito then challenges Alice to a one-on-one, while Eugeo starts casting his enhanced armament arts. Alice starts the offense, and Kirito can barely keep his stance due to the strength behind Alice's swings. Backed into a corner, Kirito parries Alice's strike and rushes in to hold her in place. Then, Eugeo releases his enhanced armament arts and freezes both Kirito and Alice. However, he only froze Alice's body, not her sword. The sword dematerializes once more into osmanthus petals and removes the ice surrounding her. Then, Alice turns to Kirito to land another hit, but he parries it to the side, causing the wall behind them to crack. Kirito tells Eugeo to take advantage of the situation, but the wall beside them completely breaks down, causing Kirito and Alice to get sucked out of the cathedral. Even worse, the wall starts repairing itself, cutting Eugeo off from them. In the next episode, Alice and Kirito are both hanging out outside the cathedral walls, quite literally. Alice asks Kirito to let her go because she'd much rather die than be saved by a sinner, but he refuses. This makes Alice question why he's so intent on saving her. Kirito explains that he and Eugeo are not there to kill the Integrity Knights. He says he knows that the Dark Territory will invade the human empire, and Alice is one of the best Integrity Knights around. Alice's death would mean a huge loss in strength. After convincing Alice, the 2 form a truce and start climbing the cathedral from the outside. Then, the scene shifts to the real world as Asuna notices an escort ship deviating from its planned course. I know this seems like a random, mundane event, but trust me, this will be very important later on. Anyway, back to the Underworld. On their way up, Alice and Kirito encounter statues perched on the cathedral walls. These statues don't stay still for long though, as they turn out to be monsters from the Dark Territory. A fight breaks out as the 2 question why monsters exist at this height, where birds and Integrity Knight dragons are prohibited from reaching. Kirito and Alice make quick work of the monsters, but the question still lingers within them. While all of that is happening, Yu-Gi-Oh makes his way up to the 90th floor of the cathedral, where he encounters a blue-haired Integrity Knight taking a bath. In the next episode, the Integrity Knight Yu-Gi-Oh encounters turns out to be the commander, Berkuli. After dressing up and grabbing his sword, Berkuli tells Yu-Gi-Oh that he's ready to fight, but warns him that he will be using his best move first. Yu-Gi-Oh recognizes Berkuli's stance and proceeds to charge a weapon skill that can counter it. The fight starts, and Yu-Gi-Oh charges to meet Berkuli's blade, but something seems wrong. Berkuli slashes early, and a shockwave remains from the place where Berkuli's attack was. The shockwave then hits Yu-Gi-Oh, sending him flying to the nearby bath. Yu-Gi-Oh proceeds to heal himself while Berkuli explains his sword. Turns out, it wasn't a shockwave, it was a slice through time. Berkuli's sword allows him to slash into the future, setting traps in advance through calculations of where the opponent is going to be. After hearing this, Yu-Gi-Oh takes on Berkuli at a distance. He activates his Enhance Armament art, causing a large pointed circle to attack the Integrity Knight. He charges Berkuli, who then blocks Yu-Gi-Oh's sword, which turns out to be a decoy made of ice. Yu-Gi-Oh takes advantage of his momentum to pin Berkuli down to the nearby baths and proceeds to retrieve his sword from the ceiling, where he stuck it after he sliced the ice remnants earlier. Then, he freezes the whole place. The scene shifts, and a flashback plays of when Cardinal was explaining how the perfect weapon arts work. There are two stages to it: Enhance and Release. Enhance awakens part of the weapon's memories, allowing it to unleash a new attack. Release, on the other hand, releases all the weapon's memories, allowing it to use its most devastating attack. And we've seen the Knights use this a lot. Back to Yu-Gi-Oh. He has his lower body frozen just like Berkuli, which is part of his plan. As Berkuli tries to free himself, Yu-Gi-Oh uses the secondary effect, leeching life from the people trapped by its ice. Yu-Gi-Oh tells Berkuli about himself, the legendary hero whom everyone in Rulid looks up to, and the one who founded their village. Yu-Gi-Oh points out that Berkuli had a mother, someone who brought him into this world, and that he didn't start as a knight, but he was converted into one. This begins to plant seeds of doubt in Berkuli's head, as he already doubted the part that he was born an Integrity Knight. Then, a clown-looking dude named Prime Senator Chudelkin appears out of nowhere to provoke Berkuli. These two have some kind of beef, and as Berkuli starts telling him that they lied to the Knights regarding Kirito and Yu-Gi-Oh, Chudelkin turns Berkuli into stone, right before Yu-Gi-Oh loses his consciousness. On to Kirito and Alice. The two share a moment, eating Kirito's packed dumplings from Cardinal. However, Alice grabs Kirito's collar after he mentions something about her having a little sister. Kirito offers to tell Alice everything he knows about the world and about her. In the next episode, Kirito lays everything he knows: Alice's childhood, family, how the Integrity Knights are made, and all that jazz that comes with it. Everything Kirito mentions further strengthens the doubt she already felt towards the administrator and the church. Just like Yu-Gi-Oh, this ends up with Alice losing her right eye as she denounces her position as an Integrity Knight and agrees to assist Kirito in his mission to save the human empire against the Dark Territory. Back to Yu-Gi-Oh, he wakes up inside the room of the Pontifex. Yu-Gi-Oh searches the room and finds the Pontifex sleeping soundly in a bed. He readies his dagger to stab her, but she wakes up, causing Yu-Gi-Oh to freeze in place. Then, she starts manipulating Yu-Gi-Oh, telling him that nobody truly loves him and that she's the only person that will. Yu-Gi-Oh tries to fight the Pontifex's words, but the allure of love is too much for him. The episode ends with Yu-Gi-Oh exposing his Fluct-like core to her as the Pontifex embraces him. Bro's kinda cooked at this point, not gonna lie. In episode 20, Alice's right eye is now covered by an eye patch Kirito made for her after she passed out while trying to defy the Pontifex. After reaching floor 95, the only floor they can enter from the outside, Alice asks Kirito where Yu-Gi-Oh is. Kirito uses a sacred art that tracks Yu-Gi-Oh's sword, and it shows that it's on the 90th floor. The two descend to the baths where the fight between Berkuli and Yu-Gi-Oh happened. After opening the door, a frozen room greets them. Alice panics, going straight to Berkuli's stone body. She knows that it's not Yu-Gi-Oh who did this, but the Prime Senator instead. Berkuli, sensing that Alice is around, starts to speak and tells Alice that he's proud of her for breaking the seal. Then, he turns to Kirito and asks him to take care of it. Determined to get Berkuli back to normal, Kirito picks up Yu-Gi-Oh's sword and the two leave the room to look for the Prime Senator. After a little bit of walking, they reach the Senator's chambers, and this is what they see. The sight disturbs the two, with Alice asking if this was the will of the Pontifex. Kirito makes a guess and tells her that these people must have been kidnapped by the Pontifex and turned into this. As they stand, bewildered by the sight before them, a piercing voice blares deep within the chamber. Surprised by the noise, Kirito asks who the voice is from, and Alice confirms it's from the Prime Senator. The two head over to his chamber, and Alice picks him up. Confused, the Prime Senator asks Alice why he's teaming up with Kirito. Alice answers that she knows all about the lies of the Church and the Pontifex. The Prime Senator starts talking to buy time, saying that Alice's synthesis was forced due to how stubborn she was when she first came to the cathedral. Back then, the Prime Senator had to redirect the duties of the Senator from being the eyes and ears of the cathedral to accessing Alice's memories and deleting them to turn her into an Integrity Knight. Alice, done with the Prime Senator's yapping, stabs him in the chest. However, the Prime Senator has already succeeded in buying time. His suit explodes and emits a red smoke, allowing him to escape. The two follow his voice as he recites a sacred art, but are met by a dead end. Kirito looks for a way out, but is interrupted by a descending platform with another Integrity Knight standing on it. Alice comments that another Integrity Knight can't exist, but the two are in for the surprise of their life as they see a familiar figure coming down the platform. Yu-Gi-Oh! Kirito tries to talk to Yu-Gi-Oh, but all his memories have already been wiped. Heck, he even knows how to use an ancient art that allows a person to move objects at will. Finally, Yu-Gi-Oh points his sword at Kirito, and the two prepare for an explosive battle. In the next episode, Kirito tries to convince Yu-Gi-Oh to snap out of the Pontifex's clutches as they cross swords. While the fight is going on, Alice notes that Yu-Gi-Oh doesn't seem to be like the other Integrity Knights. She adds that Yu-Gi-Oh's synthesis was too fast, and that it was too unnatural for him to be able to use skills that knights took a long time to master. Hearing this, Kirito starts getting more aggressive and reminding Yu-Gi-Oh of his past life. Upon hearing about his hometown, Silica, and how his main purpose of going to the cathedral was to take Alice home, Yu-Gi-Oh's demeanor changes. He pauses for a bit before freezing Kirito and Alice. Then, he turns around and rides the platform once more to go back to the administrator's side. The Prime Senator sees him and wonders why he hasn't finished off the two, but Yu-Gi-Oh calmly says that his orders were to stop them, not to kill them. Hearing this, and wanting the administrator's approval, the Prime Senator heads down to finish Kirito and Alice. Yu-Gi-Oh stays in the chamber and approaches the Pontifex and tells her that his job is done. The Pontifex takes him into her arms and takes out the module she quickly installed in his forehead. After the Pontifex retrieves the prism, Yu-Gi-Oh launches an attack, attempting to stab her using the dagger the Cardinal gave him. Just as he's about to make contact, a shield intercepts the dagger and blasts him away from the Pontifex. Surprised by the attack, the Pontifex attempts to brainwash Yu-Gi-Oh once more, but Yu-Gi-Oh's will is stronger the second time around. Yu-Gi-Oh launches another attack, this time with his sword, and is able to break through the Pontifex's barrier. A fight starts between the two, with Yu-Gi-Oh using his sword skills and the Pontifex using her sacred arts. In the middle of the fight, the Prime Senator climbs back to the chamber asking for help. Shortly after, Kirito and Alice emerge, using the platform to join Eugeo in battle. The Pontifex tells the Prime Senator to deal with them, and he makes a crazy request. He asks the Pontifex if he could have her for the night after he defeats them, and the Pontifex agrees. My dude, there is a limit to just how thirsty one can be. Anyway, with renewed strength, the Prime Senator summons a fire genie to fight our heroes. In episode 22, all of the Prime Senator's flamboyancy, summoning a fire genie and getting his eyes burnt in the process, well, it ends not even 5 minutes into the episode. Kirito just charges up a move that transforms his clothes into his SAO version, and then he stabs him. And then he just straight up dies. Despite the Prime Senator only lasting 4 minutes and some change, the Pontifex figures something out. She now knows that Kirito is not from this world, but from the real world. The Pontifex asks Kirito what he's doing in this world, and Kirito tells her that the Underworld will be destroyed because of her. Kirito argues that if the Pontifex intends to use the impending attack as an opportunity to reset the world, then the scientists at Wrath will have no choice but to deem the Underworld experiment a failure, releasing everything. The Pontifex is aware of the situation and tells Kirito that she will never bow down to gods that don't have second thoughts about deleting their world, and that Kirito has no business judging how she runs the world if their kind is the same. After that, the Pontifex reveals that the Integrity Knights were simply stopgaps for her to develop the ultimate warrior she needs to hold back the Dark Territory. Holding the prism she took away from Eugeo earlier, she raises her hand and uses Release Recollection. Then, the weapons hung in the room combine into one entity she calls the Sword Golem. That's a walking sword! Cool. The Sword Golem wastes no time attacking after the Pontifex commands it to do so. Eugeo, terrified by its imposing appearance, has to be defended by Alice. However, this turns into a disaster, as after the first strike gets deflected, a second one comes right after and stabs Alice through the stomach. Seeing what just happened, Kirito jumps into action to fight the Sword Golem, but his attacks simply bounce off of it as the whole thing is considered almost unbreakable. The abomination fires back at Kirito, stabbing him through as well. Things have gone from bad to worse. But Charlotte springs into action. Charlotte is a little spider that has always been with Kirito and Eugeo. She's actually the one who led the two towards Cardinal's secret door. In short, she's kind of like Cardinal's little familiar. Anyway, she tells Eugeo to stab the floor with the dagger Cardinal gave him as she gigantifies herself to fight the Sword Golem. However, the golem is just way too strong for her, resulting in her losing some of her limbs and getting stabbed in the abdomen. Her death isn't for nothing though, as Eugeo is able to call Cardinal after using the dagger. Cardinal sends out a lightning bolt and disables the Sword Golem before descending from the floor and healing Alice and Kirito. Charlotte, unfortunately, is lost forever though. Oh, not like this. In the next episode, a fight is brewing between the two parties. The Pontifex cuts off the connection between the Underworld and the real world, trapping Cardinal and the others inside her room. Cardinal thinks that they have the upper hand and tells the Pontifex that it's 4 versus 1. However, the Pontifex reveals the gruesome truth about the Sword Golem. It's actually 300 versus 4. See, each of the weapons in the Sword Golem was a human transformed into weapons. Not just that, each of them can also use perfect weapon control as their memory fragments are stuck at the ceiling of the room. To make things even worse, this golem is just a prototype. For the final form the Pontifex is seeking, she will need half the population of the Underworld, which means she's gonna sacrifice half of the people just to make another one. Seeing that the 4 of them don't stand a chance, the Cardinal sacrifices herself for the safety of Alice, Kirito, and Eugeo. As the Pontifex takes her sweet time, Yu-Gi-Oh thinks of a way to defeat the Sword Golem and the Pontifex. Cardinal's body gets thrown across the room and lands in front of our heroes. Then, Yu-Gi-Oh asks Cardinal to turn him into a weapon with the last bit of her strength, just like what the Pontifex did with the Sword Golem. Yu-Gi-Oh turns into a sword after finally retrieving his memory fragment from the ceiling. After completing the transformation, he starts attacking the Sword Golem. Eventually, Yu-Gi-Oh pierces through its guard, hitting the core memory crystal and destroying the golem. Yu-Gi-Oh then turns his attention to the Pontifex and charges head on. The Pontifex tries to overpower Yu-Gi-Oh using her dark bolts, but Yu-Gi-Oh powers through and slices off the Pontifex's right arm. This comes with consequences, however, as Yu-Gi-Oh, the sword, also shatters in half. Yu-Gi-Oh turns back to human, but just like the sword, he is also split in half, and he dies shortly. The Blue Rose Sword, Yu-Gi-Oh's most beloved possession, freezes the area surrounding Yu-Gi-Oh and shatters as well. Disheartened by the death of his best friend, Kirito falls to his knees. The Pontifex walks over and creates another sword using her right arm and raises it to cut Kirito down. However, Alice gets in the way. This reminds Kirito of the time when Asuna died in SAO for protecting him against Kaiba. Kirito, not wanting the past to happen again, gets his strength back to block the Pontifex's sword and save Alice. In the next episode, the fight between the Pontifex and Kirito is about to begin. Right after collecting himself, Kirito accesses some latent power, turning his suit back into the SAO cloak once more. Kirito is the first to go on the offensive, firing sword skill after sword skill at the Pontifex. However, she counters all of them using sword skills from SAO. Kirito can't seem to break her guard and ends up wounded beside Yu-Gi-Oh. As things look dire for Kirito, Yu-Gi-Oh speaks to him. Dude is shockingly still alive. Barely. He holds Kirito's hands and gives him a little pep talk. It's a really sentimental moment, telling him that he remembers the fact that Kirito grew up with them in Rulid and how Kirito's bravery and courage made him his hero. After that, Yu-Gi-Oh gives Kirito his Blue Rose Sword, now dyed crimson. Then, Kirito assumes a familiar pose, holding two swords with a determined look, and charges the Pontifex with everything he has. The battle with the Pontifex ends with her losing her other arm, and Kirito losing his right arm. The Pontifex tries to escape by ejecting herself from the Underworld, but the Prime Senator wakes up and clings to her, despite being on fire. The two burn down, and the ejection process stops, ending the lives of both the Prime Senator and the Pontifex. Kirito rushes over to Yu-Gi-Oh's side and tries to heal him, but Yu-Gi-Oh tells him that it's better this way. Yu-Gi-Oh predicts that if he lives, the two of them would fight over Alice, because Kirito would want to save the Integrity Knight Alice, and Yu-Gi-Oh would want to take Alice Zuberg home. Kirito tells him it doesn't matter, and that he'd fight with him if it means he'll live, but Yu-Gi-Oh insists. Before leaving Kirito, Yu-Gi-Oh suggests the name Night Sky Blade for Kirito's still unnamed sword. He tells Kirito that the name popped into his mind as Kirito is just like the night sky, enveloping the sorry world they live in with his stars.
Really, man? More onions? What are you even doing with all of them?
Right after Yu-Gi-Oh's death, Kirito heads straight to the console that the Pontifex used to try to get out of the Underworld. He's able to reach out to Wrath, but things seem dire on the other side, as Wrath is under attack by a specialized group of people. Kikuoka asks Kirito to bring Alice to the World's End altar at the Dark Territory without so much as an explanation. As things get even more serious in the real world, Kirito loses consciousness. Episode 25 starts by introducing us to the aftermath of the death of the Pontifex and Kirito's collapse. Long story short, Kirito is now in a semi-vegetative state due to the power being cut in the real world. Alice returns to Rulid with Kirito in hopes of finding refuge for him, but even her father casts them away to the outskirts of the village where the two now live. Alice has also left the Integrity Knights to be with Kirito full time.
Lucky you!
Regarding the invasion of the Dark Territory, the Integrity Knights are now training an army to stop them, which is the best that they can do right now. One night, while Alice is feeding Kirito his dinner, Eldrie comes to visit her. He asks her to come back to the Integrity Knights because they need her strength. However, Alice declines. Eldrie believes that Alice is being led astray by Kirito and tells her that he will execute him so she'll be free from his shackles. But Alice reveals the truth that she can't use her sword anymore, and that's why she can't join the knights on the front lines. Upon hearing this, Eldrie leaves the two alone. As Alice tucks Kirito in bed, Kirito starts acting weirdly. Then, her dragon, Amayori, looks at the village. Alice follows suit and sees smoke coming from it, indicating that the Dark Territory has started its attack.
Oh no.
In the next episode, Alice rushes to aid the village and finds out that the goblins orchestrated the attack. Using her dragon, she heads straight to the plaza where all the people are gathering, save for the town guards. Alice advises everyone to leave the village via the south exit to be safe from the attack. However, this advice is met with resistance from people who want to protect their houses and possessions. Alice argues that their lives are more important than their possessions, but the town people remain stubborn, despite Silica backing Alice. Figuring out that they won't listen to her, Alice finally reveals to everyone that she's an Integrity Knight and uses her authority to overrule the village rules. Seeing that her authority outranks everyone in the village, the townspeople finally listen to her and start moving towards the southern exit. Then, Alice heads straight to the town guards and asks them to do the same. She takes over, removes her eye patch, and starts slaughtering all the goblins in front of her. Back in the real world, the attack on Wrath still continues, which forces Kikuoka, Higa, Kojiro, and Asuna to hide in the sub-control room. Higa was able to lock the Light Cube Cluster, a collection of light cubes that contain Fluct-Lights, before the attackers had the chance to access them. However, Higa believes that there might be an expert in their team. Not just that, but since it's locked, the only person who can eject Alice's Light Cube is Kirito. But Higa knows his current condition. He elaborates that Kirito's condition is due to him losing the self-image part of his Fluct-Lights, resulting in Kirito only being able to do routine tasks and nothing more. Hearing all of this, Kikuoka and the others put their trust once again on the shoulders of the hero. In episode 27, we have the mercenaries who attacked Wrath trying to figure out how to access Alice's Light Cube. Remember the squad Kirito and the others fought in GGO early in this season? Turns out, they're the same dudes who are now attacking Wrath. The world can be small sometimes. Anyway, they figure out that the only way to find Alice and have her Light Cube extracted is to find her in the Underworld. They start looking for accounts they can use to log in for the dive using the Soul Translator, but can't find a suitable one in the Human Empire. Their leader asks their programmer dude if there are any accounts they can use from the Dark Territory, and he finds two, the Dark Knight and Emperor Vecta. The leader of the mercenaries, the blondie Gabriel, elects himself as the one logging in as Emperor Vecta, and his curly-haired goon Vasago will be logging in as the Dark Knight. The events after that happen in quick succession. First, Higa explains that it's very possible for Kirito's Fluct-Lights to be repaired. There just needs to be someone to forgive him in the Underworld. Hearing this, Asuna volunteers to dive into the Underworld to locate him, and try to establish contact with Kirito and protect Alice. Asuna informs the friend group about her dive, with Yui asking them to log into ALO so she can brief them as to what's happening. On the other side of the Underworld, there's a faction in the Dark Territory that wants peace instead of war with the Human Empire. However, Emperor Vecta and the Dark Knight have already logged in.
Look at these
Aura farmers. In the next episode, news of Emperor Vecta's return traveled fast, and all the tribes and guilds under the Dark Territory have assembled in the courtroom. The leader of the Dark Knights, Vixer, asks Emperor Vecta what he seeks now that he has returned. Vecta claims that it's blood and destruction. After hanging out with Visago, trying to get accustomed to the bodies they are using in the underworld, Vecta enters his room. He's greeted by Lipia, a member of the Dark Knights. She tells Vecta that she's going to accompany him for the night. However, she quickly brings out a dagger behind her hair and attempts to assassinate Vecta. Her attempt fails as Vecta overpowers her and kills her through strangulation. Now this dude is actually messed up in real life too. Gabriel actually killed his childhood friend Alicia in pursuit of finding out where the soul is. And they were kids back then, probably like 9 or 10. Her death was his first encounter with the so-called soul of a human being, and he's been in pursuit of it since. Lipia's death was his second, and it sent him into utmost ecstasy. Yike! The next day, Vecta reveals that somebody tried to assassinate him last night and presents Lipia's frozen head in front of the assembly. Vixer, seeing his beloved's frozen head in front of him, goes into a fit of rage and attacks Vecta, using a move that somehow ends up with him looking for Vecta's soul inside his body. But he fails, as he notes that Vecta might have a soul, but he is way too far gone. Vixer's outrage killed and wounded a lot of the participants in the courtroom. Vecta simply tells everyone who lost their leaders to elect a new one and that their attack will proceed as planned. Back to Alice, she discovers that the Eastern Gate, the only thing separating the human empire and the Dark Territory, is crumbling. She recognizes that they don't have a lot of time before the attack happens and heads over to the Integrity Knights camp with Kirito. In the next episode, Eldrie welcomes Alice to the camp, but shows disdain at the sight of Kirito. Eldrie argues that Kirito will only be a burden to Alice if she fights while also protecting him. Bercoli interrupts Eldrie and tells him to calm down. Then, Bercoli steps forward menacingly, which makes Alice think that he's going to kill Kirito. Alice readies to pull her sword, but Bercoli tells her to relax. In the blink of an eye, Bercoli launches an incarnate dagger at Alice, but it dissipates just before it makes contact. Bercoli tells her that while Kirito might seem like he's lost, it's actually him who deflected the dagger, and he did so using his willpower. After some time, Tisei and Ronie deliver Alice's and Kirito's dinner. They've heard the rumors that Alice brought a black-haired person into the camp, and they figured it out to be Kirito. Alice welcomes them inside and tells them the truth. Tisei and Ronie collapse on their knees upon seeing Kirito's condition and learning about the death of Eugeo. The two start blaming themselves for what happened to the two of them, but Alice reassures them it's not their fault. Aww. The next day, the Integrity Knights hold a strategic meeting and tell everyone that their best bet is to meet the invaders right in front of the Eastern Gate so that they won't get surrounded. However, the bigger issue is the amount of arts users the Dark Territory has. Fanatio suggests that consuming the spatial power, or the mana, in the land first, before the Dark Territory mages are able to do so, is a strategy that they can implement. Alice is a little skeptical about this though, as she believes they don't have enough numbers to absorb all of the spatial power before the enemy does. This is where Fanatio reveals that Alice has the power to absorb all of it and unleash arts that can pierce the heavens. Guten Lagan? Hello? Anyway, after the strategic meeting, Alice bids farewell to Kirito and tells Tisei and Ronie to protect Kirito as she heads into battle. She admits that she doesn't know if she will come back alive, but she will do her very best to do so. Come on, Alice. Don't raise a flag like that. In episode 30, the fight between the two empires finally Wait, hold on. Is that Kirito? Why did they bring him to the battlefield? Anyway, Weird decision aside, their plan seems to look solid. As the Dark Territory makes its first attack, Deus Solbert blasts them with his bow. Fanatio is also holding her side very well. The weak link in this formation is Eldrie's side. The goblins charge Eldrie and his platoon, but upon reaching a certain range, the goblins start throwing smoke bombs. This forces the army to stop swinging, as they might wound friendlies around them if they start swinging blindly. The goblins earn their free pass, and when a messenger comes to deliver the news to the second line of defense, the Integrity Knight that is supposed to be leading it, Renly, has run away.
Hey, where are you going? Get back here! Hey!
The Dark Territory's push shows no signs of slowing down. Over at Fanatio's side of things, she's fighting the Giant's leader who somehow starts to tweak it. Like, full on tweaked his way to glitching out. It's actually kinda trippy. Anyway, the Giant's leader starts charging Fanatio, but Fanatio can't seem to move. The Giant's hammer was about to make contact, if not for one of the whirlwind blades sacrificing her life to defend Fanatio. This knight's name is Dakira, and she's the first major loss for the human empire. Angered by Dakira's death, Fanatio unleashes an art that forms a constant beam of light from the tip of her sword, and then slices all the goblins in front of her vertically, including the Giant's leader. Over at Deus Olbert's side, after running out of arrows, he gets tackled by a bunch of little goblins at the command of the goblin leader. Golgoroso, Yu-Gi-Oh's former mentor, arrives just in time to save him, but he gets knocked out by the goblin leader instead. As the goblin leader turns to Golgoroso and raises his sword to kill him, Deus Olbert breaks free from the grasp of the goblins and literally uses his sword as an arrow and obliterates not just the goblin leader, but a huge chunk of the Dark Territory's army too. Elsewhere, Alice absorbs the spatial power coming from the dead bodies and starts conjuring a metallic ball-looking object. Renly, on the other hand, is hiding inside a supply tent and hugging his knees in fear. In the next episode, we finally find out why Renly ran away from his post. Apparently, this Integrity Knight has some trauma that he's dealing with. First, when he was turned into an Integrity Knight, he couldn't use perfect weapon control, resulting in the Pontifex deep freezing him. Renly is only unfrozen during the aftermath of Kirito killing the Pontifex, which means he hasn't seen a battle of this scale, unlike the other knights. As he's freaking out and self-loathing, Tisei and Ronnie arrive in the tent where he's hiding. He reveals himself, hoping not to surprise the two. After a short introduction from Tisei and Ronnie, the two girls start hearing fights just outside the tent. Tisei peeks, and she sees smoke and figures. Then, she starts walking backwards and readies to draw her sword. Soon after, a goblin enters the tent and raises his sword to kill the two girls. Kirito tries to protect the two, but the best he can do is clutch his swords tightly. The scene suddenly shifts to another flashback. This time, it's Renly accidentally killing his best friend during a tournament. This has haunted him for the longest time and is one of the reasons why he dislikes killing. Seeing that Kirito still tries to protect the two, despite his fragile condition, gives Renly the courage he needs to finally draw his divine weapon, the twin-edged wings. After defeating the goblin, Renly heads straight out to eliminate the others who have crossed the front lines. Eventually, he fights the goblin leader and defeats him after using his perfect weapon control arts for the first time. After hearing that a bunch of the demi-human leaders have been killed, the leader of the Dark Mages, DIL, sends out the minions to attack the human empire from the air. However, it is quickly dealt with by Berkuli's perfect weapon art. After this failure, DIL mobilizes her Dark Mages. Remember the metallic thing that Alice conjured earlier? Apparently, that was a mirror, and it stored all the spatial power of the land. So, the Dark Mages try to cast a fire spell, but since there's no spatial power going around, the spell just fizzles out. Then, Alice unleashes the blessings stored inside the mirror and uses it to eradicate the majority of the Dark Mage and some change. Well, at least they tried. In the next episode, Fanatio catches an exhausted Alice. She congratulates her, saying that her arts have made the enemies retreat. However, Alice tells her that the war is not over yet. They still haven't faced the Dark Knights and the bare-knuckle fighters, the pugilists. Alice asks Fanatio to command their arts users to use the spatial powers before the enemy can absorb them. After making sure Alice is fine, Fanatio leaves to report to the commander. Then, Eldry approaches Alice with a dejected look. He blames himself for letting the goblin faction go past his defenses, and even says that it's embarrassing for him as a knight to have found out that Renly killed one of the goblin chiefs. Alice tries to console him, but gets interrupted by a survivor of her explosive art. The survivor introduces himself as the chief of the ogres and tells Alice that he believes she's the Princess of Light and that if he brings her over to their leader, the war will end. The ogre lunges at Alice, but he gets dealt with easily. On the other side of the battlefield, DIL prostrates herself in front of Vecta, telling him that the outcome that led to the majority of her forces dying wasn't something she expected. She tells him that they had no information about a very strong arts user. Vecta asks her what they planned on using as a spatial power to conjure their spells, and DIL answers that they were planning to use the spatial powers from the dead. Vecta turns to a group of demi-humans and asks DIL if 3,000 would be sufficient for their spells. Back on Alice's side, she's talking to Berkuli about how the troops of the Dark Territory believe she's the Priestess of Light, and she wants to take advantage of that. She asks Berkuli to act as a decoy to split the Dark Territory's forces and allow the Human Empire's army to exploit the reduced numbers. Then, remembering what she heard during Kirito and Kikuoko's conversation, she plans to secretly head to the World's End altar. Berkuli tells her that he'll only let the idea fly if he's coming with her, and if she's taking a bunch of the forces with her to make the decoy more believable. It's getting hella spicy. And so, the two forces put their plans into action. Berkuli leads the decoy forces with Alice, Renly, and another unnamed Integrity Knight. As they set out to get into position, Alice hears chanting in the distance and tells Berkuli that they shouldn't have the spatial power for it. However, Berkuli immediately recognizes what's happening and tells everyone that they have created the spatial power and are now using it to unleash a deadly magic bolt. Shortly after, DIL commands the release of the magic bolt, which heads straight to the Integrity Knights. Berkuli commands everyone near him that they will lead the bolt away from the main forces, but Eldrier decides to take matters into his own hand. He uses his perfect weapon control on the magic bolt, which causes it to change targets to him. Then, he flies as high as he can and tanks everything, successfully leading the bolt away from the main forces, but in exchange for his life. Alice rushes to catch Eldrier's body, well, what's left of it. Eldrier tells her not to cry before passing away. Alice, enraged by Eldrier's death, attacks the remaining Dark Mage forces in front of her and kills them using her dragon and Eldrier's. Then, she proclaims herself as the Priestess of Light in front of the enemy forces, which gives Vecta his first glance at Alice. Aight, bro, let's not be creepy here. In the next episode, Vecta orders all the remaining forces to go after Alice. Berkuli notes that Alice's strategy turned out to be a little too successful, and now all the dudes are after them. Chief among their problems are the pugilists, the bare-knuckle fighters. Berkuli tells Alice that these pugilists can literally steal their bodies, which means that swords are pretty tricky to use against them. However, as the two discuss strategy, an unnamed Integrity Knight tells them that she'll handle them. So, shortly after, she stands in front of the pugilist army, wielding a very thin sword. Apparently, the Pontifex made it her divine weapon, and it's a sword that can cut through virtually anything, making it the perfect weapon to deal with the pugilists. Pair that with her innate desire to cut down every person in front of her, according to a flashback earlier, and she's the killing machine the human empire needs. The thing is, with this Integrity Knight is that she's so quiet and expressionless that even Berkuli, who has known her for more than 100 years now, still don't know jack about her. Anyway, Renly's ambush squad is now in position, but an assassin lurks among them. A few hours ago, Vasago grew tired of just waiting beside Vecta and asked him to send him to fight against people, and Vecta pointed at the place where Renly and the others were setting up the ambush. Oh no. Back with the Integrity Knight facing the pugilists, their leader, Ishkan, steps onto the battlefield after watching his men being cut down one by one. Ishkan tries to take the Integrity Knight down, but she proves to be quite the immovable rock. At some point, one of Ishkan's subordinates rescues him from the Integrity Knight's attack to tell him that the main forces have now caught up to them and they need to push through. Hearing this, the Integrity Knight calls for her dragon. As soon as the dragon picks her up, the pugilist leader asks for her name, and she tells him it's Sheta. Back at the supply lines, it's Ronnie's time to patrol, and she does this. Damn, she's a badass. Apparently, Ronnie sensed Vasago's presence as he tried to assassinate her. After repelling Vasago, Ronnie alerts the supply line troops about the infiltration. In response, Vasago calls his Dark Knights, and they emerge from the forest. Renly also receives the news, which puts him in a very awkward spot. Luckily, Alice and Berkuli arrive just in time to tell him to take the troops with him and aid the supply troops. Berkuli also asks Alice to go with Renly. Back at the supply lines, Ronnie gets disarmed by Vasago. As he raises his sword to kill her, a goddess descends from the heavens and opens up the ground to swallow the attacking Dark Knights, including Vasago. Before he dies, Vasago recognizes the appearance of the goddess to be strikingly familiar to Asuna. Damn! In the next episode, Asuna finds herself in front of Tisei and Ronnie after saving the human empire's forces from being surrounded. Tisei and Ronnie thank Asuna, whom they believe to be the goddess Stacia, one of the goddesses of creation in the myth of the Underworld. However, Asuna quickly clears up the misunderstanding and tells them she's not the goddess and she's human just like them. Still, both of them give their gratitude to Asuna for saving not just them, but the army, as well as Kirito. Upon hearing his name, Asuna asks the two if she can meet Kirito, and they agree. Asuna and Kirito are finally reunited, but Kirito's state makes it more devastating. Kirito recognizes Asuna and tries to speak, but he can't. He even tries to hug her back, but it's impossible. Asuna tells Kirito that she will save him, and she'll look for a way to end the war. As Asuna leaves the carriage where Kirito is, Alice attacks Asuna, mistaking her for being a member of the Dark Territory. Their fight is only stopped after Berkuli steps in and breaks it off with a single palm thrust to offset their balance. Berkuli tells Alice to relax, and the person who saved not just his life, but many others, can't seem to be someone working with the Dark Territory. Alice finally lowers her sword, and Asuna follows suit. She then tells Berkuli that she has the information that the army might want to know. Hearing this, Berkuli sets up a meeting for the higher-ups to attend, including Tisei and Ronnie. Before leaving, Alice tells Asuna that whenever she wants to see Kirito, she needs to know about it first. Asuna fires back, telling her she doesn't need Alice's permission to meet Kirito. Kirito, you can take them. Yeah, you can have them. Nurse Aki is mine. You hear me? The meeting finally happens, and there are a lot of questions regarding Asuna's origin. She explains that she's from the real world, another plane of reality that the Underworldians can't access physically. Basically, she tells them that there are people in the real world looking for Alice, and if they catch her, they're going to extract her to the real world and erase the Underworld. Asuna tells them she's part of the good guys who want to preserve this world. Berkuli asks Asuna why they're so interested in Alice, but Sheta interrupts and tells him that it's probably due to Alice being able to break the seal of the right eye and having the will to go against the Pontifex. Asuna ponders this and figures that placing a seal is counterintuitive to what Wrath is doing. After a little bit of thinking, Asuna realizes that someone from the real world might have put it in, but she's unsure if they're from Wrath or a saboteur from somewhere else. Berkuli asks Asuna another question about what they're going to do with Alice once they extract her, and Asuna tells him that she can't say yet. Alice takes over and declares that she's not going until the war is over and peace is negotiated with the Dark Territory. Asuna tells her that she understands and will be fighting alongside the human empire in this war. Episode 35 starts with the remaining Dark Territory forces crossing the canyons Asuna made using ropes. Ishkan believes this order from Vecta to be stupid, as he didn't train his warriors to fall to their deaths. He wants to die fighting valiantly and honorably. As such, he's very nervous for them and hopes that the Integrity Knights don't spot them. However, his nightmare comes true as Berkuli and the others start slaughtering the ones who have already crossed the canyon. Then, they start cutting off the ropes, which leads to the death of many more. Seeing this, Ishkan starts doubting Vecta, causing his right eye to glow red. Over in the real world, the mercenaries that infiltrated Wrath are planning something terrifying. First, they synced the Underworld time with the real time. Then, they made a website disguising the Underworld as another game that VR MMORPG players can log into and start doing PvP, advertising it as very realistic. As such, American players are signing up for its beta, wanting to get their hands on it. Yui sees this development and asks Lifa and Sinon to head over to the Wrath offices in Japan. Kikuoka gets notified by one of the people in Japan regarding their arrival, and only then do they notice that the Underworld time was synced in the real world. It's getting bad now. Then, in ALO, Yui informs Klein, Egil, Silica, and Lizbeth about what's happening. While the four of them want to help out, the biggest problems for them are their levels and numbers. The time difference between Japan and America means that it's currently midnight for them and midday for the Americans. More Americans are awake at that time, which means that the Japanese players will have to fight them through strength, not by numbers, which leads them to the next problem. Levels. The gang tells Yui that they don't have time to grind for levels to be able to fight for the human empire. But Yui tells them that there's a way, just convert their characters. However, Yui reveals that there are caveats to that. Then, the scene switches over to Lizbeth begging the players of ALO to join the fight in the Underworld. She reveals everything, including how it's an experiment by Japanese researchers and how the US government might be behind the attack. Lizbeth also reveals the caveats to converting their characters. First, there are no user interfaces to manipulate. Second, there's no pain absorption in the Underworld. And finally, if they die, there's a chance they might lose their characters. This request, paired with the caveats, is met by anger from the players participating in the meeting. However, Lizbeth is able to silence them by appealing to their emotions. You go, Lizbeth! In the next episode, Asuna and the others notice a red light coming from heaven and red knights descending to the Underworld. Confused, the Dark Knights and the Pugilists all turn to them, but the Red Knights just start killing everything they see. This results in the Dark Knights and Pugilists being trapped in the middle of two factions that want to kill them. Asuna quickly notices that these Red Knights are from the real world and uses her powers once more to wipe out a bunch of them. However, it's taking a toll on her Fluctlights, causing her to have severe headaches. Alice and the other Integrity Knights take over and tell her to rest for a bit before joining them again on the front lines. On the other side of the canyon, Ishkan finally snaps free from the rule of Vecta. He literally removes his right eye and then launches himself across the canyon to look for Asuna. Upon finding her, he forms an alliance with the human empire, asking Asuna to make a bridge for his people, and they will fight the Red Knights together with them. Asuna, at first, is skeptical about it, but Sheita tells her that Ishkan doesn't seem like a liar. As such, Asuna starts making the bridges and the pugilists cross them. On the other side of the battlefield, Alice tries to head to a higher vantage point so she can blast more of the Red Knights, but is caught by Vecta, who at some point used his dragon to fly around the battlefield. Berkuli sees this and follows him, intent on returning Alice to the human empire. The news of Alice's abduction soon arrives in front of Asuna, Sheita, and Ishkan. Asuna plans to rescue Alice, and Ishkan tells her that he's going to keep the Red Knights away from them and clear the way. Then, Sheita tells Asuna that she's going to stay and fight with Ishkan.
Damn, these two are getting married, aren't they?
Anyway, Asuna rides her horse, and the other troops follow. However, they're stopped by another batch of American players logging into the Underworld. Renly decides to take matters into his own hands and plans to barrel through them and make way. But before he can do so, a ray of light descends from the sky. A figure slowly starts coming into sight and fires her bow, wiping out the Red Knights around Asuna and the troops. It's Sinon! Sinon has entered the Underworld! In episode 37, Sinon's arrival in the Underworld gives Asuna some solace. Finally, she's not fighting alone. Sinon asks Asuna if it's alright to meet Kirito, and she leads her to the wagon just beside her where Kirito is staying. Tisei and Ronnie are surprised to see Sinon and mistake her for Solace, another goddess, but Sinon clears the misunderstanding just like Asuna did. Sinon tells the two that she's a friend of Kirito in the real world, much to the two's disappointment because... Anyway, Sinon hugs and gives Kirito a kiss on the cheek, then turns to Asuna, who's sobbing. She consoles Asuna, telling her that he'll be fine and that he'll be back again in the nick of time just like always. After that, Sinon tells Asuna that she's going to fly and check the nearby place where the army can set up shop. Upon hearing this, Asuna asks Sinon if she can really fly. Sinon replies that the Solace account can fly with no restrictions, and Asuna tells her to chase after Alice instead. Over on Lifa's side, she just landed in front of Lilpilin, leader of the Orcs. The two quickly form a bond, with Lifa telling Lilpilin that she considers him a human, not a pig, despite humans from the Underworld considering them as such. Lilpilin tells her that he'll take her to the Emperor as a prisoner, and Lifa asks if that Emperor is the dark god Vecta. After Lilpilin says yes, she agrees to be taken and gets both of her hands tied up. Just as the two are about to move, Dil, who somehow survived Alice's onslaught, intercepts them and steals Lifa away from Lilpilin. She tries to drain Lifa's life through her leeches, but Lilpilin destroys his right eye after too much humiliation and attacks Dil, causing her to toss Lifa aside. Dil turns her attention to Lilpilin, but Lifa kills her before she can do anything to him. Over on Berkuli's side of things, he cuts down Vecta's dragon, dragging him to the ground so they can fight one-on-one. However, things get a little complicated after he finds out Vecta can absorb incarnate powers and can cloud his memory just by pointing his sword at him. In an instant, Berkuli loses his left arm, leaving him looking for answers. Then, he takes a look at Alice, who's currently unconscious, and gets ready to fight to the death. Asuna's side, on the other hand, is taking too much damage from the attack of the Red Knights. She continues to hold them back, but the fatigue is apparent, and the Red Knights show no sign of slowing down. As things begin to look worse, another ray of light comes down from the heavens, and Klein makes his grand entrance. That's my man! You're definitely a main character now. Episode 38 marks the entrance of all players from SAO and ALO to help the Underworld and turn the war around. Lizbeth and Silica approach Asuna to check up on her. Confused, Asuna asks them what they're doing here. Lizbeth smiles and tells her this is why they worked hard in SAO and ALO, to protect the people they love. After collecting herself, Asuna heads to the front line and asks Renly to teach Lizbeth and Silica to use the sacred arts so they can heal the wounded. Back in the real world, Higa figures out a way to restore Kirito's Fluctlight, specifically the self-image part, which is the main reason why he's in a vegetative state. According to his theory, he can use the Fluctlights of the people who are close to him to restore it, since they have their own images of Kirito in their heads. It's some nerdy psychology concept. Don't worry about it. Anyway, it's good and all, but the things he needs for it to work are all in the main control room. Higa tells Kikuoka that he's willing to enter the shaft leading to the main control room to save Kirito, who has done so much for this project. However, he will need a decoy. After much deliberation, they decide that Ichiemon is the best one to keep the hijackers busy. With the plan finalized, another researcher, Yanai, steps up, calling himself the cable manager of the project, and stating that he will be able to help Higa. In the Underworld, Bercoli's fight with Vecta isn't going too well. Bercoli attempts to use his time-splitting sword to slice Vecta's position in the past, but Vecta senses he's trying to do something and knocks him back. The force of the blow literally made a hole in his chest. Vecta then turns to kill him, but Bercoli's dragon prevents that from happening. While his dragon distracts Vecta, Bercoli seizes the chance to attempt what he was doing earlier. This time, he's successful. The time-splitting sword makes contact with Vecta's position in the past, activating its ability to slice through time. After the battle, Alice wakes up with Bercoli kneeling down facing her. His face is filled with serenity, but he's already lifeless. Alice mourns her commander and father figure's death, while Bercoli's spirit tells Fanatio to raise their child well. Seems that all this time, Fanatio is actually pregnant. What a bittersweet farewell. In the next episode, Sinon finally catches up to Alice, only to find out that Bercoli is already dead and Alice is mourning beside him. Sinon reveals the fact that Vecta is not dead yet and that he only died in the Underworld. In the real world, he can simply log in once more and continue to terrorize the Underworld. Alice hears this and breaks down, asking Sinon what the purpose of their duel is if only one person is in mortal danger. Was Bercoli's death in vain? Sinon consoles Alice, telling her that it isn't. After Alice collects herself, Sinon manages to convince her to continue traveling to the World's End altar. Elsewhere on the battlefield, Sheta and Ishkan are spent and exhausted, with Sheta's sword even breaking in battle. The two of them confess their love for each other, even talking about raising a family and how their kid would either be a pugilist or a knight. Oh, please don't die. The next events in the episode happen very quickly. First, Klein and Asuna spot Pooh in the Underworld, overlooking them as they defend the ruins. This is very bad for their side, as Pooh is the leader of the Laughing Coffin, the murder guild from SAO. Then, he summons a bunch of players from Korea and China who have been informed that it was the Japanese players who had invaded the Underworld and had hacked the test servers from the Americans. However, there's a faction of them that doubts this story after watching a video and seeing that the Japanese players seem to be fighting them off instead of attacking the American players. Then, in the real world, Higa finally gets where he needs to be. But the moment he starts accessing Kirito's and the others' Fluctlights, the researcher who came with him points a gun at him. What the what? The action doesn't stop in episode 40, as Yanai reveals himself as a subordinate of Sugo. Remember that creep who made ALO? He's one of the slime researchers who caught Asuna. He tells Higa that he did all of this because the Americans promised him a cushy job and a fat stack of cash if they're able to retrieve Alice. Back to the Underworld, Gabriel comes back, using his main account, Subtleizer. Sinon, seeing Subtleizer's avatar, gets paralyzed in fear due to the number of times she lost against him in GGO's Bullet of Bullets. Subtleizer takes away Sinon's will to fight, but a pendant discharges electricity and wakes her up from the trance. Then, the two of them start fighting by summoning their guns and shooting each other mid-air. What the heck is happening here? Over on Asuna's side, the ALO players are struggling. Seeing this, Siune from the Sleeping Knights makes a bold move. She pleads to the emotions of the invading Korean and Chinese players, telling them that they are simply defending their friends. Moonphase, one of the players who just logged in, approaches her and asks whether she's telling the truth. Siune swears by it, and Moonphase tells her that he feels something was off after logging into the Underworld. One of his friends also came in to check out what's happening. However, Pooh sees this and throws his knife near them, telling everyone that the last thing they want from the Red Knights is a traitor. He manages to convince the Red Knights once more, canceling all of Siune's hard work, while Moonphase and his friends try to calm everyone down. Back to Sheita and Ishkan, as they face certain doom against the Red Knights, Sylphie and the Orc army break through the Red Knights to save them. Let's go! Back in the real world, again, Kikuoka and Kojiro figure out that Yanai sabotaged the whole project. Kojiro put up a piece of code limiting the people of the Underworld from disobeying their programming or any rules whatsoever. Upon finding out about this, they also have a hunch that Higa is in danger since he's with him. In the Underworld, the fight against the Red Knights proves to be too hard. Pooh graces the battlefield and demands Asuna to tell her troops to lay their arms down, and in turn, he will not kill anybody. Asuna, thinking that the battle is simply not worth it for the Underworldians to risk their lives for, asks them to do so. As the Red Knights celebrate, Pooh starts telling Asuna that he was the one behind the death of the Laughing Coffin in SAO. He admits that he was the one who told the front lines about the Laughing Coffin's hideout to turn Asuna, Kirito, and the others into people just like them, killers. Then he tells Asuna to bring Kirito in front of him. Watch out, Kirito! Episode 41 starts with Pooh shaking Kirito and knocking him off his wheelchair to get him to move. However, in his state, Kirito can only take the punishment. As Pooh raises his sword to deal the final blow to Kirito, two players rush to his aid, Nautilus and Yuna. These two people are from the SAO servers, with Nautilus even being a member of the Knights of the Blood Oath. Now, he's out to defend Kirito and deliver justice to Pooh, who killed his friends in SAO. Okay, not gonna lie, the fight scene between these two is probably the best in all of Alicization. I mean, just take a look at this. Anyway, while Nautilus fights Pooh, Yuna literally starts a concert. That's how she buffs Nautilus in battle as a bard. However, Yuna's appearance in the Underworld also leads the Red Knights to finally have doubts about whether this server is really from America. See, in real life, Yuna is a very popular pop idol in Japan, so she doesn't really log into other servers. The real question is, will music save the day? No. The answer's no. The power of music proves to be short-lived, as Nautilus eventually ends up dying in the hands of Pooh, with Yuna following him as his soul disappears into nothingness. Nautilus's death isn't in vain though, as Moonphase and his friend catch a glimpse at Pooh's glove and see the laughing coffin tattoo. The Red Knights also catch a glance of this and figure out that Pooh is telling a lie. But before they can do something about it, Pooh mind controls them to start killing each other. Sinon and Lifa are both trying their best to defeat what's set in front of them. Sinon is able to do some big damage to Gabriel, while Lifa suffers the most amount of damage. Lifa notes that her abilities seem more like a curse because her health regeneration is so high that she can't die. She literally takes a spear to the right eye and she just heals it off. Remember, there's no pain absorption in the underworld. In the real world, Kojiro throws a wrench down the hatch for Higa to pick up and defend himself against Yanai. However, it completely misses. Funnily enough though, the wrench startles Yanai, which ends up with him falling together with it. With Yanai gone, Higa starts Kirito's Fluctlight regeneration plan. Go Higa! In the next episode, Asuna picks up her sword once more to fight Po after he picks up an underworldian soldier to kill. With the help of Yuki's spirit, Asuna charges Po and unleashes Mother's Rosario at him. Po gets his chest blown out. Literally. However, he takes advantage of this opportunity to continue the propaganda that the Japanese players are the bad ones here. With his mind control powers, Po sends all the Red Knights once more to fight the wounded Japanese players. Come on, Kirito, wake up! While all of this is happening outside, Kirito is reliving his worst nightmares internally. He's dealing with his past traumas like the death of Sachi, the massacre of the Laughing Coffin, and the death of Eugeo. He starts feeling guilty to the point where he literally starts digging his chest, thinking that he should have died instead of Eugeo. As Kirito drowns in self-pity, Higa's plans finally start to kick in. The Fluctlights of Lifa, Sinon, Asuna have started regenerating Kirito's self-image. However, Higa notices that it's not quite enough. Then, all of a sudden, another person's Fluctlight connects with Kirito. This time, it's from the underworld, and it's from Eugeo. He is the final piece of the puzzle, and Eugeo's forgiveness is what Kirito needed to be able to move on from the pain he's suffering from. Kirito finally wakes up in the underworld and casts Enhance Armament using Eugeo's Blue Rose sword to put the fighting around him at a standstill by freezing them. Then, he regenerates his right arm, which was cut during the battle with the Pontifex. He looks at Asuna and the others and declares that he is back, before facing Pooh for a showdown. It's showtime! In the next episode, Kirito's first fight after waking up is against Pooh, and he's having a hard time. His ass is literally getting kicked around by Pooh, and Kirito is forced into a defensive stance against him. Seeing the two lock swords and Kirito being on the back foot, Tisei asks Eugeo to help him. Then, Eugeo's spirit helps Kirito break the blade lock between the two. After gaining some space, Kirito transforms into his SAO account's appearance and restores Eugeo's Blue Rose sword to its former glory. Kirito uses the Blue Rose sword's release recollection arcs to fully log out the players he froze earlier, leaving Pooh alone to fend for himself. After a quite lengthy fight, Kirito manages to defeat Pooh in battle. Pooh tells him that he only managed to log him out, but Kirito fires back, telling him that he's not going to be able to log out. Kirito turns Pooh into the Giga Cedar in the middle of the Dark Territory, trapping him inside the underworld. The people around him celebrate the Black Swordsman's return with the Underworldian soldiers, even kneeling to show their utmost respect for saving them. However, the celebration needs to be cut abruptly as Alice is still being chased by Gabriel. Asuna informs Kirito about it, and the two chase after them. Come on, boy, go get him! In the real world, things are getting even more serious. The hijackers were somehow able to disable the time acceleration limiter in the Underworld, which means that Kirito and Asuna need to log out using the console or they'll be trapped in the Underworld for 200 years. Kikuoka uses the open channel to communicate this to Kirito. He tells them he needs to get to the console at the World End Altar within 10 minutes, or he and Asuna will be trapped in the Underworld. Kikuoka adds that he should prioritize him and Asuna over Alice, but Kirito tells him that they'll be fine. After that, Kirito and Asuna chase after Alice and Gabriel once more. Over on Alice's side, she finally reaches the World's End Altar. She commands Amayori and her brother to go back to the human empire and live their lives. However, the two of them disobey her order to make a last stand against Gabriel and protect Alice. The two of them fight their hardest to stop him from reaching Alice, but Gabriel proves to be too strong for the two. As Gabriel fires a dark fireball towards the dragons, Kirito arrives just in time to defend them. Yes! In the next episode, the showdown between Gabriel and Kirito finally starts. But it doesn't look good for our hero. He almost loses his fighting spirit when Gabriel uses the same trick he did with Sinon. This time, Gabriel asks Kirito who he is, and Kirito just spaces out. However, Eugeo saves Kirito once more, reminding him of who he is, a swordsman. Regaining his will to fight again, Kirito launches attack after attack at Gabriel, doing his best to overwhelm him while also protecting Alice and Asuna, who are both on their way to the console at the World's End Altar. During the fight, Gabriel transforms into a shadow wraith with wings and a halo. He looks just like an angel, similar to his namesake. Gabriel seems unstoppable, and Kirito finds himself on the back foot once again. At some point, Gabriel mistakes Kirito's change in demeanor for weakness and goes for the kill, but Kirito takes the punishment and unleashes Release Recollection on both of his swords. Go get him! With the Blue Rose Sword, Kirito restrains Gabriel, and with the Night Sky Sword, he envelops the Underworld under a night sky filled with stars. Upon seeing this, all the inhabitants of the Underworld send their remaining strength, love, and hope to Kirito, powering him up. While this happens, Gabriel manages to break free from the Blue Rose Sword's vines. He tries to attack Kirito, but Kirito is already done with his power-up and is ready to strike back. Kirito raises both of his swords and attacks Gabriel with his signature attack, Starburst Stream. With just a single attack left to finish the move, Gabriel spots a gap and uses it to pierce through Kirito's defenses and cut his left arm. When all seems lost, Eugeo picks up the Blue Rose Sword and defends against Gabriel's attack, letting Kirito know that it's his chance for a counterattack. With one arm left, Kirito finishes the Starburst Stream and finishes Gabriel off. After the battle, the time acceleration in the Underworld kicks in. Kirito heads straight to the console and sees that Asuna and Alice are gone. His heart feels relieved knowing the two have logged out, but he's saddened by the thought of spending the next 200 years in the Underworld without Asuna or his parents. As he falls to his knees crying, Asuna emerges from the World's End Altar. Aww, guys, make sure to get yourselves an Asuna. In the real world, Kojiro retrieves Alice's light cube and hears from Asuna that she's going to stay. Asuna also tells Kojiro to take care of Alice and make sure they won't use her for warfare. She explains that Alice has a big heart, and a lot of Underworldians sacrificed their lives for her. After the short conversation, Kojiro informs Higa about Asuna's decision as he and Kikuoka go down the shaft one more time to do something about the STLs. The hijackers notice the shaft open up again, so they send people to check it out, but Kikuoka kills one of them, securing he and Higa's safety. The hacker of the hijacking group goes to check on Vasago and Gabriel regarding what their next step is, only to see both of them dead on their STLs. With the extraction of Alice essentially in the hands of Wrath, the hijackers place a C4 bomb in the engine of the Ocean Turtle before leaving. One operative from Wrath, Nakanishi, sees this and heads straight to the engine room to disarm it. Hell yeah, Nakanishi. Let's do this! As Nakanishi makes his way to the engine room, he encounters a mercenary who was elected to stay and make sure the bombs explode. The mercenary nicks Nakanishi's leg, forcing him to take cover. Then, a robot suddenly starts walking towards the missionary. Remember Ichiemon? And how he's a robot prototype for another project? Well, that's this robot, and his name is Niemon. However, this time it's not an artificial fluctlight that's controlling it. It's the commander himself, Akihiko Kaiba. He charges in, and Kikuoka, who also rushed down to check the engine room, uses this as cover to shoot at the mercenary. Kikuoka manages to eliminate him, allowing Niemon to head to the engine room and disarm the C4 bomb. While this is all happening, Kaiba tells Kojiro to make his dreams come true and breach the barrier between the virtual reality and reality. Kojiro tears up and tells him she'll do it. After all those stressful events, Higa contacts Kojiro to tell her that Kirito and Asuna will be able to log out in just a few minutes. However, since time in the underworld was accelerated earlier, over 100 years have already passed for both Kirito and Asuna. In the next episode, Alice is finally revealed to the public in a press conference attended by Kojiro and Alice herself. The press is asking, fair questions such as how she's different from the other AIs we have right now, the issue of AI taking over human employment, and all that jazz. Alice answers all of the questions magnificently, even sharing a part of herself by telling them that she's already fallen in love with one of the people in the real world whom she met in the underworld, which is, of course, Kirito. On Kikuoka's side of things, he manages to fake his death and stay hidden away from the public. As he and Higa are watching the press conference, Kikuoka notices that Asuna and Kirito's fluctlights are reacting to something. Alice feels this as well and heads straight to the lab to check on Asuna and Kirito. Then, a few moments later, after Alice arrives, Kirito wakes up and tells her that Silica asked to be deep frozen and is waiting for her in the underworld. After that, Kirito turns to Higa and tells him to delete all of his and Asuna's memories of the last 200 years. Everything after Alice has been extracted from the underworld. That's brutal. In the hospital where Kirito is recovering, Kikuoka visits him to update him regarding the situation within the underworld. Kikuoka tells Kirito that it's not looking too well for its upkeep, considering that the underworld needs power and resources to run. Not only that, but the Ocean Turtle is now under the government and they can simply cut off the power in the underworld and call it a day if they want to. Kirito asks whether Kikuoka has a plan to keep it alive, and Kikuoka tells him he doesn't. It's more of a hope. Kikuoka hopes that more people in the real world will interact with the Underworldians in the underworld and have them realize that these are actual people. This, in turn, will lead to them realizing that the Underworldians also deserve human rights. With that said, Kikuoka leaves the hospital. Over on Higa's side, he managed to save a copy of Kirito's fluctlight. The one who lived 200 years? Yeah, that one. Anyway, Kirito's copied fluctlight knew that there was a possibility for this to happen, and since it already did, he tells him the agreement he had with Asuna in the underworld. He says that if his fluctlight gets copied, he's going to do everything he can to protect the underworld. Then, he asks for Higa's help in contacting Kaiba, whom Kirito's copied fluctlights believes to still be alive. A few days later, Kirito is finally out of the hospital and has returned home. He He goes straight to his room, where memories of Yu-Gi-Oh flood him again, resulting in him mourning his death once more. You know, as they say, grief comes in waves. Luckily for him, Suguha is around and tells him to talk to her about it so he can sort his emotions out. Suguha always comes to the rescue. Finally, on Alice's side, well... In the last episode of Season 3, Kirito finds out that Alice is missing. However, not long after, Alice literally gets herself delivered in front of Kirito's house. So, Kirito brings her in and dresses her up in her uniform. After getting her all sorted out, Kirito calls Kujo to let her know that Alice is with him. Kujo tells him that it's alright, and that she feels bad for making Alice go to all of the interviews and parties. She believes that Alice might have felt tired and lonely during the events, so she allows her to stay with Kirito's family for the whole day. Hearing this, Alice perks up and asks Kirito to show her around his house. So, where's the best place to start? Why, of course, it's the dojo. She's a knight, remember? Upon finding out that this is a training hall, Alice picks up a bamboo sword and hands it to Kirito. She picks up another one for herself and challenges Kirito to a duel. After the first strike, both of their swords break due to the power of the impact, but Alice's momentum carries her forward and her forehead collides with Kirito's. Alice falls on top of Kirito and she claims herself as the victor. Once the two are done playing around, Kirito finally introduces Alice to his family. Kirito's aunt and Suguha immediately feel fond of her, while his uncle confronts him regarding his life choices. See, while we see him as this massive hero and all, he's still in high school in real life and needs to focus on his education. Kirito reveals that some of his plans have changed. For example, his plan to go to America is now cancelled, and he reveals that he wants to stay in Japan and work for the Oceanic Exploration and Research Institute, formerly known as WRATH. Hearing this, Alice perks up once more and backs him up against his uncle. Alice tells him that she believes Kirito is simply following the path he believes is just. She continues to tell them that even if Kirito is simply a high school student in the real world, he is a hero in the underworld, and the best swordsman that ever lived. Kirito's uncle smiles and assures Alice that he and Kirito's aunt know about everything he's done. He tells Alice that he's celebrated as a hero just as much as he is in the underworld. He again turns to Kirito and simply tells him to live life without regrets, and that's all they expect from him. Then, the scene switches over to Alice waking Kirito up at 3 in the morning. Alice tells Kirito that she received a weird email and shows it to him. He's clueless as to what this is and wakes up Yui to help him decipher. Yui immediately recognizes that this might be an IP address and it might lead to the underworld. Him, Asuna, and Alice head straight to Kojiro to tell her about the development, and she approves of them using the STL to log back in. The first thing they see? A tentacle monster chasing 2 spaceships. Yeah, you heard that right. It's spaceships now in the underworld due to how fast time is there compared to the real world. The pilots of these spaceships look a lot like Tisei and Ronie, and they're being chased by some Cthulhu-looking monster. Lucky for them, the trio is there, and they make quick work of it. The 3 send them off on their way, and they just kind of fade away to the background. And that's how the story in Sword Art Online ends for now. So while waiting for any future updates, feel free to click the link on screen to watch another one of my videos. And in the meantime, peace!